Chapter 256. After tumbling through the air, Qi Shui landed firmly on the ground and looked at his own monster beast. At this moment, it was facing him, and from the depths of its throat came a low roar, its eyes flashing with an ominous light. Qi Shui's face paled. This monster beast that he had implanted with his soul-controlling insect, had actually broken free from his control and was now hostile to him. Ha ha ha. Kai Yang laughed proudly, his laughter incomparably wild. Qi Shui looked at him, recalling his strange actions just now, and fiercely shouted, "What did you just do?" Recalling that ghostly light, Scarlet Blood suddenly realized that this person had desperately rushed over and only shot out a single ghostly light at his monster beast, so he definitely had a great reason for doing so. Otherwise, his monster beast wouldn't have had such a change. Yang Kai laughed, sweeping away his previous cautiousness and walking towards the sixth-order monster beast. He reached out and patted its back, looking at Qi Shui with disdain. "What did I do? Did you not see it?" Zimo's small mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. The more time she spent with him, the more mysterious she found him to be. This person's strength and strangeness had far exceeded Zimo's imagination. It wasn't until this moment that Zmo finally understood why a few days ago, when they were fighting the monster beast, he was able to resolve the crisis between her and Ling Shan. At that time, although she knew it was his doing, she didn't quite understand the mystery behind it. But now, Zmo finally understood, this man could actually control the monster beast. Easily controlling a sixth-order monster beast, who could resist such a heaven-defying method? Even her brother Qi Shui had sacrificed hundreds of his soul-controlling insects, risking a great deal of danger, to allow them to fuse with each other and become a higher-level soul-controlling insect. Then, he had given up dozens of more powerful monster beasts in order to subdue this sixth-order monster beast. Comparing the two, Yang Kai's method was simply unfathomable. "How did you do it?" "My soul-controlling insect is still inside its body. This is impossible." Scarlet Blood could no longer remain calm. He tried his best to communicate with the soul-controlling insect, but he couldn't make the level 6 monster beast obey him. "Nothing is impossible. I can only say that your insects are too weak." Yang Kai laughed disdainfully, his expression cold. "Interesting." Qi Shui's expression suddenly became excited, as if he had encountered something new and interesting. He stared at Yang Kai with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. "Kill." Yang Kai spat out a single word. The Type 6 monster beast charged towards Scarlet Blood like a gust of wind. In the midst of the attack, the wind blades continued to spit out, and Qi Shui's figure flashed. His movement technique was also quite exquisite. He did not have any direct confrontation with the monster beast. Instead, he leaped into the air and refracted again. Like an eagle striking the sky, it swooped down toward Yang Kai. Although Qi Shui was strong, it was impossible for him to face the Type 6 monster beast head-on. His target was only Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was killed, the Type 6 monster beast would still be under his control. Pouncing down from above, Qi Shui's moves were big and wide. Yuan Qi level 7 strength was fully unleashed, containing a shocking destructive power. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. The Yuan Qi in his body was also pushed to the limit. Not only did he not dodge the attack, but he also stepped on the ground and met Qi Shui's attack head-on. "You're very interesting." Qi Shui laughed sinisterly. "You're not bad either." Yang Kai also laughed. In the exchange of words, their hands were not ambiguous, and there was no trace of fancy moves. No matter who it was, this attack was done with all their strength, without holding back. Qi Shui wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Yang Kai, so that he could gain control of the Type 6 monster beast. In the face of such an enemy's attack, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to hold back. Fist and palm collided, exploding in the air with a muffled sound, shaking everyone's eardrums. and the heaven and earth energy in an instant chaotic. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. Qi Shui was sent flying, while Yang Kai fell like a meteor. Pang! Yang Kai smashed a small hole in the ground, and when he got up, he could not help but have some blood at the corner of his mouth. Qi Shui, on the other hand, landed on the ground, his face slightly reddened, but he was fine. This time, Qi Shui had the upper hand. Even so, Qi Shui's eyes still flashed a trace of disbelief, and he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Before he could see Yang Kai's state, a series of wind blades attacked him. Qi Shui cursed and hurriedly dodged. This was an attack from a Type 6 monster beast, he could not block more than a few times. You! Zmo exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai shouted, knowing that she was in a dilemma, so naturally he would not force her to help. Using his movement skill again, he rushed straight towards Qi Shui. Qi Shui paled, not daring to stay any longer, he fled in panic. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to withstand a single blow, and as long as he killed Yang Kai he would be able to turn the situation around, but he had not expected this person to be so strong. Even though he was a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, he had only suffered some minor injuries. There was no way to take Yang Kai's life in a short time. The Type 6 monster beast had fallen into the enemy's hands, and his junior sister would not help, so how could Qi Shui stay and die? Seeing Qi Shui flash 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up, directly jumping onto the back of the Type 6 monster beast and quickly chasing after him. Zmo hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and following behind him. Her life and death was still in Yang Kai's hands, how could she not care? In the jungle, 3 figures flew one after the other. Qi Shui rushed to the front, his speed extremely fast, Yang Kai riding the Type 6 monster beast followed closely behind. A few kilometers behind was Zmo, leading her dozen monster beasts. Her expression was conflicted, she wanted to keep up, but also wanted to escape, she could not make up her mind, her speed not too fast nor too slow. In the midst of the pursuit, the Type 6 monster beast displayed its might, sending out a series of wind blades 1,000 meters away, cutting down thick trees like wheat. The tyrannical strength of the Type 6 monster beast was clear to see. This was a powerful monster beast comparable to an immortal ascension boundary master. Although Qi Shui was fleeing, he did not look distressed, only anxious. He was worried that if he continued to run like this, sooner or later he would run out of Yuan Qi. On the other hand, the burly cultivator did not need to worry about this problem. Once he was forced into a desperate situation, he really would not be able to escape. Little did he know, Yang Kai was also very conflicted at this moment. Although the beast slave seal was strange and powerful, he had only ever used it on 4th or 5th order monster beast, never a Type 6 monster beast. Before, he had speculated that the beast slave seal was not invincible, it should be limited by strength, but he had never had the opportunity to verify it. Now that he had tried it, it seemed to be the case. Yang Kai was now at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, which was equivalent to the peak of the 4th order monster beast. At this level, the beast slave seal could easily control a Type 4 monster beast, or even a Type 5 monster beast, but when it came to the Type 6 monster beast in front of him, it was not so effective. This monster beast's subconscious was attacking the beast slave seal that he had inserted into its body. Although it was still obedient to his control and orders, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at most an hour for the beast slave seal to shatter, and at that time, the Type 6 monster beast would once again fall under Qi Shui's control. The situation was not good, he had to finish this battle within an hour, otherwise, there would be a change in the situation. Yang Kai did not know if using the beast slave seal on a Type 6 monster beast twice in a row would have any effect. If it did not, thinking of this, Yang Kai continued to give orders to the monster beast under him. This monster beast was now very obedient. After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, its speed suddenly increased a lot, gradually closing the distance between it and Qi Shui. After an incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui, who was in the midst of sprinting, looked back and almost could not help but curse out loud. The original distance of 1,000 feet had been closed by about 500 feet, and in another incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui would catch up. Should I go there? A thought suddenly flashed in Qi Shui's mind, and he looked hesitant, unable to make up his mind. Qi Shui did not know what was so mysterious about that place. It was a forest surrounded by clouds, and he could not see the situation inside. Qi Shui had accidentally discovered it a few days ago. Qi Shui had intended to go in and explore, but at that time, the Type 6 monster beast was clearly afraid of that place, and Qi Shui was also faintly uneasy, so he gave up on the idea of exploring. But now, the pursuers were getting closer and closer, and there was no way to get rid of them, so Qi Shui had no choice but to take the risk. He had no way to contend against the Type 6 monster beast and the strength of the burly cultivator. The monster beast was afraid of that place, and would definitely not dare to go in. If the burly cultivator went in alone, Qi Shui would have a chance to win. Thinking of this, Qi Shui's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made up his mind. After observing the terrain for a moment, he suddenly turned around and dashed toward that mysterious place. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the distance between Yang Kai and Qi Shui had shortened to 10 feet. At such a close distance, not only could the Type 6 monster beast do whatever it wanted, even Yang Kai could release his killing moves and fiercely attack Qi Shui. In a short time, Qi Shui was somewhat overwhelmed, and was swept by a wind blade, cutting a large hole in his clothes. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi in his body was strong, and it blocked the wind blade's damage. Only a little blood flowed out, and his muscles and bones were not injured. Qi Shui resentfully looked back at Yang Kai, and a cold and provocative smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he turned around again, and plunged into a vast expanse of white dense forest. Yang Kai chased after him. Unexpectedly, the Type 6 monster beast under him suddenly stopped outside the clouds, and Yang Kai did not notice, and under the influence of inertia, he fell into the forest. He hurriedly turned around in midair, and landed on the ground. Before he had time to observe the surrounding terrain, he heard an extremely mournful scream. It was Qi Shui. He seemed to be suffering unbearable pain, and his scream made people's hair stand on end. Yang Kai's face slightly changed, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. This pain was familiar, and it was the same as when the old demon tried to take over his body and destroy his consciousness. Involuntarily, Yang Kai groaned, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat poured out like water, and his whole body trembled. Ah! An even more mournful, even more tragic cry came out, and it was even more mournful than Qi Shui's cry. It was the old demon's cry of pain. Chapter 257. Old Demon's screams continued, rising and falling, filled with panic and fear. Old Demon. Yang Kai endured the pain in his head and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Young master." The old demon's voice trembled, "What the hell is this place? Why is my soul being attacked?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the pain in his head was so familiar. It turned out that it was the feeling of his soul being injured. For the past few days, Yang Kai had been using this method to torture and deter Zmo and Lingshan, but today he would also have to bear this pain. This was truly a case of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. It wasn't that he didn't get what he wanted, it was just that the time had not yet come. Qi Shui had led him into this forest wrapped in white fog, clearly with ill intentions. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain several dozen feet away. It seemed that he didn't know the mystery of this place, so he couldn't bear the consequences of accidentally breaking in. Now, both of them were suffering from the pain of having their divine souls injured. They couldn't fight at all. "Young master, quickly leave this place. This white fog is very strange, it doesn't hurt the body, only the soul, this old servant can't bear it. The old demon urged anxiously. Although he was a 10,000-year-old demon, right now he was only a soul without a physical body. Normally, he could hide in the soul breaker all freely, but now, as soon as he entered this place, he immediately encountered Nemesis. The torture and pain he suffered was much worse than Yang Kai and Qi Shui. In this short period of time, the old demon clearly felt that his soul strength had weakened a little. This discovery made him panic and grieve. Good, you bear with it. Yang Kai struggled to look up and glanced at Qi Shui, only to see that he was also running amok in the white fog, trying to find a way out, but he still couldn't find it. Gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing pain, Yang Kai quickly retreated in the direction he had rushed in. After retreating a few hundred meters, he was still surrounded by white fog. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. When he rushed into this white fog, at most he could only go a few dozen meters, so why hadn't he retreated yet? Unwilling to give up, he retreated another 1,000 feet, but it was still the same. Old demon. This place is very strange, I can't get out. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The old demon cried out miserably, and it couldn't help but feel despair when it heard this. Could it be that, this old servant will die here today? This old servant is unwilling to accept this. He had been sealed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance for countless years until the restriction of the Heaven's Cave inheritance was broken. Only then was he able to escape. Although he was subdued by Yang Kai. In any case, they had come out, but now they were facing a life and death crisis, so the old demon was naturally filled with resentment. Yang Kai frowned. Resisting the sharp pain in his head with great difficulty, he observed the terrain left and right while thinking of a way to escape. There must be some kind of restriction placed here. That was why it was so strange. The old demon wasn't doing anything right now, and Yang Kai himself couldn't find the source of the restriction, so how could he break it? I'm a bit dizzy. Suddenly, Kai Yang saw stars in front of his eyes, and his footsteps staggered. It's over, this is dangerous. This is a sign that your soul is damaged. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid young master's soul will be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Enduring all kinds of discomfort, his mind raced. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said, "Old demon, enter my golden body and try." What golden body? Oh. The old demon didn't understand at first, but immediately understood and quickly hid inside Yang Kai's unyielding golden body. After a while, the old demon's laughter came, ha ha ha. Young master, your golden body is really amazing, it can actually resist the attack of the white fog. This old servant is safe now. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, you're safe, but I'm in danger. The unyielding golden body was all-encompassing. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this white fog was, since it could attack one's soul, it must be a manifestation of some kind of energy, so he suddenly had the idea of letting the old demon try. It turned out to be effective. Young master, you must hold on. The old demon nervously cheered for Yang Kai. Although he didn't have any worries now, if Yang Kai died, he couldn't escape his fate. Is there any way to let my soul escape into the golden body? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged, his clothes soaked with sweat, his fists clenched, his body trembling. You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon sighed. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, without cultivating his divine sense, how could his soul escape into the golden body? Yang Kai grit his teeth and tried his best to resist the pain coming from his head, his yuan qi becoming uncontrollably chaotic. The pain lasted for a long time before the feeling of dizziness hit him again. Yang Kai staggered and fell to the ground, his soul damaged for the second time. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his soul was destroyed and he ceased to exist. He had to find a way to get out of this crisis. Although the situation was not good, in this adversity, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Taking advantage of this short period of dizziness, before the pain hit him, Yang Kai gathered all of his will and spirit and tried to think of a way to escape. While Yang Kai was concentrating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his mind. This was not an illusion, but a real sensation. With the spread of this cool sensation, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly became clear and his whole body felt warm. The pain in his head also disappeared, as if he had been enlightened. Even his pale face became somewhat rosy. With a trace of doubt on his face, Yang Kai slowly got up and frowned as he felt the changes in his body before and after. "Young master." The old demon called out softly. Yang Kai did not answer and was still immersed in feeling. A moment later, accompanied by a short groan, the severe pain hit him again. This was unbearable pain. This pain lasted for a while, and when the pain reached a certain extent, the familiar feeling of dizziness came again. At the same time, the cool sensation in his mind also spread, not only dispelling the dizziness but also eliminating the pain. The situation was exactly the same as before. This time, Kai Yang's perception was even more detailed, allowing him to grasp a key point. The pain was caused by the white fog attacking his soul, and the dizziness was caused by the damage to his soul. However, after 2 or 3 times, not only did Yang Kai not feel that his soul was damaged, but it even grew a little because his perception seemed to have expanded a little, which was the most obvious sign of the strength of his soul. Although the increase was not much, it was really increasing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old demon, this time, I'm afraid this young master has profited from a disaster." Yang Kai suddenly laughed, but before his laughter fell, he couldn't help groaning, clutching his head as his whole body spasmed. After a long time, when Yang Kai returned to normal, the old demon asked, "What's going on?" "The soul-warming lotus is working." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's repairing my damaged soul." The old demon was startled and suddenly realized. The old demon was also panicking just now, so he didn't think about this at all. Now that Yang Kai reminded him, he finally understood. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had collected a 5-colored soul-warming lotus, which was a supreme treasure for nourishing the soul. However, Yang Kai had never reached the immortal ascension boundary, so although the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was in his mind, he had never seen it before. This time, Yang Kai fell into this dangerous place and his soul was damaged, so the soul-warming lotus naturally played a role. With this treasure, why would he need to fear the surrounding white fog? The white fog and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, one damaged the other, replenished the other. During this process, Yang Kai's soul was also slowly growing. However, this process was quite painful and was not something an average person could endure. "Young master is blessed by the heavens, old servant knew that nothing would happen to you." Old demon's belated words shook the heavens. Yang Kai smiled lightly and no longer worried, instead sitting down cross-legged and allowing the white fog to envelop him, he remained motionless. Although this place was dangerous, it was also a good place to temper one's soul. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to find such a treasure again? So Yang Kai made up his mind to stay here for a while. Although each time the soul-warming lotus healed his soul, the improvement it brought to him was very small, but as long as he had enough time, he might be able to cultivate his knowledge. The pain came again and again like a fierce tide, but with his tyrannical willpower, Yang Kai endured it each time. After the pain came dizziness, but at the same time, the soul-warming lotus healed his soul. The process was very slow, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a very time-consuming thing to begin with. Half a day later, a mournful scream suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw was Zimo's brother Qi Shui rampaging through the white fog like a headless fly, his expression extremely ferocious. While charging, he constantly wantonly used his Yuan Qi and various fierce martial skills. This person obviously wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus, he didn't need to worry about his soul being damaged. At this moment he was already delirious, so even if he could leave this white fog, he would have already lost his mind. Yang Kai slowly got up and stared at him coldly. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but move forward to meet him. Although if he didn't do anything, he would still die, but this was a Yuan Qi 7th stage master, so the blood bead he condensed after his death was naturally extraordinary. Qi Shui had led Yang Kai into this white fog with the intention of taking a risk, but unfortunately, the heavens didn't allow him to do as he wished and instead dug his own grave. If he had known that this white fog was so dangerous, he definitely wouldn't have foolishly rushed in. After 3 steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of Qi Shui and punched out. Qi Shui didn't even try to dodge and instead instinctively met this attack with his palm. Yang Kai sidestepped and dodged, but the burning sun's 3-layer blast landed on his body and with a few muffled sounds, Qi Shui was sent flying. The battle wasn't thrilling at all. Qi Shui had lost his mind, so with his Yuan Qi 7th stage cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength and was killed by Yang Kai in less than 30 breaths. Putting away the blood bead he condensed after his death, Yang Kai sat down and continued to cultivate his soul. Chapter 258. In this isolated world, there was no sun or moon, so he did not know the passage of time. Most of the time, Yang Kai had to rely on his senses to determine how much time had passed. After cultivating for about half a month in the white fog, Yang Kai finally successfully broke through to the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. This was not all the result of his hard work, but also the credit of absorbing more than 80 blood beads. These blood beads were obtained when he parted ways with Chen Shueshu and the others. Most of them were monster beast blood beads, only the blood beads of 5 Yuan Qi masters contained extraordinary energy. After absorbing such a huge amount of energy, after half a month of cultivation, Yang Kai was naturally able to break through and consolidate his foundation in the 9th stage, heading straight towards the Yuan Qi boundary. Over the past half a month, Yang Kai had slowly become accustomed to the pain in his head and could even ignore it. Although the pain was still there, it was not enough to have any effect on Yang Kai. As he repaired the damage, his divine sense slowly grew stronger and his perception expanded. After half a month, Yang Kai began to look for a way out. In any case, he did not need to worry about cultivating his divine sense. The white fog around him would attack him and the soul-warming lotus would automatically repair itself. Whether he cared or not, the result would be the same. After exploring for several days, Yang Kai was still stuck in the white fog, unable to see a way out. The situation was not good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious, even using his yang inflammation wings, but he still could not fly out of this strange place. On this day, while Yang Kai was exploring, he suddenly noticed some changes in the white fog around him. This change was very subtle, if one did not carefully examine it, they would not be able to detect it. This was something that Yang Kai was only able to discover after his perception had improved. If it had been half a month ago, he would have definitely missed it. Pausing his pace, Yang Kai carefully observed. After a long time, Yang Kai determined that the white fog around him was slowly gathering in a fixed direction. Although he did not know why this was happening, Yang Kai had been searching this place for so long. Now that he had finally found something, naturally he would not let go of any clues. Following the direction of the white fog, as he went deeper and deeper, the flow of the white fog also became faster and faster, faintly bringing with it the sound of the wind, as if there was something in front of him that was absorbing the white fog. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant, his footwork very light and slow. Little by little. After a short while, a humming sound was heard, as if a cold wind was pouring into the hole. Yang Kai's mind, his perception to its limit. Yang Kai cautiously approached the source of the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he saw a strangely shaped stone standing not far away from him. The white fog was actually flowing into a small hole in this stones. It was as if the stone had a mouth and was sucking in the white mist. After perceiving that there was no danger, Yang Kai gradually relaxed and walked over with a relaxed expression. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the stone was hollow. The white fog was pouring in from the top and coming out from a small hole at the bottom. That was how the humming sound was made. It was very strange. Yang Kai circled the stone with great interest. He found that this stone was not simple. There were traces of attacks on the stone, only faint scratches, but it was not broken at all. These traces must have been left by someone who attacked it. The person who could come here was at least of the Yuan Qi state. But the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator still only left faint scratches. This stone was naturally something special. If it was an ordinary stone, it would have been broken into pieces by the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai also tried to attack it and found that it was true. He used all his strength to hit it with his palm, but he could not shake it at all. Although he knew that this stone was a treasure, Yang Kai could only look at it and sigh. Such a big stone, at least a few thousand pounds, or even more. He definitely could not take it away. While he was sighing, Yang Kai looked at the bottom of the stone in surprise and slowly squatted down. Under the hole where the white fog came out, there was a small hole. The hole was about the size of a soybean, and at this moment, there was a drop of crystal clear amber liquid in the hole. He leaned forward and sniffed it. His nose was full of fragrance, and his whole spirit was refreshed. It was not inferior to the comfortable feeling when the soul-warming lotus repaired his divine soul. Treasure. Although Yang Kai did not know what this drop of liquid was, it was definitely a treasure, and a treasure that was very beneficial to the divine soul. Looking at this drop of liquid again, Yang Kai's eyes were full of greed. He stretched out a finger and carefully controlled the Yuan Qi to take this drop of amber liquid out of the hole. Before he could take a closer look, the surrounding white fog suddenly surged and drilled into the hole above the stone at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. But this time, the white fog that entered the hole did not come out again. Instead, it was all poured into the small hole under the effect of a mysterious force and disappeared. Yang Kai looked at all this in amazement. Gradually, there seemed to be a layer of mist in the soybean-sized hole, and there was a trace of amber condensing at the bottom. Could it be that the drop of liquid in his hand was formed by the white fog under such natural conditions? Although this was only a guess, Yang Kai estimated that it was most likely true based on what he saw. Originally, he wanted to store this drop of treasure, but now that he knew that it could be formed again, Yang Kai did not care so much. After thinking about it, Yang Kai directly put the drop of amber liquid into his mouth and swallowed it. His mouth was full of sweetness, like the finest nectar. Yang Kai clearly felt that the amber liquid turned into a kind of energy, directly flowing into the dantian, ignoring the burning of the true Yang Yuan Qi, all the way up through the meridians, straight to the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body was light as if he was floating in the clouds, and an indescribable feeling of comfort spread from the inside out. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body rejoiced. His mind was countless times clearer than before. His senses, vision, and hearing were all magnified at this moment by a lot. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai could even see the grass and trees 100 feet away. This place was covered by clouds and mist, and Yang Kai could only see the scenery 100 feet away, and it was still vague, but now, his vision was directly magnified 10 times. His hearing and senses were all significantly improved. Knowing that he must have eaten something extraordinary, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent, and quickly sat down cross-legged, guarding his heart and refining the energy of the amber liquid. As this energy spread and absorbed, more and more benefits followed. First was the physical benefits. Yang Kai could feel the traces and movements of the heaven and earth energy from the outside world pouring into his body, and he could also feel the movement of his internal organs like the back of his hand. After this sensation passed, a strange and indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's mind. It was somewhat itchy, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his mind, making him want to scratch it but unable to do so. Yang Kai was so anxious that he was at his wit's end, unable to do anything about it. This layer of shackles existed, and even Yang Kai's perception was blocked. This situation lasted for a long time, and suddenly, this layer of shackles was broken. The itchy feeling was replaced by a hearty feeling in an instant, and Yang Kai felt that his spirit had received an indescribable baptism and sublimation. His original perception had evolved and upgraded at the same time, as if it had become an invisible eye, rapidly contracting and condensing, and spreading out with a bang. Everywhere it passed, with him as the center, the surrounding white fog, the vegetation, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was imprinted in his mind, incomparably clear. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, nothing was missed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in his eyes as he quietly pondered. After a long time, he showed a strange smile, and his eyes flashed. "Old demon. I'm afraid I've already cultivated divine sense," Yang Kai said softly. "What?" The old demon was shocked. "Young master, are you not mistaken?" "No, I really have cultivated divine sense." The smile in Yang Kai's eyes deepened, and he described what he had just felt and seen. After the old demon heard this, he was almost shocked by Yang Kai's words, and was speechless for a long time. "If that's really the case, then it's definitely divine sense." The old demon's tone was full of shock and admiration. To be able to see everything around him with his eyes closed, what else could it be if not divine sense? Before reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, a cultivator relied on their perception to detect movements around them. The term perception was vague, but it was also a kind of instinct, but this instinct could be strengthened later on. It was based on one's own strength, hearing, sight, smell, and sometimes combined with the air around them to infer the situation around them. Perception was not omnipotent, and it was easy to make mistakes, but before a cultivator reached the Heaven's Gate realm, this was the only way to obtain invisible information. After reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, things were different. Once a cultivator cultivated divine sense, with a single thought, their divine sense could spread out, allowing them to see the situation around them as if they were inspecting it with their own eyes. Compared to the more vague perception, the role of divine sense was undoubtedly much more powerful. This kind of power was not only reflected in detecting the enemy's situation, but also in attacking, making it difficult to defend against. However, divine sense could only be cultivated by an immortal ascension boundary master. What was the young master's realm? Separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. There was a gap between a great realm and a watershed minor realm. Even after following Yang Kai for so long and witnessing his mysteriousness and strength countless times, the old demon still found it somewhat difficult to accept at this moment. "Since young master has cultivated divine sense, you must also have a knowledge sea, right?" the old demon asked. "No." Yang Kai was also puzzled. He naturally had some understanding of the knowledge sea and had carefully examined himself for a long time to determine that he did not have one. How could that be? The old demon cried out, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Young master, can you clearly see the situation inside your body, especially in your mind? There is a soul-warming lotus in your mind, being able to see it means you already have a knowledge sea." "I can't see it," Yang Kai frowned. "I can only observe the situation outside my body." Chapter 259. Yang Kai's situation was quite special. It was likely that such a case would not occur even once in 1,000 years. A separation and reunion 9th stage divine sense was not something an average person could achieve. Divine sense was the hallmark of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so generally speaking, it was impossible for a separation and reunion boundary cultivator to cultivate it. What's more, Yang Kai only had his divine sense and did not have a knowledge sea, making him even more special. Knowledge sea, knowledge sea. It was also the direct manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual power. When a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary and cultivated their divine sense, countless wisps of divine sense would converge and form an ocean-like existence, forming a knowledge sea. The size and depth of a knowledge sea was directly proportional to the strength of a cultivator's divine sense. Regarding Yang Kai's current situation, the old demon did not know how to explain it. That drop of amber liquid should be the soul-cleansing dew zhuo when mentioned. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, his tone confident. Back at the lakeside, Chen Xueshu and Su Xiao Yu's honored master, Zhuo Wen, had said that 30 years ago, someone had found an incredible treasure in this isolated world. One was brilliant flame liquid, and the other was soul-cleansing dew. Attracted by these two treasures, more and more people had come here to experience and explore. Killing Qi Jianxing had allowed Yang Kai to obtain a few drops of brilliant flame liquid, allowing him to temper his yuan qi. Now, chasing Qi Shui and obtaining a drop of soul-cleansing dew was really a stroke of good luck. Moreover, there was more than one drop of soul-cleansing dew. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that at the bottom of the small hole in the rock, there was a layer of amber crystal silk. He believed that as long as he waited a little longer, another drop of soul-cleansing dew would form. In his mind, there was the five-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme divine sense treasure, and after being attacked by the white fog for more than half a month, coupled with the great effect of a drop of soul-cleansing dew, Yang Kai was able to cultivate his own knowledge sea when he was just a separation and reunion boundary 9th stage cultivator. Young master, now fully release your divine sense. How large is the range it can cover? Old demon asked. About 2 to 3 li. The old demon sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. Young master's luck is not shallow, the strength of your divine sense has already far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator who has just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, almost equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. And, even if an average person breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary, their newly formed divine sense is still very fragile. At this time, even if they spread out their divine sense, at most they would only be able to explore 1,000 meters around them. He could only slowly cultivate and nurture it. Only then will the use of divine sense become more and more important. The old demon was very experienced and knew a lot, even though he was not very reliable at times. However, his experience was still very valuable. He told Yang Kai about the benefits and conveniences of having a strong divine sense. Yang Kai was also excited and looked forward to it. After obtaining the divine sense, this would make it easier for him to hide and sneak in. Coupled with his qi concealment skill, if he didn't act now, even an immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage master wouldn't be able to see through his depths. After chatting with the old demon for a long time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Glancing at the small hole in the stone, Yang Kai saw that the number of amber crystal threads at the bottom seemed to have increased by a few. The rate at which the soul-cleansing dew formed was too slow. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 days for a single drop to form. The surrounding white mist continued to pour into the small hole above the stone, converging into the small hole and forming a part of the soul-cleansing dew. This white mist would attack one's soul. However, the soul-cleansing dew formed by this white mist was of great benefit to one's soul. What kind of mysteries were hidden behind this transformation, and whether it had anything to do with this strange stone, Yang Kai didn't know. However, he didn't need to know, all he needed to do was wait for the soul-cleansing dew to form and then extract it. Old demon, keep an eye on it. If the soul-cleansing dew forms, call me, I'm going to enter retreat to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. Young master can rest assured. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai immersed himself completely into his divine sense. Inside the dantian, he burst open a dozen drops of yang liquid. In an instant, the true yang yuan qi in his meridians filled to the brim. His meridians also swelled, and a burst of soreness spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't say a word, instead continuing to circulate his true Yang's secret art. While absorbing world energy from the outside world, he also compressed and tempered the Yuan Qi in his body, causing his meridians to squirm, contracting and expanding, endlessly pulsating. Time passed little by little, and the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians finally began to undergo some subtle changes. His meridians had been filled with such abundant Yuan Qi for a long time, gradually becoming wider and thicker than before, as well as more resilient. The transformation of his meridians also increased the speed at which his true Yang secret art circulated, and even his true Yang Yuan Qi began to fuse with each other, gradually becoming purer. When the soreness in his meridians disappeared, Yang Kai once again burst open 5 drops of Yang liquid, repeating his previous actions. While Yang Kai was refining and fusing his Yuan Qi, the white fog from the outside world was constantly attacking his soul, and the soul-warming lotus was constantly playing a restorative role. His divine sense slowly grew, keeping pace with the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians. About 10 days later, the old demon woke Yang Kai from his retreat. A drop of soul-cleansing dew had formed once again. Yang Kai took it out, but this time he didn't consume it, instead placing it into a bottle. Generally speaking, precious treasures could only be consumed once, and even if they had an effect a second time, the effect would not be very obvious. The soul-cleansing dew was too precious, so Yang Kai didn't want to waste it. If he took it back and refined it into a pill, taking it again would allow him to display its full effect. Cultivation is like the flowing time, great emperor. This saying was not false at all. After Yang Kai entered retreat, he had devoted all of his attention to his meridians, Dantian and true Yang Yuan Qi, working hard to refine and fuse his Yuan Qi, making it purer and more powerful, to the point where he didn't even notice the passage of time. From time to time, the old demon would wake him up and collect a drop of soul-cleansing dew into the bottle. It wasn't until the soul-cleansing dew had filled half the bottle, a dozen drops in total, that Yang Kai gradually touched the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. This time, Yang Kai had spent almost 4 months in retreat, without taking any pills or absorbing any Yang Qi, only relying on his true Yang secret art and his own willpower to refine his Yuan Qi, finally stepping into the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. Although the main purpose of staying here was to collect the soul-cleansing dew, the fact that it had taken so long to break through showed how difficult it was to cross the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. Many cultivators were unable to cross this threshold in their entire life, leaving them with nothing but grief, speechless and tears. A layer of shackles had been placed on his body, sealing off his Yuan Qi, making it impossible for him to break through the final stage of fusion and purity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. Immersing his consciousness into the unyielding golden skeleton, where he had stored a drop of the 9 Yuan condensing dew. This was a treasure that he and Xia Ning Chang had obtained in the 9 mountain valley. Later, half of it had been given to Su Yan, while Yang Kai had kept the other half for himself. Taking this drop of the 9 Yuan condensing dew out of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai poured it into the Dantian. Yang Kai's true Yang secret art madly circulated, refining the 9 Yuan condensing dew's effects. Suddenly, a cold sensation burst out from the Dantian, spreading outwards at an incredible speed, following his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Kacha, at a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's entire body, clothes, and hair were all covered in ice. The 9 Yuan condensing dew was a treasure used to temper Yuan Qi, and was of a higher grade than the brilliant flame liquid. This was the crystallization of countless years' worth of Yin Qi, and the chill it contained was difficult for even Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. However, heat was the nemesis of cold, so Yang Kai didn't feel too uncomfortable. Wherever the medicinal effect of the 9 Yuan condensing dew passed, the true Yang Yuan Qi instantly solidified, and as if there was some kind of reaction between the two, radioactive ripples began to spread outwards. With the spread of the ripples, the true Yang Yuan Qi, which had already reached the limit of purity, was once again purified. The chill gradually disappeared, and in the meridians of his body, there was the sound of yuan qi flowing, like a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant to the ear. *Ka*, the ice on Yang Kai's clothes and hair suddenly shattered into powder. The sky changed color, and the violent energy gathered in mid-air, gathering more and more until it reached a shocking level, and then suddenly poured down, directly rushing into Yang Kai's body. The blessing of advancing to a new realm had come. Yang Kai's whole body trembled, and the countless pores all over his body opened up. The true Yang's secret art made a humming sound, accepting the power of heaven and earth into his body. This power of heaven and earth passed through his meridians, and part of it merged into his flesh and bones, tempering his body. The other part that Yang Kai didn't have time to absorb should have returned to heaven and earth, once again becoming a part of heaven and earth, but at this moment, none of it escaped, and was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, not leaving behind a single drop. Every time a cultivator advanced to a new realm, they would have this kind of blessing, but how much benefit they could obtain would depend on their own efforts and the limit of their endurance. An ordinary cultivator, no matter how good their aptitude was, or how strong they were, could at most absorb 30% of the power. The main purpose of this 30% was to temper the cultivator's body, so that it could withstand the impact of the yuan qi, and the remaining 70% would dissipate again. But since the first time Yang Kai advanced to a new realm, every time the power of heaven and earth entered his body, he would absorb at least 90% of it. And this time, it was even more direct, not missing a single bit. The tyrannical power of the unyielding golden skeleton could be seen. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth gradually calmed down, and Yang Kai's breath also slowly converged, becoming no different from an ordinary person. Exhaling a long breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his face filled with vigor. Yuan Qi Realm. After so many hardships, he had finally reached the height of Yuan Qi Realm. In the past, the Yuan Qi Realm was an existence he looked up to, and at this moment, he was also standing on the stage of Yuan Qi Realm Masters. It had only taken him 2 years. Even if he added the previous 3 years of decadence, it was only 5 years. To cultivate to the Yuan Qi Realm in 5 years, he would be considered a genius no matter where he went. Gently clenching his fist, he felt that his whole body was full of indescribable explosive power, and the yuan qi flowing in his meridians had also undergone a fundamental change. Compared to the previous yuan qi that was ethereal and invisible, the current yuan qi was undoubtedly more solid and full of powerful energy. Chapter 260. What was flowing in his body could no longer be called yuan qi, but yuan qi. The two were not on the same level at all. There were originally 70 to 80 drops of yang liquid in Dantian, but now there were only 20 drops left. However, the energy stored in each drop of yang liquid was equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 or 4 drops. The lethality of this kind of yang liquid was much more terrifying than before. After reaching the yuan qi realm, the yuan qi in a cultivator's body was also divided into different grades. Grade 1 to Grade 9, Grade 1 was the highest, and Grade 9 was the lowest. Although this division could not be considered as part of the entire cultivator's promotion system, it was a widely recognized division. When a normal cultivator reached the yuan qi realm, if they did not have the help of precious treasures, their yuan qi would mostly be Grade 9. Even with the help of precious treasures, they would only be able to reach Grade 8. Even so, it was still a great fortune, enough to make most people smile from ear to ear. This grade of yuan qi could indeed display more strength in battle than normal yuan qi, but after all, it was only at the end. If they met an opponent of a higher grade than yuan qi, even if their realm was higher, they would definitely not be a match for them. The grade of yuan qi would slowly increase as a cultivator cultivated in the future. However, even if they cultivated to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, if they did not have any special opportunities, yuan qi would only be Grade 3 or Grade 4. Very few people could reach Grade 2, as for Grade 1, it was just a legend. It could be said that when a cultivator reached the Yuan Qi realm, the grade of Yuan Qi in their body would determine their future and development. This was the foundation of their life. When those geniuses reached the Yuan Qi realm, they would at least be grade 7 Yuan Qi, and some would even reach grade 6. The higher their grade, the better their future would be. Yang Kai did not know what grade the Yuan Qi in his body was now, but it was definitely not grade 1. It was at least grade 6 or 7, or even higher. Brilliant flame liquid, the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, which one of them was not a precious treasure for tempering Yuan Qi. They were all extremely difficult to find. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had used both. In addition, he had worked hard to refine his Yuan Qi when he was at the separation and reunion boundary. As a result, the Yuan Qi he had formed was of a high quality. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. "Old demon, what's going on?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Yang Kai found that he was no longer in the middle of the white fog, nor did he find the stone that could produce the soul-cleansing dew. Instead, he found himself in a barren land. As far as the eye could see. In the distance, lush and verdant forests swayed gently in the wind. A few days ago, there was a sudden surge of strange energy, and then young master appeared here. But at that time, you were at the final juncture of breaking through to Yuan Qi. This old servant did not dare to disturb you. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly understood. It seemed that he had been sent out of that exotic land. That day, Ling Tai Su had said that he would enter that exotic land to gain experience. There was no need to find the way out, because he simply couldn't find it. At a certain time, he would naturally leave. This period of time could be long or short, as long as 2 to 3 years, and as short as a few months. This time, it would take about a year. The exotic land experience was over. It was a pity that he didn't have the soul-cleansing dew. It took about 10 days to produce a drop of soul-cleansing dew. If he had stayed there longer, he should have been able to collect more. However, Yang Kai was content, as he had already collected more than a dozen drops. This place should be Netherworld Mountain. It was the only forbidden land in the Great Han Dynasty. When he entered with Ling Tai Su that day, all he encountered were 5th or 6th order monster beasts. There were many of them, and they were extremely fierce. Now that he was out, he could only rely on himself. There was no trace of other people, so they should have already left Netherworld Mountain. Those people were the elites of their respective sects, and their strength was not weak. If they encountered a 5th order monster beast, they would definitely be able to handle it. If it was a 6th order one, as long as it wasn't too strong, escaping should not be a problem. "Young master, there's something strange here." "What's strange?" "You might as well fly up and take a look." Old demon's words. Yang Kai nodded. He released his divine sense. In an instant, everything within a dozen miles was imprinted into his mind. This time, during his seclusion to break through to the Yuan Qi realm, his divine sense had inadvertently strengthened a lot. Not perceiving any danger or life nearby, Yang Kai unfolded his yang inflammation wings and flew into the air. Looking down, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough. Old demon took a deep breath. This place, why does it look like it was hit by a palm strike? Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew, and all the trees had been reduced to dust. If one looked carefully, one could even see a clear palm print covering the ground within a radius of a few dozen miles. And, it should have been hit by a palm strike. Who could be so tyrannical? Kai Yang was shocked. Such a feat, such strength, was simply too shocking. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya were definitely among the top masters in the world, but Yang Kai estimated that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to create such a palm print. Moreover, this palm print looked like it had been there for some time, at least half a year or even a year. Even now, this place was still barren. One could imagine how destructive the power contained in it was. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. When Ling Tai Su, Goeli of Ghost King Valley, and the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace entered Nether Mountain together, Ling Tai Su had asked the old woman a question. The old woman's answer was that there had been some kind of change in Nether Mountain, so all the 5th order and 6th order monster beasts had been driven to the periphery. The time was almost the same. Could the change that the old woman mentioned be related to the master who caused all this? We can't stay here for long. Old Demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded, identified the direction, and directly used his yang inflammation wings to fly out. Before, he didn't dare to act wantonly because he didn't have the ability to investigate his surroundings, but now that he had his divine sense, things were different. Spreading out his divine sense, he could see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about being spied on. Half an hour later, Yang Kai flew out of Nether Mountain. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai checked his position, determined the direction, and walked towards a certain place. Young Master isn't returning to High Heaven Pavilion? Old Demon saw some clues. The direction Yang Kai was heading was not the same as High Heaven Pavilion. Not for the time being, I'm going to Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai nodded. The 5th page of the wordless black book clearly instructed him to go to Medicine King's Valley, but he didn't know what was there. Last time, he wanted to cultivate for a while and wait until his strength was a little stronger before going, but he had not expected that Ling Tai Su would take him to Nether Mountain for experience. Now that his strength had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, it was natural for him to go to Medicine King's Valley and have a look. After breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, Yang Kai could now use his movement skill, making his movements much more elusive than before. With a single breath of Yuan Qi, he could now travel more than 1,000 meters. However, after trying it out a few times, he no longer used his movement skill. It really consumed too much of his Yuan Qi. 2 days later, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away from Nether Mountain. While walking on a public road, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his mind. This feeling was not his own, but was transmitted from a certain direction. Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look in that direction. Faintly, he felt that there was something abnormal a few dozen kilometers away. Frowning, Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. His divine sense could only cover a dozen kilometers at most, so how could he transmit a few dozen kilometers away? A brand. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he finally understood why he felt uneasy. In that isolated world, he had planted a brand in Zmo and Lingshan's souls, so now, a few dozen kilometers away, one of them must have encountered some kind of danger, which was why he was able to detect it. Was it Zmo or Lingshan? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression sank and he hurriedly rushed in that direction. Yang Kai's perception was not wrong. A few dozen kilometers away, Zmo was facing the greatest danger of her life. When Yang Kai had separated from her, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage, and after such a long time in that isolated world, her strength had now reached the 7th stage of Yuan Qi. Her background was not low, so Zmo could be said to be one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation. But now, she was in a worrisome situation, scrambling to deal with the enemy's attacks, and in imminent danger. There was a long wound on her abdomen, and blood had dyed her clothes red. Her footsteps were disorderly, and her beautiful face was pale. Even in this dangerous situation, she could only grit her teeth and not make a sound. When she left Nether Mountain, her luck was not good and she had encountered many monster beast attacks. If not for her soul-controlling insect controlling one of the monster beast, she would have likely died in Nether Mountain. In that battle, she had suffered some injuries, and the monster beast she had controlled had been left behind in order to cover their retreat. After escaping with great difficulty, she had not expected to encounter a person who wanted to kill her. She knew this person, it was the one Yang Kai had been looking for, Wu Chengyi. Wu Qingyi's strength had reached the Yuan Qi 8th stage. Although he was only a minor realm higher than Zmo, one had come prepared while the other had been injured and was caught off guard. In the battle, Zmo quickly fell into a disadvantage and was accidentally struck by a sword, causing her condition to worsen. As the sword chi flew towards her, Zmo's expression became dignified, and she quickly took out a bronze mirror-like artifact and activated her Yuan Qi, transforming it into a shield in front of her. Ding ding dang dang dang, the sword chi struck the shield, and although it did not hurt Zmo, it still forced her to retreat, gasping for breath. I only want that beast-taming technique. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Wu Qingyi said expressionlessly as he pointed the sword in his hand at Zmo. In that isolated world, Wu Qingyi had personally witnessed the strength of the Tian Lang cultivator's beast-taming technique, so naturally he wanted to get his hands on it. This time, he had ambushed Zmo in order to obtain Sen Luo Temple's secret technique. Wishful thinking. Zmo ground her teeth. Wu Qingyi sneered, I'll give you one last chance, otherwise, when I capture you, even if you want to die, it will be difficult. With such an exotic woman like you, I think many people will be interested. Zmo's eyes flashed a cold light, but she suddenly laughed, Are you interested? Wu Qingyi's expression was as cold as ice. I cultivate the ruthless sword, so I won't be tempted by a woman. So you'd better put away your petty thoughts, but I do have a martial uncle who is extremely lecherous. I think he will be very willing to accept you. Zmo's pretty face changed, and she ground her teeth as she cursed, pervert. Chapter 261. Wu Qingyi's strength was something Zmo had deeply experienced. He was truly worthy of being a disciple from the 9-star sword school. That day, Qi Shui had chased him down for more than a month while riding a 6th-order monster beast, yet he had not been able to do anything to him. How could Zmo be his opponent now? Gritting her teeth, Zmo whispered, If I give you the beast-taming method, can you let me go? I can give you a quick death. Wu Qingyi said coldly. Zmo's face went pale as she coldly said, I already gave you what you wanted, yet you still want to kill me? Do you even have any humanity left? Wu Qingyi sneered, Humanity. The strong are respected, why should I talk to you about humanity? Saying so, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes flashing a cold light, and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a few sword chi bursts towards the ground about a meter away from his feet. Vaguely, one could hear the sword chi piercing through something and a few drops of blood began to emerge from the ground. These were the soul-controlling insects that Zmo had secretly planted. Bitch! Wu Qingyi cursed. Although he had always been on guard against Tian Lang, this seemingly delicate woman, he had not expected that he would almost fall for her tricks. If he had not been vigilant enough, these insects would have drilled into his body. You brought this upon yourself. I will capture you and break your arms and legs. I will make you beg for death. Wu Qingyi's face filled with murderous intent as he flicked the sword in his hand, wrapping himself in a layer of sword light as he shot towards Zmo like a bolt of lightning. Bastard! Zmo grit her teeth and cursed. Facing a cold-blooded man like Wu Qingyi, she was really helpless. Hurriedly avoiding this shocking sword strike, she quickly waved her hand and sent out a few strangely shaped blades towards him. Wu Qingyi's long sword flickered a few times, deflecting all of the incoming blades, sending out a series of sparks in all directions. Zmo's face went pale as she gritted her teeth, barely managing to avoid being hit in her vitals, but her shoulder was once again struck by the sword chi. With a pitiful cry, her shoulder was stained red. She had fallen into a complete disadvantage. Zmo was not willing to sit still and wait for her death. She turned her back to Wu Qingyi and scattered all of her remaining soul-controlling insects into the ground, hoping to use them to deal with Wu Qingyi. However, Wu Qingyi had just barely suffered a loss, so how could he be careless now? The sword light swept out like a waterfall of light, directly shattering the ground within a radius of more than 100 feet. As the sword qi wreaked havoc, all the soul-controlling insects were killed. If the soul-controlling insect was planted in a human's body, he was indeed powerful. Apart from heat, they were fearless. However, before they entered a person's body, they were just a few insects. Wu Qingyi's sword qi was more than enough to destroy them. Zimo's pretty face paled. After losing her soul-controlling insect, she really didn't know how to deal with Wu Qingyi. Just as she was feeling anxious, a strange light suddenly flashed across her eyes as she glanced behind Wu Qingyi, her pretty face filled with excitement and joy. This subtle change in expression did not escape Wu Qingyi's eyes. Realizing the situation he was in, Wu Qingyi's expression suddenly became cold. Not wanting to waste any more time, he raised his sword and prepared to deliver the final blow. Before he could release his sword move, he felt an aura locking onto him from behind. Wu Qingyi's brow furrowed as he swung his sword backwards, sending out countless sword images to seal off a large area. As the sword light flashed, a fiery red fist appeared and swept through the air, shattering all the sword images in its path. A figure descended from the sky. Wu Qingyi flew out a dozen or so meters before calmly turning around to look at the newcomer. After seeing the other party's appearance, Wu Qingyi couldn't help feeling surprised. "It's you." "Heh, you didn't expect it, did you?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he stared at Wu Qingyi with interest. When he was still in that isolated world, he had been determined to find Wu Qingyi and kill him, but then he ran into Qi Shui. He chased after him into the white fog, and by a freak combination of factors, he lost his chance. Now, he had unexpectedly met him here. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Now he had found him without any effort. Suppressing the pleasant surprise in his heart, Yang Kai turned to Zmo and raised his brow, saying frivolously, "Beauty, you're in a bad situation. And, if you had come a little later, you wouldn't have been able to see me again." Zmo glared at him, secretly rejoicing. Meeting Yang Kai again after only a few months, Zmo didn't know how to feel. She had thought that she would never see him again in this life and would no longer have to worry about others tormenting her soul. But now, the trajectories of their lives had once again overlapped. However, Zmo wasn't worried about her soul being controlled at all. Instead, she was quite happy. In any case, her life had been saved. As for anything else, she could only think about it after she survived. Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at her. "Aren't you an elite from Senluo Temple? How did you end up like this? What do you know?" Zmo grit her teeth. "Be careful of this person, he's very strong. Yuan Qi's soul is much purer than mine. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be Wu Qingyi." Yang Kai sneered. As for why Yuan Qi was purer than Zmo, that was understandable. Wu Qingyi definitely had some brilliant flame liquid on him. After taking this kind of treasure to temper his Yuan Qi, it would be strange if his Yuan Qi wasn't pure. "I didn't expect someone like you to come out alive, your luck is quite good." Wu Qingyi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, just like when they first met, his expression cold and disdainful. "If my luck wasn't good, I would have been killed by your junior brother." Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a knife. "Since you knew I wanted your life, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. A person's luck can't always be good." Wu Qingyi's expression was indifferent, not showing any signs of being affected by Qi Jianxing's death. "If you want to fight, then fight. You men don't need to talk so much nonsense." Zmo had just eaten a lot of losses from Wu Qingyi, so now that Yang Kai had appeared, she immediately felt a lot more confident and couldn't wait to get back at him. She was well aware of Yang Kai's strength, so with his help, the two of them together could easily suppress Wu Qingyi. "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Wu Qingyi coldly snorted, his sword intent slowly rising. "Yang Kai, you help me from the side, I'll deal with him." Zmo shouted. "No, you help me." Yang Kai's words were concise, and as soon as his voice fell he rushed towards Wu Chengyi, his originally calm body suddenly bursting with unparalleled fluctuations. You! Zimo's eyes were filled with surprise as she felt the pressure coming from Yang Kai. Has he broken through to the Yuan-Qi boundary? When they had separated 4 months ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator who had just recently broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, but after 4 months, he had already reached the true element boundary. This breakthrough speed is too fast. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Zmo felt relieved. This was a freakish man, so it was not surprising that he could break through this watershed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi collided. Wu Chengyi's sword skill was fully displayed, his sword chi raging as his murderous intent soared. Yang Kai's fists were like bolts of lightning as his figure flickered and danced through the sky filled with sword afterimages. His entire body exuded a scorching hot aura. Like a burning flame. The world energy around them was chaotic, and a strong wind blew, causing Zmo to squint her eyes. She wanted to help, but she didn't know how to do so. The two of them were fighting with all their strength, not holding back at all. All of their murderous intents and auras blended together. At this moment, even if Zmo forcefully intervened, it would inevitably lead to a counterattack from both of them. How could she have such courage? Yang Kai asking her to help seemed to be giving her some face, but now Zmo could only watch from the sidelines. She didn't even have the qualifications to help. Smelly man. Zmo smiled bitterly, but she decisively flew backwards like a willow catkin. After flying 1,000 meters away, she finally came to a stop. In the midst of this fierce battle, Wu Chengyi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had never thought that this trash he regarded as trash would actually have the strength to fight against him. As soon as the sword afterimages appeared, they would be swept away by his violent fist. His opponent's moves were simply too big. His own sword skills were flexible and ethereal, each with their own merits, so for a time neither of them could do anything to the other. In just half a cup of tea's time, the two sides had exchanged a few hundred moves, Yuan-Qi wantonly attacking. The more Wu Chengyi fought, the more shocked he became while Yang Kai became more and more violent. The expression on his face was also extremely excited, like a perverted demon who had just encountered a beautiful woman, *pang, with a loud bang, the two were separated. Wu Chengyi let out a muffled groan as he flew backwards, a trace of blood leaking from his mouth. Yang Kai was also injured, his abdomen had been slashed by Wu Chengyi's sword, causing him to bleed profusely. Both of them retreated more than 300 meters before slowly regaining their footing. Ha! That was fun. Although he was injured and bleeding, Yang Kai still laughed. This was a real battle, a battle between men who couldn't stop even if they wanted to. Although Yang Kai hated this Wu Chengyi from the bottom of his heart and had a grudge against him, he had to admit that this person had some skill. After all, Yuan-Qi's cultivation was at the 8th stage, and in terms of Yuan-Qi's purity and power, he was not inferior to Yang Kai. You're very strong. Wu Chengyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pain, as if he was unwilling to believe that this little brat from a second-class sect could actually be on par with him. You flatter me. Yang Kai replied indifferently. I admit, I underestimated you before. It seems that my junior brother did not die because of some accident, but rather because he died at your hands. Wu Chengyi slowly rotated his sword intent rising again. You sent him to attack me, so you should have thought of this. It's good that you admit it. Wu Chengyi continued to rotate his sword. You want revenge? Yang Kai sneered. His death was due to his lack of skill, he can't blame anyone. But today, since you dare to oppose me, don't even think about leaving here alive. Wu Chengyi's face suddenly filled with a violent aura, coldly shouting, the dignity of my 9-star sword school cannot be trampled on. My, Wu Chengyi's, dignity cannot be trampled on. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families can only look up to me. Who do you think you are? Sword body. With a shout, the sword chi floating around Wu Qingyi's body suddenly began to hum and condense into a solid form, flying around his body, shuttling back and forth. This move was both offensive and defensive, something Yang Kai had experienced from Qi Jianxing once before, but now that Wu Qingyi was using it, it was even more pleasing to the eye. However, this dazzling sword body contained a great deal of killing power. Get over here and accept your death, I'll give you a quick death. Wu Qingyi seemed to have taken some kind of aphrodisiac and suddenly became excited, pointing his sword towards Yang Kai and coldly shouting. Chapter 262. With the support of his sword, Wu Qingyi felt like he was invincible. He stood there like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. His awe-inspiring sword intent enveloped an area of several hundred feet. The sword chi drifting in the air gave off a light sizzling sound, cutting through the world like a blade. Instantly, tiny scratches appeared on the ground. Yang Kai sneered, not showing any fear. Pushing his yuan chi to its limit, a violent power gushed out from his body, causing a series of explosions to ring out from his body. His unparalleled momentum also rose rapidly with this series of explosions, reaching its peak. The auras of the two were completely different. Wu Qingyi seemed invincible, while Yang Kai seemed crazy and overbearing. Even before they had begun fighting, their auras had already clashed, causing a burst of wind to rise up from the ground, gathering in the middle of the two without dissipating. Come! Wu Qingyi roared, his expression filled with madness as he waved his sword, sending out 2 sharp slashes. The space around him seemed to be cut into a cross-shaped mark, and with Wu Qingyi's roar, a cross-shaped sword chi suddenly appeared, shooting towards Yang Kai like a meteor. Yang Kai stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. A ferocious force erupted from the soles of his feet, causing the ground around him to crack open, spreading out like a spider's web with his feet as the center. Like a gust of wind, Yang Kai rushed towards Wu Qingyi. Halfway through, Yang Kai sent out a punch towards the cross-shaped sword chi. With a loud bang, the sword chi shattered, but Yang Kai's figure was not affected in the slightest and his momentum was not reduced in the slightest. Wu Qingyi's pupils shrank, no longer holding back any of his exquisite sword skills. Waving his sword, Wu Qingyi sent out a series of slashes towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged again and again, but if he couldn't avoid them, he could only smash them with his fists. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had already closed in on Wu Qingyi. His violent aura was like a city wall, suppressing Wu Qingyi so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Displaying his full strength, Wu Qingyi hurriedly retreated. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai grinned. As he chased after Wu Qingyi, Yuan Chi's iron fists continuously rained down on him, forcing Wu Qingyi to raise his sword to block. His swordsmanship was ethereal and nimble, extremely ingenious. Dazzling lights and sword skills erupted from where the two of them were, shooting out in all directions. At the very beginning, the two figures were neither fast nor slow, but soon after, the two figures became blurry. After a while, they completely merged together. Numerous noises could be heard. In just half a cup of tea's time, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Boom! Their figures were entangled with each other as they leaped up over 30 meters into the air, and then they suddenly plummeted to the ground, smashing open an enormous crater in the ground. Xiao, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Qingyi were already several dozen meters away. The fierce battle continued. Zmo, who was watching from a distance, was reluctant to even blink, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. She wasn't worried about Yang Kai's life at all. She was only shocked by the fighting strength he had displayed. That smelly brat has become a lot stronger. Zmo bit her red lips, her heart filled with hatred, but her mouth still held a faint smile. The last time they had separated, He and his brother Qi Shui had fought head-on, and in the end, he had relied on his strange martial skill to control the sixth-order monster beast to regain control of the situation. But now, when they met again, he was actually able to fight evenly with Wu Changyi. In terms of combat strength, Wu Changyi was probably even stronger than Qi Shui. The speed at which Yang Kai grew made Zmo both envious and admire him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Changyi had already rushed a few thousand meters away. Zmo stomped her feet and hurriedly followed. She did not want to miss such a fierce and exciting battle. Especially since this was a battle between cultivators of the same age and level as her. Along the way, there were some bloodstains, whether it was Yang Kai's or Wu Changyi's, but in any case, the two of them were definitely fighting fiercely, so it was impossible for them to stop until they were dead. When Zmo arrived, she saw that the two of them had separated again and were now staring at each other from a distance of more than 300 meters. Wu Changyi's face was blue, his original calm expression had disappeared, replaced by endless madness, his eyes trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. His mouth was overflowing with red blood, and his face was slightly pale. Obviously he had suffered some minor injuries. On the other hand, Kai Yang's body was also covered with several sword wounds. His flesh was torn apart and he was dripping with blood. Especially his two fists, they were densely packed with tiny sword scars. Wu Changyi's sword was both offensive and defensive, so if Yang Kai wanted to hurt him, he would have to hurt himself first. But he was still smiling, his smile incomparably evil. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, soaked in blood, his black hair fluttering in the wind, Zmo's pretty face couldn't help blushing. I started cultivating when I was 8 years old. Wu Changyi suddenly opened his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse and trembling. It has been 14 years since then. From childhood to now, I have been invincible among my peers. No one is qualified to be my opponent, no one can defeat me. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families are not my opponents. Wherever my sword points, no one dares to disobey. Taking a deep breath, Wu Changyi's expression became dignified. You are very strong. Yuan Qi, a first-order cultivator, was actually able to fight me to a draw. I, Wu Changyi, have truly opened my eyes today. It turns out that it is not that there are no geniuses in this world, it's just that I was too ignorant. Awakening before you die, at least your life will not be in vain. Yang Kai grinned. Wu Changyi raised his brow and coldly snorted, do you really think you can beat me? I haven't even used my full strength yet. I haven't either. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his lips curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicable grin. Hearing this, Wu Changyi's eyes narrowed. Then let's go again. Let's see if you die or I die. Wu Changyi's competitive spirit was completely aroused and he shouted. From a young age, he had always enjoyed the praise of his elders and the admiration of his peers. The 9-star sword school had always regarded him as their future hope. Some people had even asserted that if Wu Changyi truly grew up, the 9-star sword school would truly have the qualifications to become a superforce. Such a proud person had actually been injured today by an opponent whose cultivation was far lower than his. How could Wu Changyi accept this? In the beginning, it was Yang Kai who wanted to take his life. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to stop, Wu Changyi would not agree. Between the two of them, victory and defeat was inevitable, and one of them was bound to die here. If it wasn't Wu Changyi, then it would be Yang Kai. The one who survived would be the real genius. There was no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. But in Wu Changyi's mind, he was the first of his generation. Anyone who tried to encroach on his position was an irreconcilable enemy. After shouting, Wu Changyi's crazed expression suddenly calmed down, and a palpitating sword chi spread out. Zmo's pretty face changed, and without hesitation she retreated a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Yang Kai's expression also suddenly became calm. I only have one move left, if you can block it, You win, if you can't, you die. Wu Qingyi roared, his yuan qi suddenly transforming into sharp blades that flew out from all the major acupoints on his body. The sword he had been using to support himself also suddenly collapsed. Wu Qingyi gave up on defending and turned all his yuan qi into an attack. In an instant, Wu Qingyi was surrounded by hundreds of sword qi blades. Each of these sword qi blades was formed from yuan qi and contained a huge amount of killing power that could not be underestimated. If these hundreds of sword qi blades were released at the same time, no matter who it was, they would have to avoid them. But this was not the end, as with a shake of his sword, another 100 sword qi blades rushed out, then, another 100. The sword qi blades seemed to cover the sky and the earth, lingering around Wu Qingyi, as if the whole world had become a world of swords. Yang Kai took a deep breath and did not dare to hold back, reaching out his hand and summoning the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura Sword. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's meridians retreated into the dantian and stored away, while the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton fiercely poured out. Black qi swirled around him, and a kind of aura that made people feel uneasy burst out from Yang Kai's body. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton was completely different from the pure yang true yang yuan qi. This kind of murderous and destructive energy was quite similar to the aura of the Azura sword itself. Yang Kai's original intention was to maximize the power of this artifact, but when he held the Azura sword and used the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact seemed to come alive and crazily devoured the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton. In an instant, the Azura sword burst out with a mixture of red and black light. This light was like a black hole, and when it erupted, it swallowed up all the surrounding light, causing the whole world to lose its color. In the distance, Zmo felt her vision darken. Wu Qingyi's sword qi blades also suddenly dimmed. Zheng, a sword cry rang out from the Azura sword, and the sound and energy ripples from it affected Wu Qingyi's countless sword qi blades, causing them to resonate at the same time. The sword qi blades trembled, as if they were about to break free from Wu Qingyi's control and shoot out. Wu Qingyi's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and controlled his sword qi, not allowing it to be affected by the Azura sword. Yang Kai was stunned by all this, but soon his eyes flashed a burst of joy as he continued to pour energy into the Azura sword. At this moment, he understood the mysteries of this heaven-grade artifact, and a faint connection was formed between him and the sword. It was as if the Azura sword had become a part of his body, blending with his blood. Both sides were desperately accumulating their strength for the final blow, separated by a few dozen meters, both of them ruthlessly staring at each other. The number of sword qi blades surrounding Wu Qingyi had reached more than 2,000. As the last few bursts of sword qi burst out from his body, the face of this 9-star sword faction disciple suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. He kept gasping for breath, as if at this moment, he had become an ordinary person without the strength to truss up a chicken. This is my 9-star sword sect's secret technique, 10,000 swords return to 1. Wu Qingyi coldly shouted, a trace of regret appearing on his face. Unfortunately, with my strength, I can only condense 2,000 sword qi blades. This is formed from all of my true yuan. Yang Kai gripped his scarlet blood sword and grinned meaningfully. I don't know what this technique is, but its power is definitely not small, be careful. Chapter 263. Zmo, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. These two obviously wanted to kill each other as soon as possible, turning each other's bones to ash and dismembering their bodies into 10,000 pieces. Just now, they had been fighting fiercely, not showing any mercy, but at this critical moment, they were actually telling each other all the details and reminding each other. Men, they are really strange creatures. As a woman, and a woman with a deep mind at that, how could Zmo know that men were sometimes even more arrogant than women? At certain times, even if they were to die, they would not abandon their pride. Wu Qingyi's arrogance made him confident that this blow would be enough to kill Yang Kai, so he was not worried about leaking this information and causing any negative impact on the battle. Yang Kai's arrogance made him unwilling to take advantage of Wu Chengyi, so he responded with a warning. This is a battle between men. Women don't understand. Surrounded by more than 2,000 sword chi blades, Wu Chengyi suddenly moved. At this moment, his expression became very strange. Dignified, there was a hint of piety in his expression, as if what he was about to display was not a sword move, but rather the blossoming of his life force. Rotating his long sword, the tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. The earth-shattering sword chi clanged at the same time, buzzing incessantly, and the sharp sword will soared into the sky. Suddenly, more than half of the 2,000 sword chi blades disappeared, leaving only a little more than 1,000, then another half disappeared, leaving only 500, 300 sword chi blades, 200, 100, 90. A faint sigh came out of Wu Chengyi's mouth, full of regret and helplessness. After sighing, Wu Chengyi's face suddenly flushed red, and he became high-spirited. With a wave of his long sword, more than 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. 10,000 swords returned to one. This was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, and only those who had made enough contributions to the sect were eligible to learn them. Among Wu Chengyi's generation, he was the only one who had ever learned this technique, so it was obvious that the sect's elders had high hopes for him. If this sword skill was cultivated to the grand accomplishment stage, 10,000 swords would return to one, and that would be enough to split the heavens and earth. A sword that could cause mountains and rivers to tremble, but Wu Chengyi's current strength was not enough. Even after exhausting all of his yuan qi, he was only able to condense more than 2,000 sword chi blades, eventually converging them into 90. Even so, such a move was still extremely powerful. Zimo's beautiful eyes trembled. Even though they were separated by nearly 2,000 meters, she could still clearly feel the sword intent that was rushing towards her. The surrounding air seemed to have turned into sharp blades. Cutting into her skin, waves of pain like being bitten by mosquitoes and ants spread throughout her body. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what she could bear and understand. Just now, if Wu Chengyi had used this sword to deal with her, she feared she would have already been crushed to pieces. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. She didn't know if Yang Kai was strong enough to take it. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure was completely enveloped by the black gas, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. In the darkness, only 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. Those eyes were filled with madness and calmness. The combination of contradictions was extremely strange. Facing the 90 or so sword chi blades, Yang Kai did not try to dodge. Instead, he gripped the Azura sword in his hand and slashed forward with all his strength. The demonic chi that had just been swallowed by the Azura sword burst out. A wave of unsettling fluctuations burst out, centered on Yang Kai's position. The earth seemed to be lifted, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. However, where the Azura sword pointed, there was no sword chi, nothing at all. The strangeness of this sword strike was also beyond Zimo's imagination. After releasing this sword strike, Yang Kai straightened up. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai raised his hand and rested the scarlet sword on his shoulder. This smile was full of confidence. Wu Chengyi's pupils shrank rapidly. Although he did not see any attack coming, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was like the call of death. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chengyi's 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. However, in the air, a dark hole about the size of a bowl suddenly appeared. This scene was extremely strange, as if someone had accidentally spilled a drop of ink onto a painting. As soon as the dark hole appeared, it suddenly spread out, as if it had the power to swallow everything. Wherever the black light passed, Zimo's vision went dark and she could no longer see anything. In the darkness, a series of popping sounds rang out, as if someone had been hit by the sword chi blades. Zimo's heart trembled, because she recognized that the source of this sound was where Yang Kai was standing. Before she could even exclaim, Wu Chengyi also let out a muffled groan. The world once again returned to normal. After a moment, ZMO finally noticed a bright light and everything in front of her gradually became clear. Looking around, the world was clear, the sun had set, and the sky was dyed red, dyeing the earth a bloody red. Hearing a violent heartbeat, ZMO nervously looked towards Yang Kai, only to see that he was still standing in the same place. The clothes on his upper body had all been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy figure. Although his physique was not particularly strong, at a glance, it was obvious that he was full of explosive power. Now, there were several red spots on his back, and after a single breath of time, blood was gushing out from them. These were the wounds caused by the sword chi blades. Defeated? ZMO couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful and heaven-defying man had actually been defeated. Looking at Wu Chengyi again, he was also standing in his original position, as if he had not moved at all, his body straight like a javelin, his eyes filled with an unruly light. His long sword was now in front of him, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing his robes to flutter. A drop of red slowly spread across his chest, gradually expanding. His mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his expression gradually becoming stiff. The unruly look in his eyes gradually faded, becoming empty and lifeless. Completely devoid of life. ZMO cried out in alarm, her expression extremely complex. Was this a mutual destruction ending? Cough cough. Suddenly, a light cough came from Yang Kai's side, causing ZMO's whole body to tremble. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai holding onto his Azura sword, his figure staggering, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Beauty. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head to look at her, a wry smile hanging on his face. Can you come and help me? This smelly brat really didn't die. ZMO grit her teeth, hesitating for a moment. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. The distance of more than 1,000 meters took ZMO more than 20 breaths of time. Looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, ZMO's mood fluctuated. If he were to kill him right here and now, in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about the brand in her mind. However, when she thought about how this man had stood up for her in that isolated space, killed by Xiao Ming and his fellow apprentice brother in anger, and even saved her life from being besieged by demonic beasts, ZMO couldn't bring herself to do it. This time, if it wasn't for him, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from Wu Chengyi's clutches. Thinking about it, he had already saved her twice. Ha, what a headache, pick up the thing on the ground and give it to me. Yang Kai shouted. ZMO's thoughts were interrupted. Looking down, she saw a small cloth bag on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Handing it to Yang Kai, she curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's nothing, just a small artifact." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he stuffed the universe bag into his trousers pocket. Then, without any trace of politeness, he pulled ZMO over and draped his arm over her shoulder, placing most of his weight on her. "Let's go to Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai motioned. ZMO gave him a displeased look, but still obediently helped him walk towards Wu Chengyi. Arriving in front of Wu Chengyi, Yang Kai reached into his clothes and searched around. Finally, he found a small bottle that was half filled with a liquid. Ha! Yang Kai laughed, his guess was not wrong. Wu Chengyi also had brilliant flame liquid, much more than Qi Jian Xing. What's this? ZMO stared blankly. Although she knew this was definitely something good, she still couldn't bring herself to ask for it. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai grinned. "Let's find a place, I need to heal first." In the wilderness, inside a small hole in the ground, Kai Yang was sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. His battle with Wu Chengyi. His injuries were not serious, they were only physical wounds. It was not Wu Chengyi's sword chi that injured him. It was his sword intent. Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one sword intent had penetrated Yang Kai's body. At this moment, he was holding the Azura sword in both hands, trying to comprehend its sword intent. Since obtaining the Azura sex-hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had only used it once, during his battle with Bai Yunfeng in High Heaven Pavilion. At that time, he had just refined the Azura sword into his body and had no time to familiarize himself with it, so his understanding of it was limited to that of a heaven-grade artifact. Over the past year, the Azura sword had been nurtured by Yuan Qi in his dantian, blending with his body. Until now, it had finally become one. This time, using it allowed Yang Kai to discover that the Azura sword was not just a heaven-grade offensive artifact, it also had a very special function. That was to seize the enemy's sword skills and use them for oneself. This was a function that only targeted sword skills. In his last battle with Wu Qingyi, the Azura sword had used a large amount of evil energy from Yang Kai's golden body to form a black hole. This black hole had swallowed up the lethality of Wu Qingyi's sword skill, leaving behind only the sword intent. That was why Yang Kai did not try to evade and instead used his body to withstand this attack. However, even the sword intent had pierced through Yang Kai's body, making him look like he had been seriously injured. Sword intent was the essence of a sword skill, just like a person's divine sense. A sword skill without sword intent was just a form, never able to display much of its power. At this moment, Yang Kai was comprehending the sword intent of this sword skill, trying to understand the mysteries of the 10,000 swords returned to one. Once he succeeded, he would have a sword skill he could use. Moreover, the grade of this sword skill would not be low. The 9-star sword school's secret sword skill was a mysterious grade sword skill. The Azura sword's function was very strange, no wonder it had become the Azura sex-hallowed artifact. However, seizing someone's sword skill was also a dangerous task. If one was not careful, not only would they fail to seize it, they would also be seriously injured. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, slowly comprehending this sword skill. In his mind, he was constantly replaying Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one as well as the fluctuations from his Yuan Qi. The Azura sword also gave off a burst of strange vibrations, resonating with it. Zmo stood at the entrance of the cave, bored to death, staring at the closed Yang Kai with a complicated expression. While playing with her hair, Zmo pursed her lips, contemplating whether or not she should attack Yang Kai and kill this hateful smelly brat, but after thinking about it for a long time, she still could not make up her mind, her heart in knots. Chapter 264. After a long time, Zmo sighed faintly, turned around, and left. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stared in the direction she disappeared, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Young master, that little girl seemed to have thought about killing you, but after hesitating for some reason, she finally gave up." The old demon quickly reminded him, he had been vigilant of Zmo's movements and had naturally seen her expression just now. "I know, she made a wise choice." Yang Kai nodded slightly and continued to close his eyes and meditate. Half a day later, Zmo returned, bringing back a lot of dead wood and a game. Lighting a bonfire and roasting the game, Zmo sat down beside it to warm herself while waiting for Yang Kai to wake up. 3 days later. Just as Zmo was cursing Yang Kai, a faint sword intent suddenly came from nearby. Zmo's pretty face immediately changed color as she stood up vigilantly and looked in the direction of the source of this sword intent. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Because this sword intent was actually coming from the pit where Yang Kai was healing. This sword intent was very familiar, it was the same sword intent that had appeared a few days ago when Wu Qingyi had displayed his heaven-shaking sword technique, but now it was actually reappearing on Yang Kai's body. Zmo stared at it suspiciously, her brow furrowed. Gradually, this sword intent became stronger and stronger, the rate at which it was increasing was quite fast. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, it had reached a point where Zmo's beautiful face paled. It was as if the dead Wu Chengyi had come back to life and was about to display that amazing sword technique again. Hong, the pit where Yang Kai had been hiding suddenly burst open, filling the air with a cloud of dust as a figure leapt out from inside, leaving behind a trail of red light. Zmo exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, looking towards the source of this figure in amazement, only to see Yang Kai with his eyes closed. In his hand was the crimson-red long sword artifact, standing motionless in place. His yuan qi was undulating, unstoppable, like a sharp sword piercing his body. Clang, the crimson sword gave off a crisp sound. Following this sound, Yang Kai's yuan qi seemed to be activated. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies appeared around him. Another few hundred, a moment later, the entire world once again turned into a world of swords. Just like what he saw a few days ago. It was a shocking sight. Zmo covered her mouth. He was extremely shocked. That day, Wu Chengyi had said that this move was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, so how could Yang Kai use it? On top of that, the number of sword qi Yang Kai had condensed was much higher than Wu Chengyi's. Wu Chengyi had spent a great deal of his yuan qi on that day and had only managed to condense 2,000 sword qi. However, at this moment, Yang Kai had transformed into over 3,000 streaks of light. 3,000 was Yang Kai's limit. At this moment, his expression became difficult. With a jolt of the sword, the 3,000+ strands of sword qi fused together in the blink of an eye. There were only about 100 of them left. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the sword qi, which contained a tremendous destructive power, shot out in a certain direction. Hong, the ground in that direction was instantly riddled with holes and fragmented. Yang Kai closed his eyes, his expression dignified. 9-star sword sect's secret technique, a mysterious grade sword skill. Sure enough, it was extremely powerful. This move was not inferior to the instantaneous eruption of Star Mark. However, at the same time, it consumed a considerable amount of yuan qi. No wonder Wu Chengyi looked exhausted after using this move. However, compared to Star Mark, 10,000 swords returning to one had many advantages. Because this move was composed of two parts, one was to use yuan qi to condense sword qi, which could be used to attack, while the other was to fuse these sword qi together and cultivate it to the grand accomplishment stage, converging them into a single sword strike capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wu Chengyi had not cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, and neither had Yang Kai. However, being able to learn this sword skill, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. At least in the future, when he used the Azura sword, he would no longer just be blindly chopping and chopping, he would at least be able to use his own sword skill. The recently formed yuan qi in his body once again fused together and became as sharp as a sword, rapidly flowing through his meridians. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he remained motionless. Half an hour later, an invisible aura suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble as he opened his eyes. Yuan Qi Boundary Second Stage. With the help of this mysterious grade martial skill, Yang Kai's strength had risen to another level. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai put away the Azura sword. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Yang Kai turned around and saw Zmo walking towards him with a strange expression on her face. When she was about a dozen meters away, she came to a stop. Although her face was smiling coquettishly, there was a trace of unconcealable vigilance and dread in her eyes. Just now, right in front of her, Yang Kai had miraculously broken through again. How could she not have noticed? This breakthrough was too strange, there was no sign of it happening at all, causing Zmo to feel both envy and admiration. After a long silence, Zmo finally said, "Since you're awake, I'll be going." She did not ask Yang Kai how he had learned Wu Chengyi's sword skill. At this time, the more she knew, the more harmful it would be to her. Zmo was a smart woman, so she naturally knew when to turn a blind eye. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked with a smile. Zmo was stunned for a moment before smiling softly and saying in a soft voice, "Where else can I go? Of course I'm going back to Tianlang dynasty." Saying so, she covered her mouth and blinked her eyes. "What? Could it be I can't go home?" "You don't need to go back," Yang Kai smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of irrefutable meaning, "just follow me from now on." Zmo was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly, "Why would I follow you? No matter what, I'm still a member of Tianlang dynasty. If I follow you back to your sect, I'll be treated with contempt everywhere. I won't do it. You should wear more clothes, you'll look no different from a great Han woman. And, I need a maid to serve me, so come back with me to serve me tea, warm my bed, and fold my quilt." Yang Kai said seriously. Zmo's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. "Are you serious? What do you think?" Zmo finally couldn't stand it anymore, the smile gradually fading from her face as her eyes filled with endless grievance, frowning as she stamped her foot. "Can't you be reasonable? I was kind enough to stay here for 3 days to take care of you, and now you want me to be your maid after waking up. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you while you were healing." Realizing that she had said too much, Zmo quickly covered her mouth. Nervously observing Yang Kai's reaction, she forced a smile and said, "I was just thinking, I didn't really want to do anything, so don't be angry." Yang Kai laughed loudly. Zmo became more and more uneasy, biting her red lips, her brow furrowed. She couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. "I was just joking with you." Yang Kai smiled. "Why are you so serious?" "Joking?" Zmo's pretty face became colder and colder. Zmo grit her teeth as she asked. "And?" Yang Kai nodded. "I won't take you back with me. You have a woman." Zmo's eyes lit up. Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. Knowing this, Zmo couldn't help but coldly snort, obviously remembering how Yang Kai had acted so presumptuously towards her in that isolated world. Her heart filled with bitterness, but her courage couldn't help growing as she stepped forward. Swaying her hips, she walked directly to Yang Kai's side, sticking close to him. Grabbing one of his arms, Zmo squeezed her towering breasts. "I changed my mind, I want to go back with you." Zmo slightly raised her chin. Looking at Yang Kai provocatively, she said, "I'd like to see what kind of woman she is, to be able to make such a shameless man fall head over heels for her." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at her with great interest. "You don't dare." Zmo smiled contemptuously. "Woman. Be careful of playing with fire." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a wicked grin. Zmo's beautiful face went pale. Suddenly remembering everything that had happened in that isolated world, she quickly distanced herself from Yang Kai like he was a snake, her heart filled with hatred, her chest heaving up and down. She really didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, her soul was under his control. If she really provoked him, in this desolate wilderness, "I'm going back, I pray that I never see you again, I pray that your woman throws you away, leaving you alone for the rest of your life." Zmo viciously cursed. "Wait." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you want to do?" Zmo's heart skipped a beat, she didn't want to spend another moment with Yang Kai. Just as she was vigilant, she saw Yang Kai take out a few bottles from his trouser pocket, then from 2 of them, he poured out a drop of liquid and casually tossed it to her. Zmo caught it and suspiciously asked, "What are these?" "A drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul-cleansing dew." Zmo's expression shook as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She couldn't believe it, so she deliberately opened the bottle and took a whiff. "For me." After determining that these 2 bottles were indeed brilliant flame liquid and soul-cleansing dew, Zmo held them in her arms like they were precious treasures, her hands firmly grasping them. Yang Kai nodded, "Consider it a reward for bullying you all this time." Zmo's pretty face blushed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai for a long time before whispering, "Actually, you're not that bad, tempted?" It's not too late to come with me. Yang Kai grinned. Get lost. Zmo snorted, her expression suddenly becoming extremely dignified. Don't worry, I will secretly use them, I won't expose you. If you ever come to Tianlang Dynasty in the future, just come to Sanluo Temple to find me, I will entertain you well, hee. Zmo grit her teeth as she spat out the last sentence. Smelly man, take care of yourself. Zmo chuckled, her body lightly leaping backwards, using her movement skill and soon disappearing from sight. This time, she was finally free from Yang Kai's control. Zmo felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Although she still had the brand in her mind, Yang Kai was in the Great Han Dynasty while she was in Tianlang Dynasty. What was there to fear? Once she returned to the sect, she would ask her master if he had a way to remove the brand in her mind. Looking in the direction Zmo disappeared, Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and flew off like a meteor. Passing by the place where he had fought with Wu Chengyi a few days ago, Yang Kai noticed that Wu Chengyi's body was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a newly dug-up mound nearby, which should have been left by Zmo. This woman's mind is quite sharp. A day later, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby town, spent some money to hire a carriage, and told the coachman where to go before going into seclusion to consolidate his Yuan Qi and Mirror Realm. Chapter 265. Medicine King's Valley was a special force that had been passed down from the flowing time Great Emperor for thousands of years. The sect was filled with alchemy masters and most of its disciples were outstanding alchemists. Its strength was not necessarily very strong, only slightly stronger than some second-class sects and far below the combat strength of a first-class sect. However, its influence was unmatched by any other force. As long as one was a cultivator, in the process of cultivation, they would need to take some pills, and these pills were all made by alchemists. For all the alchemists in the world, Medicine King's Valley was the holy land in their hearts. Any alchemist, when mentioning Medicine King's Valley, would be extremely pious and respectful. Many people even considered joining Medicine King's Valley to study alchemy and see the Pill Sage's legacy as their life's goal. The Pill Sage, the founder of Medicine King's Valley, had died many years ago, but the passage of time still could not erase his sacred status in the hearts of alchemists. It was rumored that the lineage of alchemy was passed down by the Pill Saint in the past. With Medicine King's Valley as the center, the current generation of cultivators was able to take pills when they were injured. Before the Pill Sage passed down his alchemy skills, the world's cultivator only knew how to find herbs and swallow them whole. This was just a legend, but legends were always exaggerated and could not be completely believed. However, there was one thing in this legend that was true. The Pill Saint had indeed existed. And his portrait now stood in the forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, surviving thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor without any trace of weathering. This in itself was a miracle. Although Medicine King's Valley had the word valley in its name, this force was not built in a mountain valley. There were more than a dozen mountains around it, each of which was over 1,000 feet high. These mountains formed a circle, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. This area of several hundred square kilometers was where Medicine King's Valley was located. In each mountain peak, there were powerful alchemists residing there. Some of them were taking in disciples and spreading their influence. Some were alone, cultivating alone and comprehending alchemy. There were 1 or 2 acres of medicine fields in each mountain, planted with a variety of spirit grasses and herbs that made people drool. The entire valley of the medicine masters contained an endless supply of alchemy materials. At the center of these mountains was a valley-like existence. It was different from the tranquility of the surrounding mountains. This valley had been here for many years. Every day was bustling with activity, the cultivator coming and going was like a school of carps crossing the river, in an endless stream. There was no other reason. This small town built in the middle of the valley was the place where Medicine King Valley communicated with the cultivator from the outside world. If a cultivator wanted to refine pills, they would bring sufficient materials. He had come here to look for the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to refine. The disciples of Medicine King's Valley did not accept gold or silver for their alchemy. They only accepted 1/3 of the finished product. No matter what grade of pill one came to Medicine King's Valley to refine, whether it was a common grade pill or a heaven grade pill, there was nothing to be said if the refinement failed, but if the pill was successfully refined, 3 out of 10 pills would be the alchemist's reward. This kind of method of collection was a bit of a lion opening its mouth and asking for an exorbitant price. Every single heaven-grade medicinal pill was worth a lot. If one worked hard to collect the materials, not only would they have to bear the risk of losing everything, even if the refinement was successful, 30% would be taken away by others as a reward. But even so, it could not erase the enthusiasm and determination of a cultivator to come to Medicine King's Valley to refine pills. Because here, the chances of an alchemist failing to refine pills were very small, and after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the pills was also higher than the ones refined by the alchemists outside. So even with such harsh conditions, the cultivator was still willing to come here to find someone to refine pills for them. It was better than letting the alchemists outside refine pills and accidentally destroying all the materials. The reputation of Medicine King's Valley was well known, and not only did it attract the cultivator of the great Han Empire. Even people from the surrounding countries often came here to ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine pills for them. The elders generally did not act rashly. If one wanted to ask them to refine pills, they would need at least heaven-grade or even profound-grade materials, and the remuneration would be higher. Medicine King's Valley had 10 great elders, each of them sitting in the 10 surrounding mountains, each of them possessing unique skills, and their alchemy skills were superb and unpredictable. Most people and even the disciples of Medicine King's Valley rarely saw them. These elders were all in their 60s and spent most of their time in seclusion studying alchemy, and only when some particularly expensive materials appeared would they act to refine pills. In the valley town, there were many shops, but not all of these shops were owned by Medicine King's Valley, and 90% of them were set up here by the various forces in the world. After all, this was the center of all the alchemists in the world, so these forces set up shops here to sell herbs, collect materials, gather intelligence, and so on. Medicine King's Valley itself was also a loner, never making enemies with any of the forces in the world, and never deliberately befriending any of them, so for thousands of years, it had always maintained a transcendent status. In the valley town, fighting was strictly prohibited, so even though there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, no one in this city dared to violate this rule. Once someone fought in the city, there was no need for the people of Medicine King's Valley to act, as the others would kill both sides on the spot. But once outside the valley, all kinds of grievances would be ignored by Medicine King's Valley. Therefore, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were two completely different worlds. Inside the valley surrounded by mountains, it was lively and peaceful, while outside the valley, for dozens of kilometers, there was fighting and killing everywhere. These people all had disputes in the valley and did not dare to act on the spot, so they came outside to fight to the death. On this day, a carriage came from afar and stopped about 50 kilometers away from Medicine King's Valley. The coachman put away his whip and shouted into the carriage, "Little brother, we've arrived at Medicine King's Valley." "We've arrived?" Young Kai awoke from his meditation, a look of joy on his face as he lifted the curtain and walked out, looking around in amazement. "Where is this place?" The surroundings were empty. What kind of Medicine King's Valley was this? This was clearly the wilderness. The coachman smiled and said, "Little brother may not know, but the outside of Medicine King's Valley is full of dangers. Ordinary people like us do not dare to rashly approach. Whenever a guest wants to be sent to Medicine King's Valley, they will send them here and turn back. Any further is the gates of hell." Yang Kai frowned, and the coachman noticed his displeasure and carefully explained the situation around Medicine King's Valley to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed, knowing that the coachman was telling the truth and not deliberately leaving him here. So he no longer cared, it was only a few kilometers, so he casually took out a silver note and handed it to the coachman. Using his movement skill, he calmly approached the distant mountain. Although he had just heard the coachman talk about the dangers outside Medicine King's Valley, seeing it for himself was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Along the way, in less than 30 kilometers, he saw 4 or 5 places where people were fighting to the death. These people all had conflicts in the valley and then came outside to resolve them. Along the way, there were even many corpses on the ground that were still emitting heat. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, but adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business, he quietly walked away. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of a chase behind him, and the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young girl wearing a sky-blue dress running towards him. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was quite pretty, but at this moment, her big watery eyes were full of panic. She was running with all her might. Behind her, 6 or 7 figures were chasing, their faces full of anger and murderous intent, each of them carrying a sword, looking extremely vicious. "You little wench, stop right there." An angry shout came from the other side. The girl ran even faster. "Quick, don't let her hide in the valley, once she's inside, we'll never be able to catch her." The people saw that the girl was heading towards Medicine King's Valley and couldn't help paling. Medicine King's Valley strictly prohibited martial arts, if this girl really rushed in, everything would be over. In the blink of an eye, the girl rushed in front of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai vigilantly sizing her up, the girl smiled, revealing her white teeth, then using all her strength, she gasped for breath and shouted, "Cousin, run, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his expression became cold, but before he could react, the girl rushed past him like a gust of wind, bringing with her a faint fragrance. "Not good, that little wench still has someone to help her. Quick, don't let a single one of them go, kill the men and capture the women." The face of the person who had just shouted changed greatly. The group of people chasing her seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their speed suddenly increasing. "Damn!" Yang Kai's expression was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and cursed, not wasting any time to explain himself to those people, instead turning around and chasing after the girl. Whether it was the girl in a light blue dress or the group of burly men chasing after her, none of them were very strong, the strongest only Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th stage. Yang Kai really didn't put this kind of strength in his eyes, but to get involved in such a troublesome matter for no reason really made Yang Kai burn with anger. Using his self-created movement skill, 3 steps became 2, and in just a few breaths of time, he had caught up with the girl's figure. The girl was stunned, quickly turning her head to look, just in time to see Yang Kai grimacing at her, his smile ferocious and terrifying. "Cousin." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and called out affectionately. "Ha!" The girl's pretty face immediately turned bitter, goosebumps rising all over her body. She never expected that Yang Kai, who looked so young, would be so fast. Before her laughter fell, Yang Kai's face sank, and while running, he stretched out a large hand to grab the girl. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she raised a slender hand to meet his attack. Yang Kai urged his Yuan Qi to meet her attack. The girl's figure flickered, and her speed suddenly decreased a lot. Before she could react, Yang Kai grabbed her waist with one hand and clasped her wrist with the other, suddenly stopping her in her tracks. "You! What are you doing? Run!" The young girl shouted in panic as she watched the group of people chasing after her rapidly closing in on her. Yang Kai coldly snorted, twisted his waist, and threw the young girl towards the group of people who had gathered before him. "You!" The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief, she never expected that Yang Kai would do such a thing. Chapter 266. Being caught in a hurry and then thrown back, the girl didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. When the group of people who were chasing after her saw this scene, their expressions were greatly shaken, and they scattered in all directions. By the time the young girl landed on the ground, everyone had already surrounded her. "Little wench. Let's see where you can run now." The leader of the large men clenched his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger. The rest of the people sneered, and several of them looked up and down the girl's delicate and plump body, their eyes flashing with a trace of lust. Yang Kai observed the expressions of this group of people and his face suddenly became gloomy. This group of people, they were not good people. The girl looked resentful and bit her red lips, looking at the large men around her with great fear, not daring to move. Her strength was not very strong, only at the peak of separation and reunion boundary. Now that she was surrounded, how could she escape? Her pair of big watery eyes looked towards Yang Kai and screamed, "You bastard, you shameless bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death, to have your soul destroyed, to be struck by lightning." If she had not been thrown back by Yang Kai, she would have already rushed into Medicine King's Valley and been safe. Thinking of this, the girl felt wronged and angry. Yang Kai snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that this group of large men were not good people, the girl's actions just now had angered him and he made up his mind to scare her. Seeing him so heartless, the girl felt cold all over. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the large men surrounding the girl exchanged glances and two of them quietly rushed out, holding sharp swords and steel knives as they moved towards Yang Kai. Regardless of whether these two people were cousins or not, since he had already seen them, there was no reason to leave them alive. The girl was about to open her mouth to warn him when a sharp sword was placed against her neck. Feeling the cold sensation, the girl immediately swallowed her warning. The two large men were both at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, similar to the girl's realm, and were as fast as the wind. Soon, they arrived behind Yang Kai. The weapons in their hands glowed with a cold light as they aimed straight for Yang Kai's vital points. The young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her large eyes narrowed, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret. She really shouldn't have dragged this man, whom she had never met, into the water. Just now, she was being chased too quickly. A thought flashed through her mind. That was all he did. She didn't want to implicate him and cause him to suffer such a calamity. Yang Kai, who was walking forward, seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the weapon could reach him, his body suddenly floated forward. Miraculously, he dodged their attacks. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at the two indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He laughed eerily. This turn of events shocked the two large men, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Knowing that this young man was not weak, they shouted and activated their Yuan Qi, using their killing moves to attack Yang Kai. Two fist shadows appeared in midair, and before the two large men had time to react, their bodies were sent flying backwards by a powerful impact. In midair, they both coughed up blood, and when they fell to the ground, they had already died. Jie 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 jie. The old demon laughed strangely. In that isolated world, he didn't play much of a role, but now that he had finally come out, he naturally had to show his skills. The black gas broke through the air, circled around the bodies of the two dead people, and then flew out. The leader of the large men saw his two subordinates instantly die, and his expression changed greatly. Placing his sword on the girl's neck, he coldly shouted, "Go." The rest of the people couldn't help but gulp, roaring in unison as they fiercely rushed towards Yang Kai. Jie jie. The old demon attacked again, and all of them were shocked by this strange artifact. Immediately, one of them split up to block the old demon's soul breaker all, while the others attacked Yang Kai without slowing down. Asterisk peng peng peng, asterisk 3 muffled sounds rang out. The large men who had just rushed to Yang Kai's side were all involuntarily sent flying, each of their chests caving in. Since entering this isolated world a year ago, Yang Kai's opponents had all been the elite disciples of various forces. Each of these elite disciples had the ability to fight above their own realm, and each of them was capable of killing enemies 2 or 3 minor realms above their own realm. However, these elites had still suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Kai. Even the most tyrannical of them all, Wu Changyi, could not escape death. How could these small fries be Yang Kai's opponent? With one strike from each of them, none of them had the chance to resist. Those with lower strength were directly killed, while those who were slightly stronger fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. As soon as the bodies of the 3 fell to the ground, the old demon shamelessly abandoned his opponent and directly went to absorb their souls. The old demon's opponent didn't even have time to escape before Yang Kai grabbed him, gripped his head with both hands, and fiercely twisted it. With a crisp crack, the man's neck directly broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Leaving this man's body behind, Yang Kai coldly walked towards the big man who had kidnapped the girl, step by step, his yuan qi flowing out from his body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving him the appearance of a majestic killing god. The girl's mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had not expected this boy she had dragged into this water to be so tyrannical. He didn't look much older than her, so how could he be so strong? There was already a deep layer of fear and shock in her flickering large eyes. Compared to this group of enemies who had chased her for several days, Yang Kai was more like a villain, a blood-soaked executioner. He killed people as easily as he pinched an ant to death. From beginning to end, his cold expression had not changed in the slightest, and his eyes had not even blinked once. Human life was as light as a feather to him, so he did not care about it at all. The girl trembled with fear, but how could the big man who had kidnapped her not be the same? Although he had the strength of a Yuan Qi 4th stage master, at this moment, he was also scared out of his wits and his soul. He was very clear about the strength of his subordinates. In a one-on-one fight, he could also deal with them, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as this boy. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. The big man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he fearfully watched Yang Kai approach step by step. With a smile on his face, he said, "We didn't do anything to you. Friend, how about we just let it go?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he did not say a word. Indeed, we were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, and were in the wrong first, but you have already killed so many of us, do you still want to kill all of us? The big man repeatedly retreated, and from beginning to end, his long sword was still pressed against the girl's neck. Seeing that Yang Kai was still unmoved, the big man knew that today was not the day to be kind, so he hardened his heart and his expression became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. You kill me. You kill me, you also die." Yang Kai was still slowly approaching the big man. In an instant, the big man was sweating profusely. As the boy in front of him approached, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His yuan qi involuntarily circulated, and the long sword in his hand slightly tightened. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she felt a cold sensation on her neck, and a trace of warmth gushed out from there. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The big man tried to intimidate. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force was released from his mind, directly rushing into the big man's soul. This was the power of divine sense. Divine sense, not only could be used to perceive the surrounding situation, it could also be used to attack. However, Yang Kai had never had such an experience, so he was just taking a risk. Pouring his divine sense into the big man's body, the big man's expression was stunned for a moment, but when he recovered, he saw that the boy in front of him was already in front of him, stretching out a large hand and grabbing his long sword. The big man roared, and his yuan qi was activated, fiercely cutting towards the girl's neck, wanting to destroy both jade and stone. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and his palm struck the big man's face, at the same time sweeping his foot towards the girl, sweeping her away from the sword. In a flash, The girl dodged to the side, a few strands of severed hair fluttering in the air. The big man hurriedly retreated, avoiding Yang Kai's palm, and dragging the long sword in his hand, he pulled a long wound on Yang Kai's other hand. Blood splashed, but Yang Kai's expression was cold and calm, and taking advantage of the situation, he clenched his bloody fist and punched the big man's chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. The big man's strength was at the 4th stage of the Yuan Qi boundary, so he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, but he was still able to fight back, and his long sword danced in the air, one after another killing move after another. While they were fighting, the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, Yuan Qi exploded in his body, and the big man groaned 3 times, his face suddenly turning pale. Only at this moment did the old demon have the opportunity to rush forward, and join forces with Yang Kai to fight. After a dozen moves, the big man's chest was pierced by Yang Kai's finger. His eyes gradually lost their light, and the big man's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "Madman." The old demon laughed strangely, and wrapped the soul breaker all, rushed into the big man's body, and took away the big man's soul, and immediately turned into black gas and entered Yang Kai's body. "Young master, did you feel it?" the old demon asked softly. "Yes." Yang Kai shook the blood off his hand. These people's Yuan Qi is very violent, and it seems that they are people who practice evil arts, or they are cultivators who have fallen into the evil path. When a cultivator is at the separation and reunion boundary, their temperament will be divided into 2 levels, which is why this boundary is called the separation and reunion boundary. They enjoy the pleasure of increasing their strength, but are unable to suppress their outbursts of emotions, and are controlled by all kinds of emotions. This is the so-called evil cultivator. These people are generally more brutal, bloodthirsty, and violent. Many cultivators are like this. The higher their strength, the more outstanding their performance will be, and eventually they will walk a different cultivation path from others, such as the people Yang Kai had just killed. Compared to the normal cultivation method, which one is better, no one can say clearly, but generally speaking, evil cultivators are not very popular. In this world, the largest gathering place of evil cultivators is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, big and small demons gathered, and evil cultivators were everywhere. When High Heaven Pavilion's great elder Wei Shitong gave Yang Kai a promotion order, it was to go to the ash-gray cloud evil land and kill an evil cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own, but Yang Kai refused. But, how did this girl provoke these people? Chapter 267. With suspicion in his heart, Yang Kai turned to look at the young girl. The young girl had been swept away by Yang Kai's foot and had yet to stand up. Her face was filled with panic and fear, as if she had been greatly frightened, her tender body trembling. Just now, just a little bit more and she would have died. That sharp sword even cut off a lot of her hair, and there was even a dark red mark on her neck. At this moment, she was covering her white neck with her hand, and her entire body was dripping with sweat. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young girl couldn't help feeling her heart skip a beat, her face filled with fear. Only now did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. 7 or 8 lives had been taken by him in less than 30 breaths of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a murderous man. Yang Kai frowned, stepped forward, and squatted down in front of her. The young girl retreated again and again, her long eyelashes trembling, her fear reaching the extreme. Chuckling, Yang Kai pushed her hand away and looked at the scar on her neck, saying, "It's just a superficial wound, if you heal it well, it won't even leave a scar." Saying so, he reached into his sleeve and took out a healing pill and handed it to her. The young girl squeezed out a smile. "I have a pill." Her vigilance was quite strong, so Yang Kai didn't care and put away his own pill. The young girl looked at him timidly, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any malicious intent, she bravely took out a bottle and swallowed a pill. "When you were caught, didn't you know to lean back a little?" Yang Kai frowned. I've never fought with anyone before." The young girl's face was a little red. Since she was young, although she had always been cultivating, at most, she had only sparred with others as friends. She had never experienced that kind of life and death battle. Being held by a long sword, she was instantly at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to do. Yang Kai carefully looked at her and found that this young girl's skin was delicate and her clothes were quite luxurious. Although she looked a little mischievous, she still had a unique temperament, one that could not be cultivated by an ordinary small force. This was definitely a young lady from a large family. It was no wonder that despite looking to be around the same age as him, he had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Moreover, his actual combat experience was so poor. It was the result of being spoiled. How did you provoke this group of people? How would I know? The girl immediately felt wronged. When I left home, when I was playing outside, this group of people suddenly appeared. He had been captured by them long ago. All of them were so ugly. You scared me to death. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he seemed to be easy to talk to, the young girl's courage couldn't help but grow a lot, and her almond eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai. And you, why did you throw him back? Do you know how dangerous it was? If I really die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll follow you every day and annoy you to death. Yang Kai stared into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, maybe you didn't mean to shout like that, but what if it was someone else with no strength? If you're unlucky, you'll probably be immediately dismembered by the chaotic swords. The young girl was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she lowered her head and said softly, I was wrong. After saying that, she looked up again. She felt wronged. But aren't you too cruel? People say that one should help when they see injustice. You're so strong, even if I used you, it wouldn't matter. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't explain. When those big men surrounded the young girl, Yang Kai naturally saw the lewd light in their eyes. He planned to wait for them to leave and then secretly follow them to see the situation. But he didn't expect that those people wouldn't even let him go. It just so happened that he wanted to kill them all. Standing up, ignoring the young girl's shouts and questions, Yang Kai used his movement skill and headed straight for Medicine King's Valley. The young girl was stunned. She also hurriedly stood up and followed. This place was only a few miles away from Medicine King's Valley. She was deeply afraid that a few evil people would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so naturally she couldn't wait to hide in Medicine King's Valley. Chasing after Yang Kai's figure, after entering the valley town, she couldn't find him anymore. He's not much older than me, but his strength is so strong. Which family is he from? The young girl whispered to herself, thinking for a long time but still unable to think of a suitable person. She couldn't help feeling annoyed. Entering the valley town, a variety of medicinal fragrances filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Yang Kai casually wandered around the town and found that the shops here, with the exception of the inns and restaurants, were all related to herbs and pills. Ordinary and extraordinary spirit grasses, rare fruits, miraculous medicines, everything was here. A variety of herbs were displayed in the shops, and there were many that Yang Kai had never even heard of before, but they could be seen everywhere. Worthy of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai praised in his heart. With such a scene, as long as one was an alchemist, they wouldn't be willing to leave here. Alchemists had a special fondness for herbs, so with so many of them here, it would be strange if they were willing to leave. In every shop, there were many cultivators who had come here to look around or haggle with the shop owner to buy herbs. There were also many alchemists who were helping the cultivator refine pills. However, all the alchemists in Medicine King's Valley town were disciples of Medicine King's Valley. Most of the cultivator who came here to ask for help in alchemy were here because of Medicine King's Valley's reputation, so naturally they wouldn't look for alchemists from other forces. Yang Kai strolled around for a long time, admiring and observing the alchemists as he went. he found that these alchemists were also divided into different grades. Their corresponding grades were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and mysterious grade, each of which was divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Most of the alchemists Yang Kai saw were earth-grade alchemists. For example, the one in front of him who had a silver 2-petal flower embroidered on his chest was an earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, which also meant that he could skillfully refine earth-grade mid-rank pills. Each petal corresponded to a grade, gold, silver, and white, which corresponded to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' clothes, Yang Kai could see what level they were at. There were very few heaven-grade alchemists, and as for mysterious-grade alchemists, there was not a single one. Only the elders of Medicine King's Valley were mysterious-grade alchemists. Many shops had finished pills for sale. Yang Kai wasn't interested in ordinary pills, but pills that could nourish his soul were something he couldn't help but linger on. These pills could not only strengthen his newly cultivated divine sense, but also nourish the soul-warming lotus, allowing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus to advance towards its ultimate goal of becoming a 7-colored lotus. Once the soul-warming lotus evolved to a 7-colored lotus, its effect would be great. However, soul-nourishing pills were very rare, and many times more expensive than ordinary pills. A bottle of ordinary earth-grade low-rank pills, 10 pills in a bottle, sold for 5,000 taels. But a bottle of earth-grade low-rank soul-nourishing pills was at least 30,000 taels. That was 6 times more expensive. Kai Yang was embarrassed, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. After strolling around for a long time, Yang Kai saw that the sky was getting dark, so he found an inn to stay for the night. At night, the town of Medicine King's Valley was even more lively, so Yang Kai casually ate a meal before leaving the inn to inquire about some news. He had come to Medicine King's Valley this time to take a look at the Myriad Drug Pond, but the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, so it would not be easy to enter. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been inquiring about Medicine King's Valley, but he had been unable to find a way, so he was secretly anxious. Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond was located on top of the Pill Saint's Peak. Not only was there a Myriad Drug Pond, but there was also a portrait of the Pill Saint. It was a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists and was usually heavily guarded. Even ordinary Medicine King's Valley disciples could not even think of approaching. Only the Valley Master and Elders were qualified to comprehend the mysteries of alchemy left behind by the Pill Saint. Yang Kai had heard many rumors about the Pill Saint statue, many of which were said to be miraculous. It was said that the Pill Saint's ancestral spirit would appear from time to time, solving the puzzles in the hearts of alchemists and even teaching them alchemy techniques, allowing many people to benefit greatly. It was because of this that Medicine King's Valley carefully protected the Myriad Drug Pond. With such a heavily guarded place, how could one approach it? The Myriad Drug Pond was different from High Heaven Pavilion's Coiling Dragon Stream. Although the Coiling Dragon Stream was a forbidden area, it was very long and very dangerous, so naturally no one dared to approach it. On this day, Yang Kai was wandering around the town when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. Looking at this person's back, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. He quietly followed the man. After a short while, he saw the man enter a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the shop that read, Dong Medicine Store. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the medicine hall, a waiter immediately came out and greeted him enthusiastically. What is honored guest looking for? Our Dong Family Medicine Hall is rich in herbs and has everything you need. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished pills, we sell them all at fair prices. If honored guest is interested, please take a look around. I don't want to buy anything. Yang Kai shook his head. Then, I'm looking for the young man who just went in. Yang Kai said. The waiter's expression immediately became vigilant. Sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai, he didn't become angry and instead tentatively asked, May I ask what this little brother's name is? Yang Kai smiled faintly, just tell him that an old friend of High Heaven Pavilion has come to visit. The waiter stared blankly for a moment before nodding slightly. Turning around, the waiter went into the inner hall to report, and a moment later, came back out again, his face full of smiles as he said flatteringly, "Little brother, please follow me, my young lord invites you in." Yang Kai nodded. Entering the inner hall, the waiter followed the stairs all the way up to the 3rd floor. When he reached the door, the waiter respectfully said, "The young lord is inside." Saying so, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in. At a glance, Yang Kai saw a slightly fat face looking towards him with a smile. Dong family, Dong Qing Han. Behind him were the Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards. These 2 old men didn't say a word, and although they seemed to be very old, in fact their eyes were quite reserved, only nodding slightly towards Yang Kai. Next to him sat a dignified and pretty young girl who was angrily holding a cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes swept over this group of people, and when their 4 eyes met, he was stunned. The young girl also stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her expression extremely strange, her pair of eyes staring stupidly at him, the tea she had just taken a sip of involuntarily spurting out all over Dong Qing Han's face. Chapter 268. What the hell are you doing? Dong Qing Han had been putting on an older cousin's smile as he looked at Yang Kai, but after being scolded by the young girl, his image was immediately ruined. It's him. The young girl pointed at Yang Kai with her delicate finger, her face filled with shock. Dong Qing Han finally managed to sweep the tea leaves off his head and frowned. "What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly." "The man I met outside the mountain valley, the bad guy who grabbed me and threw me out," the young girl quickly explained. Dong Qing Han was stunned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai, then back at the young girl, a trace of astonishment flashing across his fat face. What a coincidence. Yang Kai was also puzzled, he hadn't expected this mischievous girl to appear here. This was the Dong family's territory, and she was able to sit at the same table as Dong Qing Han. Her status was definitely not low. Could it be? His brow furrowed, Yang Kai faintly guessed. "You still dare to appear in front of me?" The young girl remembered what had happened that day, but now that she had the support of Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud dual guards, she immediately became spirited, gritting her teeth as she rushed over to Yang Kai, tilting her chin up proudly, seemingly imitating someone else's demeanor as she sneered, "What's this called? There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you still rushed in, you're dead." Although she said this, there was no trace of anger or murderous intent on her face, instead she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai grinned, "Is this how you treat your savior?" Saying so, he slapped the young girl's head. The young girl's big eyes narrowed. Her body suddenly shrank, and she quickly ran back like a rabbit, hiding behind Dong Qing Han, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, her face full of arrogance. "Don't be presumptuous." Dong Qing Han scolded with a straight face. The young girl immediately straightened her back and shouted at Yang Kai, "Don't be presumptuous. I said you." Dong Qing Han turned back and glared at her. "Ah." The young girl suddenly froze. "No matter what, he did save your life. Don't you know how to thank me? You're already so old, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette." Dong Qing Han reprimanded sternly. "I don't want that. If he hadn't thrown me back that day, I would have been able to escape into Medicine King's Valley." The girl stomped her foot and made a face at Dong Qing Han. "Impudent. Get out." Dong Qing Han angrily slammed the table. The young girl pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. She angrily rushed out. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. After the young girl left, Dong Qing Han smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling to the Wind and Cloud dual guards. The two of them immediately released their divine senses and nodded to Dong Qing Han. "Sit down." Dong Qing Han motioned. Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He frowned and asked, "That person just now, Yen, you've met before?" Yang Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. If that was the case, then did they really have a cousin's relationship? He hadn't expected that what she had just casually called out that day would actually become true. Dong Qing Yen, Yang Kai had some impression of her. However, the only time he had ever met her was 10 years ago. At that time, she was still a little girl running around behind Dong Qing Han. 10 years later, how could Yang Kai recognize her? A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Yang Kai shook his head. Not only did he not recognize her, she probably didn't recognize him either. Who would remember so many things from their childhood? Yen said that a few days ago she was rescued by a young man about her age. I didn't expect that person to turn out to be you. Dong Qing Han also sighed. Sometimes the world was full of coincidences. It was a chance encounter. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not bothering to claim credit for himself. Not to mention that he hadn't spent much effort that day, the person he had saved was his cousin, so naturally there was nothing worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Dong Qing Yen came back and tiptoed towards them. In her hand was a piece of ancient jade that exuded a faint energy fluctuation. As these fluctuations spread out, all of her aura was concealed. This kind of shielding was very thorough. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to detect her with their divine sense. A short time later, Dong Qing Yen arrived outside the door like a cat, her small ears perked up as she listened. Yang Kai and Dong Qing Han seemed to be quite familiar with each other, which naturally aroused her curiosity. On top of that, her big brother usually didn't reprimand her, but just now he had actually directly asked her to leave. Dong Qing Yen immediately thought that the two of them must have some kind of secret to discuss, so her big brother had deliberately sent her away. Humph. This young lady wants to hear what you two are talking about. The sound of their conversation drifted out from inside the house. Dong Qing Yen bit her red lips, her small face flushed red with nervousness. Although she was nervous, she was also excited. When she was in the Dong family, she had relied on this ancient jade to eavesdrop on countless secrets, so she was already familiar with this. Why are you here? Dong Qing Han looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've come to ask for your help. What kind of help? I want to enter Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai got straight to the point, taking a sip of his tea and looking at Dong Qing Han faintly. Do you have any idea how to do so? Which peak? Dong Qing Han's expression became serious. Pill Saint's Peak. Hearing this, not only did Dong Qing Han's eyes narrow, even the wind and cloud dual guard standing behind him glanced towards Yang Kai. Dong Qing Han smiled bitterly. Medicine King's Valley has 12 peaks, 10 of which are the residences of the 10 great elders, 1 is the residence of the Valley Master, and the central peak is the Pill Saint's Peak, which is also Medicine King's Valley's restricted area. If you want to enter one of the other peaks, I have a way, but this Pill Saint's Peak. I really don't have the ability. There's no way at all. Yang Kai didn't want to give up. He also knew that the Pill Saint's Peak was special, otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for Dong Qing Han. He couldn't use the power of the Yang family right now, but Dong Qing Han was different. He was the young lord of the Dong family, the future successor, so naturally he could use the Dong family's connections. Dong Qing Han frowned, tapping his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. In 2 months, the Alchemy Summit will be held here. At that time, all the alchemists from all over the world will come here to compete with one another. The top 50 alchemists of each realm's alchemist assembly will be allowed to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the secrets of alchemy. If you can enter the top 50, you can legitimately enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Do I look like an alchemist to you? Dong Qing Han shook his head. You don't. but this is the only way to enter the Pill Saint's Peak, other than that, unless you become an elder of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Both of these methods were fantastical. Becoming an elder of Medicine King's Valley was obviously impossible, and obtaining a top 50 ranking at the Alchemy Summit was also nonsense. Yang Kai had never even touched upon the alchemic way, so how could he stand out among the world's alchemists? Anyone who dared to show off their skills at the Alchemy Summit must have a deep understanding of the alchemic way. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Besides the Pill Saint's Peak, if you want to go to any of the other peaks, I can find a way, and it won't be difficult. Dong Qing Han also felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that his cousin had asked him to do something, yet he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Won't be difficult. Dong Qing Han smiled faintly. It's very simple, just find some precious treasures and ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine them. That way, you can enter one of the peaks, but at most you can only stay for half a day. If you stay any longer, Medicine King's Valley will expel you. Those elders have very bad tempers, and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley are also very arrogant, even more domineering than the young lords of your central capital's 8 great families. Yang Kai listened to this and secretly shook his head. Only being able to enter for half a day was definitely not enough time. If that's the case, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first, I'll think of other ways to help you. Dong Qing Han's expression became dignified and serious. I won't ask you what you want to do with the Pill Saint's Peak, but if you make any mistakes, don't sell out my Dong family. Listening to him speak so seriously, Yang Kai grinned. What do you think I'm going to do? Who knows what you want to do, little brat? Dong Qing Han snorted, sighing. I can only say I'll think of a way to help you. I don't have any assurance of success. I know. Yang Kai nodded. After bidding farewell to Dong Qing Han, Yang Kai returned to the inn and sat down to meditate while thinking about how to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. The meaning of Dong Qing Han's words was obvious. He didn't have a good way to send Yang Kai to the Pill Saint's Peak, so he couldn't pin his hopes on him. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and opened the door. Opening his eyes, he saw the mischievous Dong Qing Yen smiling at him shyly, he. The hatred and hostility from a moment ago had disappeared, replaced by a sense of cordiality and curiosity. Why are you here? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. You really are here. Dong Qing Yen breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room, lightly coughing. Big brother asked me to tell you that he's found a way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose, revealing a strange grin as he stepped aside and said, Come in. Dong Qing Yen didn't show any fear and quickly entered the room. Looking around the room with great interest, Dong Qing Yen pursed her lips and said, You live in a place like this? So small and messy, you're, ****. Dong Qing Yen knew that the identity of the Yang family's young lord couldn't be spoken casually, so she quickly swallowed her words. Your brother said he has a way. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Dong Qing Yen nodded quickly. Did he tell you that himself? Of course. Dong Qing Yan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why didn't he tell me himself? Wouldn't it be the same if I did? Dong Qing Yen sat down on the bed and playfully said, Big brother said that I will be fully responsible for this matter. He has another important matter to attend to and has already left Medicine King's Valley, so there's no need to look for him in the future. Chapter 269. Dong Qing Yen spoke as if she was telling the truth, but how could Yang Kai believe her? Really? Yang Kai smiled even more strangely. Why would I lie to you? Dong Qing Yen stuck out her chest and patted it with her hands. Don't worry, I promise you that you'll be able to get close to where you want to go. Heh heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Dong Qing Yen. This laughter was both obscene and evil, causing Dong Qing Yen to feel a prickly heat rise up on her arm. quietly swallowing her saliva, and timidly saying, "You're so scary when you laugh." Yang Kai's expression became serious, no longer trying to beat around the bush with her. "Tell me, how do you know all this?" "What?" Dong Qingyan pretended to be confused, her expression somewhat unnatural. "You know where I want to go." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her, raising a finger and shaking it. "Don't tell me it was your brother who told you. Dong Qinghan wouldn't do such a thing." In the Dong family medicine shop, he had sent Dong Qingyan away before talking to Yang Kai, obviously not wanting her to know Yang Kai's identity, so how could he suddenly involve her in this for no reason? Moreover, the two of them had only been separated for less than an hour. An hour ago Dong Qinghan was helpless, so how could he have come up with a solution in such a short time? Coupled with this mischievous little cousin of his, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't see the problem. "It really was my brother who told me," Dong Qingyan firmly asserted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, grabbed Dong Qingyan's arm, and dragged her out. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Dong Qingyan refused to leave, screaming in horror. Yang Kai frowned. "If you keep shouting I'll knock you out." Dong Qingyan quickly closed her mouth and tried her best to retreat, but her strength was much lower than Yang Kai's, so how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. "What the hell do you want to do?" Dong Qingyan looked at Yang Kai pitifully, a pleading look upon her face. "I'll send you back to Dong Qinghan, I'm sure he hasn't left yet." "Don't. I barely managed to escape, if you send me back I'll be finished." Dong Qingyan panicked. Yang Kai grinned. "Then tell me, how do you know all this?" Okay, I'll tell you." Only then did Yang Kai release her. Dong Qingyan glared at Yang Kai bitterly. She rubbed her aching wrist and slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did she angrily sit back on the bed. "If you dare to lie, I'll really send you back to your brother," Yang Kai said seriously. "I overheard it myself." Dong Qingyan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing his expression sink, she quickly added, "I'm not lying to you, I really overheard it myself." Yang Kai smiled. He asked, "How did you overhear it?" "You're just a peak separation and reunion cultivator. How could you hide from the wind and cloud dual guard's divine senses?" When he was talking to Dong Qinghan, the wind and cloud dual guards had been monitoring the nearby area. If Dong Qingyan had really been eavesdropping at that time, she certainly wouldn't have escaped the detection of those two old men. "I naturally have my ways," Dong Qingyan said smugly, sitting on the edge of the bed, her two legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Yang Kai's distrustful expression, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but frown. "I'm the Dong family's young lady, how could I not have at least one or two defensive artifacts?" Artifact. Yang Kai's brow rose, a look of surprise on his face. What kind of artifact could hide from the divine senses of an immortal ascension boundary master? On top of that, the wind and cloud dual guards were both late-stage immortal ascension boundary masters, roughly the 7th or 8th stage. To be able to hide from them, the role of this artifact was really not small. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, Dong Qingyan's face filled with annoyance, hesitantly looking at Yang Kai. Quietly whispering, she said, "I'll show it to you, but don't try to steal it from me." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, silently nodding his head. He was also very curious about this so-called artifact. Seeing him agree, Dong Qingyan solemnly took out a piece of ancient jade from her sleeve. Yang Kai stared at it and saw that this piece of ancient jade had a dark yellow color, as if it was made by nature. However, there were some crisscrossing lines on the surface of this jade, obviously it had been refined by someone. Dong Qingyan poured her yuan qi into it, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle as he discovered that her aura had disappeared in an instant. Dong Qingyan said, "You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, so without your divine sense, you won't be able to understand this artifact." You won't be able to understand the wonders of this artifact, but I'm not lying to you. It was because I used this artifact that I was able to hide from those two old men. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to investigate her surroundings and found that it was indeed as she had said. As his divine sense swept across the area, there was nothing unusual about her. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was another person here. This artifact is quite interesting. Put it away, don't expose this thing in front of strangers in the future. Yang Kai sternly exhorted. Dong Qingyan giggled, I don't want to show off my wealth, I'm not stupid. Saying so, she put away the ancient jade. How much did you hear? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Almost, all of it. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue. Then how much do you know? I know that place you want to go, and I also know, you really are my cousin. Dong Qingyan was speechless. She had just casually called him that day, but he had been so accurate. You said before that there was a way for me to get close to that place, is that true? Of course it's true. Dong Qingyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes rolling as she said, but I won't tell you the method now. Yang Kai suddenly smiled, do you have a condition? If you do then state it. Don't let my brother catch me. Dong Qingyan hurriedly said. Yang Kai frowned, he had long noticed that this little girl had secretly run out. Dong Qinghan appearing in Medicine King's Valley was probably because he had chased after her. Although he had some kinship with the Dong family, in the end, this was their family's business, how could he make such a decision? A few days ago, she had been chased by a group of villains, if something really happened to her, how could the Dong family let it go? Cousin. Dong Qingyan saw him hesitating so she put on a pitiful look, shaking Yang Kai's arm, I'm bored to death at home, I just came out for a walk, after a few days I'll go back, please don't tell them anything. Yang Kai remained silent. Dong Qingyan continued to plead, finally saying fiercely, if you don't protect me, I'll tell everyone you're the Yang family's young lord, let's see who's going to have a hard time. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If it had been someone else threatening him like this, he would have directly silenced them, but this girl in front of him couldn't. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, I'll definitely inform Dong Qinghan of your whereabouts. Young Lady Dong suddenly jumped up. She cursed, you have no conscience. Smelly cousin. I hate you. Let me finish. Yang Kai glared at her, but I can also protect you, provided you don't make trouble for me. NN. Dong Qingyan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I promise to be obedient. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai could only write a letter. Inside the Dong family medicine shop, Dong Qinghan was furious, young lady disappeared. How could she disappear? Did you all grow up eating shit? With so many pairs of eyes watching you, in the blink of an eye she disappeared. The several Dong family disciples in front of him were being scolded so badly they couldn't help feeling like crying. There was nothing they could do, they didn't have much strength. Medicine King's Valley was filled with people, and with the young lady's strange behavior, she had disappeared into the crowd. What can we do? Thinking so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, hurry up and find her, if you can't find the young lady then don't come back, just find a place to chop yourself up and feed yourself to the dogs, useless things. Dong Qinghan's face was livid. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Quickly scattering like birds and beasts, all of them muttering in their hearts, young lady, please come back quickly, if you don't we'll all die. Young master, Medicine King's Valley strictly forbids fighting. The young lady won't be in any danger, don't worry. Maybe she'll come back soon. One of the wind and cloud dual guards comforted. I'm afraid she'll run away. Dong Qinghan said helplessly, this little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, she suffered a big loss a few days ago and now she still hasn't learned her lesson. his face filled with resentment. The two guards glanced at each other and didn't say anything more. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a young servant came in from outside and bowed respectfully. "Which one of you is the Dong family's young lord?" Dong Qing Han quickly replied, "I am." "Hello, young Lord Dong." The young servant smiled flatteringly, "A guest asked me to deliver a letter to you." Dong Qing Han's expression shook. "Where is it?" The young servant quickly handed over the letter. Hurriedly opening it and glancing over it, Dong Qing Han finally put down a big stone in his heart. One of the wind and cloud dual guards gave the young servant some silver and sent him away. Seeing his young lord's furrowed brow relax, he couldn't help asking, "Have you found the young lady's whereabouts?" Dong Qing Han rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath, whispering, She went to Yang Kai's place. Since she's with young Lord Yang, there's no need to worry." Inside the inn, Yang Kai gave Dong Qing Yen a room next door. Such a thoughtful arrangement greatly increased the Dong family's young lady's impression of Yang Kai. "Cousin, you're so kind." The next day, when Dong Qing Han came to visit, Yang Kai briefly explained the whole story, causing Dong Qing Han to smile wryly. Dong Qing Yan's threat made him not dare to use force. If Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would not be a joke. In desperation, he could only comply with his little sister's temperament. Time flew by, and 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days, Yang Kai spent most of his time cultivating. Although there were many cultivators in Medicine King's Valley, the world energy here was still abundant, so it was a good place to cultivate. From time to time, he would be dragged out to play by Dong Qing Yen, and after these days of contact, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his cousin was also an alchemist. However, her grade was not high, only a common grade mid-rank alchemist. She was the Dong family's young lady and had never had to worry about food or clothing since childhood. The family had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to cultivate her. If she wanted to refine pills, she could directly obtain them from the family. Why would she need to perform alchemy herself? So even though she showed a strong interest in alchemy, she didn't have much practical experience. After arriving in Medicine King's Valley, it was like arriving in heaven. Everything here made her forget to return. Chapter 270. On this day, before dawn, Yang Kai's door was knocked open and Dong Qing Yen excitedly rushed in, directly standing in front of Yang Kai. "Ku, what ku?" Yang Kai glared at her and cut her off. Dong Qing Yen stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself, calmly saying, "Guard Yang, come with this young lady." After all, she was the Dong family's young lady, and the Dong family and Yang family were related by marriage. If someone were to hear Dong Qing Yen call out to Yang Kai, they would definitely be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. So, after some discussion, the two decided that Yang Kai would play the role of Dong Qing Yan's guard. When a young lord or young lady of a great family went out, they would always have a few servants around them, so it was reasonable to call them this. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Kai faintly said, "Go play by yourself, I won't accompany you today." Dong Qing Yen didn't become annoyed, instead just giggling, "Guard Yang, don't you want to go to that place?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Is today the right time? For the past few days, Yang Kai had been asking her if she had a way to get close to the Pill Saint's Peak, but Dong Qing Yen had never given him any details, only saying that the time wasn't right yet. Bringing it up today naturally gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. "Then do you want to go out with this young lady?" Dong Qing Yen looked at him triumphantly. Yang Kai quickly got out of bed. Inside the Medicine King's Valley town, Dong Qing Yen shuttled through the crowd, as agile as a fish swimming through water. Yang Kai was wearing a set of martial arts robes, his hands folded behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he followed closely behind her. At a glance, it was obvious he was Dong Qing Yan's attendant. Arriving at the eastern end of the town, Dong Qing Yan's face immediately flushed with excitement and nervousness. Yang Kai could even clearly hear her heartbeat. She took a deep breath and covered her chest with her hand, calming herself down after a long time. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many people gathered here. Moreover, each of these people had a unique flower petal embroidered on their chests. There were 2 pieces, gold, silver, and white. These people were all alchemists. Most of them were earth-grade low-rank alchemists, but there were also many common-grade alchemists. There were at least 200 people gathered here, bustling with activity. Dong Qin Yen also pulled out a single silver petal ornament from somewhere. He pinned it on his chest. Puffing up her chest, it was as if she wanted to let the whole world know that she was a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked softly. "Wait. Whether you can enter or not will depend on this." Dong Qin Yen responded softly, her small face filled with seriousness. Yang Kai frowned. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and listened to the nearby alchemist's whispers. After a while, his expression became strange. These people had come from all over the world, but they had all gathered here in order to become a disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak's elder Shao Fu Sheng and learn alchemy. Yang Kai opened his eyes, looked at Dong Qin Yen, and asked, "Did you come here to become a disciple?" Dong Qin Yen smiled, "Of course, Grandmaster Shao is accepting a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I ran away from home just for today." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully, "Guard Yang, you don't want to tell my big brother, do you? I just want to know what this has to do with my goal. Hidden Cloud Peak is not far from there. If you can enter." Dong Qin Yen said meaningfully. Yang Kai listened to her and his heart moved. Indeed, if he could enter Hidden Cloud Peak, he might be able to find an opportunity to enter the Pill Saints Peak. The 2 peaks were only separated by 2 mountains. "But I don't understand alchemy." Dong Qin Yen chuckled, "Grandmaster Shao is accepting a disciple, so there must be a secret behind it. Even if you don't understand alchemy, you still have a chance, it just depends on whether you have the aptitude. Guard Yang." Dong Qin Yen gently shook Yang Kai's arm. "You see, I've done so much for you, so please don't tell my big brother about this, okay? Besides, being able to become Grandmaster Zhao's disciple can be considered as winning glory for my family. Even if my father finds out later, he will only praise me, so please don't do something so thankless." Yang Kai faintly said, "If you can go in, then we'll talk." "I'm sure I can." Dong Qin Yen said confidently, "For this day, I've made a lot of preparations." "Humph, just wait and see, I don't know if you can go in." Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He really hadn't expected Dong Qin Yan's method to actually be this. The method was very good, but Yang Kai didn't have any confidence. He had never touched alchemy before, so how could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test? However, right now he could only bite the bullet and try, in any case, he wouldn't lose anything. As time passed, more and more alchemists gathered here, each of them full of enthusiasm. Like Dong Qin Yen, there was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, many of these alchemists even showing pious expressions. It was obvious how much these people respected and worshipped Hidden Cloud Peak's Shao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai listened to the conversations of these people and learned a lot. Shao Fu Sheng was one of the top 10 elders of Medicine King's Valley. His alchemy skills were even better than the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, and he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a height no one had ever reached before. Shao Fu Sheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life. Although he occupied one of Medicine King's Valley's peaks, he had never accepted a disciple, nor did he have a wife or children. He had dedicated his life to alchemy. In the world of alchemy, Shao Fu Sheng had unparalleled prestige. A few months ago, news spread from Medicine King's Valley that Shao Fu Sheng wanted to accept a disciple, shocking the world. Countless alchemists scrambled to worship Grandmaster Xiao and inherit his legacy. The central capital's 8 great families and first-class great forces even wanted to send their own alchemists to Hidden Cloud Peak, but they were all rejected by Grandmaster Xiao. Until today, in Medicine King's Valley town, there was a test set by Grandmaster Xiao. Only those who passed this test could enter Hidden Cloud Peak. Grandmaster Xiao didn't care about the requirements for accepting a disciple. No matter where they came from or what kind of force they belonged to, as long as they had the aptitude, they could learn his alchemy skills. The only requirement was that they had to be at least 25 years old. Therefore, those gathered here were all alchemists of the younger generation. Some of them, in order to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, had even given up participating in the Alchemy Summit. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai stood behind Dong Qingyan, paying attention to the surrounding movements while secretly observing the situation. The sun was high in the sky. With a burst of commotion, the disciples of Medicine King's Valley finally appeared. These disciples of Medicine King's Valley were not Grandmaster Zhao's disciples, but rather alchemists from other peaks who had been entrusted to handle and monitor today's test. Not far ahead was a high platform that had been set up in advance. This high platform was several dozen meters in length and width, and all the alchemists who had come to participate in the test were gathered around it. For Medicine King's Valley disciples leapt onto the high platform. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. Embroidered on his chest was a 3-petal golden flower, and his expression was cold and dignified. Holding a huge medicine pot in his hand, he walked forward with a majestic gait. A burst of exclamations rang out. It's Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, only 35 years old. He's already reached the level of a heaven-grade top-rank alchemist. He's also a genius of Medicine King's Valley. I heard he's the next Valley Master. Shoo, quiet. Qin Zhe came to the high platform and placed the huge medicine pot in his hand on a table. The 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples behind him also stopped. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Qin Zhe cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, my martial uncle Xiao has set up a test here today to accept disciples. This Qin is not talented enough. I will be the supervisor." The special and important status of an alchemist made this group of Medicine King's Valley masters look down on them. Moreover, they were often accompanied by alchemy furnaces all year round, so many of them did not understand the ways of the world and were disinclined to exchange pleasantries with others. As a genius alchemist, Qin Zhe's arrogance and indifference were even more obvious. After a few simple words, Qin Zhe opened the huge medicine pot with a straight face. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, their spirits shook. The test is very simple. Here are some pills that my martial uncle Xiao has personally refined for today. He wishes to join Hidden Cloud Peak. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. If there is nothing else, you may pass the test. Everyone, please help yourselves. Saying so, Qin Zhe stepped aside. The 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples stepped forward and looked down at the crowd, their expressions cold and indifferent. Hundreds of people stood around the platform in a daze, none of them daring to be the one to eat the crabs. Qin Zhe's words were understated, but everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was definitely something special. Everyone was now waiting for someone else to try, so who would take the initiative to step forward? The Medicine King's Valley disciples were not in a hurry, they just stood on the high platform and waited quietly. After a long time, someone asked, "Dare I ask, what kind of pill is this?" One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples sneered, "A poison pill." The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was not easy to pass, this kind of test was still far beyond everyone's expectations. Forcing someone to take a poison pill as soon as they came up, who could withstand it? Everyone only had one life. If they failed to pass the test and died here, wouldn't that be too bad? Qin Zhe lightly said, "Although it is a poison pill, it is not fatal." However, if one's aptitude is not high enough to take it, they will at least be weakened for 3 to 5 months. Hearing that it was not fatal, many people's minds became lively again. Grandmaster Xiao was still a famous grandmaster, so naturally he would not harm anyone. With this large pot of poison pills here, it was likely that those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would retreat. But of those who came here, which one of them was not confident in themselves? After thinking for a while, someone jumped onto the high platform. "I'll try." "Me too." With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit. Shwa 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 shwa, more than a dozen people rushed up. "Please." The Medicine King's Valley disciple gestured. These people stepped forward, took a pill from the pot, and put it in their mouths. "Please refine the pills." The more than a dozen people who took the pills quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts. The hundreds of people below all stared with wide eyes, carefully observing, not wanting to miss a single thing. Chapter 271. In just 10 breaths of time, one of the alchemists who had taken a poison pill went pale, and without warning, his entire body began to tremble as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, never having expected the poison pills refined by Grandmaster Xiao to be so potent. Before the exclamations had even ended, 3 loud puffing noises rang out from the stage, followed by a strange stench that drifted over with the wind. It turned out that the alchemist had let out several loud farts while he was distracted. Many people who were nearby were caught off guard and inhaled the stench, nearly vomiting it on the spot, all of them showing looks of disgust. The pale face of the alchemist who had participated in the test instantly turned red. This was not due to the effects of the poison pill but due to shame. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had let out 3 farts. How could he endure this? Seeing countless eyes filled with pity and disgust directed towards him, the alchemist suddenly felt ashamed and hurriedly stood up, jumped off the stage, and fled in panic like a stray dog. He actually dared to participate in Grandmaster Zhao's test without any ability. He really overestimated himself. What a disgrace! Which alchemist is this? If word of this gets out, how will he face others in the future? The ridicule coming from behind was like a stab to his back, making him not dare to stay, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The crowd had not yet recovered from the ugliness of the alchemist when suddenly there was a soft thump from the high stage. Looking over, they saw the 2 alchemists who had just taken a poison pill actually fall backwards, their eyes wide open as they maintained a meditative posture, completely unconscious. The 3 young disciples from Medicine King's Valley glanced at each other and coldly snorted before walking over to the 2 alchemists and kicking them off the stage. Their attitudes were cold and their expressions were arrogant, as if they were just kicking 2 objects instead of people. However, no one dared to accuse them of anything. They had already been warned beforehand. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a bottle of poison pills. Since they dared to take it, they should be mentally prepared to be poisoned. Not dead. Immediately, someone went up to test the aura of the 2 alchemists and found that they were not dead, but for some reason they were still motionless and wouldn't wake up. So hot. Another alchemist suddenly jumped up from the high platform. His exposed skin was as red as blood, emitting a monstrous heat. Steam was rising from the top of his head. He kept tearing at his clothes, and in a short while, his upper body was bare, but he seemed to be unaware. It was still tearing. Dong Qinyan's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly covered her eyes. A few cultivators scurried up from below the high platform and dragged that person away with ashen faces. These few cultivators should be from the same clan as that alchemist. They didn't want to see him embarrass himself anymore. In less than 30 breaths of time, the first batch of alchemists who had participated in the pill trial had been completely annihilated. There were all kinds of living things, and the symptoms of poisoning were also all kinds of strange. Such a tragic experience not only did not deter these alchemists from joining Hidden Cloud Peak, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. The poison pills that Xiao Fusheng had refined were clearly the same kind of pills, but they could produce so many different effects. It was indeed the work of a master. Because of this, these alchemists who had come felt that Grand Master Zhao's alchemy skills were unfathomable. After this group of alchemists left, another 30 alchemists stepped onto the stage. As time passed, more and more people were poisoned, either falling unconscious, or making a fool of themselves. In total, more than 200 alchemists had stepped onto the stage, but not a single one had safely passed Grandmaster Zhao's test. The entire test site was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Another group of alchemists was poisoned, and one of them, who had become as stiff as a stone after being poisoned, shouted loudly, "I don't accept this, I don't accept this. How can a single poison pill test my extraordinary aptitude? I don't accept this. I want to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, please give this junior a chance. Drag him away." Qin Zhe coldly shouted. The 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples all wore cold expressions. Walking up to this man, they directly threw him off the high platform. The man continued to shout, "Grandmaster Xiao, I can inherit your mantle, please give this junior a chance. This group of people is crazy." Yang Kai coldly observed, shaking his head. Dong Qinyan softly said, "You don't know Grandmaster Zhao's prestige in the alchemy world, that's why you say that. Look at that man, even though he's so ugly and unsightly, has anyone ever laughed at him?" Yang Kai turned his head and found that no one was ridiculing him, most of them had dull expressions, many of them even showing sympathy. Grandmaster, in the eyes of us alchemists, is a supreme existence. In order to worship him as our master, what does it matter if we suffer a bit of hardship and lose face? Dong Qinyan lightly bit her red lips, her face filled with both nervousness and expectation. "Are you sure you want to go up and take that poison pill?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also saw the reaction of those people, directly falling unconscious is already good, but if you can't pass this test, you'll have to tear off your clothes on the spot." Dong Qinyan's pretty face immediately paled. "And, everyone gathered here is young, I'm sure they would be willing to see such a scene. TSK, the Dong family's young ladies' clothes are in disarray, that's a good topic to talk about after dinner. Really, even if you don't, if you let out a few loud farts in front of everyone, don't say that." Dong Qinyan's face went pale. No matter what kind of ugliness it was not something a little girl like her could accept. Once it happened, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, Dong Qinyan waved her small fists. "I knew you were up to no good and wanted me to go back to my brother's place, but I still want to try this test. I've been preparing for this day for a long time, now that I've come all the way here, how could I give up now?" Saying so, her voice softened again as she blushed. "If it's really like you said, you'll have to take me away sooner rather than later." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. It seemed that his cousin was determined to go up on stage, no matter how he tried to dissuade her, it would be useless. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. An Earth-grade top-rank alchemist. "Isn't that the Wang family's alchemy genius, Wang Qiren? He's also here. If it's him, I'm afraid he really can pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. Good, this is going to be interesting. Look at that one, an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, trained by the Xiong family. That one is also an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, from the Chang family. The alchemists of the great families are finally going to take action, a good show is about to begin." This group of alchemists were all young alchemists who had been trained by the great families and great forces, all of whom had come here to inherit Xiao Fusheng's mantle. Those who had just gone up. All of them were alchemists from small places, so it was normal for none of them to pass the test. Now that this group of people had gone up on stage, many people were looking forward to it. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and as the voices reached the ears of the dozen or so Earth-grade high-rank alchemists on the stage, these young men all showed proud expressions. They also showed their good upbringing and stepped onto the high platform. First, they bowed to Qin Zhe. After performing a disciple's salute, they stepped forward one by one and stood in front of the pill pot. "Brother Wang, please go first. Among all of you, only Brother Wang has reached the Earth-grade top-rank alchemist level, so naturally he should go first." The Chang family alchemist smiled and gestured. The others also nodded. Wang Qiren smiled and cupped his fists. "Since that is the case, this Wang will accept." Saying so, he turned to the direction of Hidden Cloud Peak and bowed before reaching out and taking out a poison pill, placing it in his mouth before sitting down and refining it. From his attitude, it was clear that he was determined to pass this test and had a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed to Hidden Cloud Peak. That was the mountain peak where Xiao Fuxing lived. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw this. So what if it was an Earth-grade top-rank pill? The poison pill refined by Martial Granduncle Xiao, even if a heaven-grade alchemist took it, if their aptitude wasn't high enough, they would still suffer. This Wang Qiren really thinks he's some big shot. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples glanced at each other and secretly sneered, waiting for the situation to develop, ready to see Wang Qiren make a fool of himself. Not long after, this group of people took the poison pill and found a good place to sit down. While everyone on the stage was absorbing the medicinal efficacies, the spectators below also held their breaths, craning their necks to watch, as if they were more nervous than if they were participating in the test themselves. These alchemists were truly worthy of being from great forces. All of them had extraordinary attainments and high aptitude. Those who had gone up to take the test before had lasted at most half a cup of tea's worth of time. However, this group of people only reacted after a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. The first to do so was an Earth-grade low-rank alchemist, who suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Immediately after, someone jumped off the high platform and a few muffled sounds rang out. One after another, the alchemists of these large forces all had problems. This result left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't that these people were unworthy of their reputation, but that the difficulty of Grandmaster Zhao's test had exceeded everyone's imagination. After a stick of incense worth of time, only Wang Qiren remained on the high platform, everyone else had left. Countless people's hearts were tense. If Wang Qiren couldn't pass this test, then they really didn't know who else could. After a long time, Wang Qiren's body suddenly moved and a faint black qi appeared on his forehead. Qin Zhe, who had been sitting there motionless since the beginning of the test, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Qiren's reaction. As time passed, the black qi became more and more obvious, more and more solid. Suddenly, the black qi disappeared without a trace, but instead, Wang Qiren opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qiren react like this, so they couldn't help wondering if he had passed the test. The Wang family cultivator quickly rushed up and hurried to Wang Qiren's side. Wang Qiren waved his hand and stood up with difficulty, looking towards Qin Zhe with a trace of expectation. Qin Zhe sighed, "Fail." Wang Qiren's expression darkened, but he didn't give up, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, how can I pass this test?" Qin Zhe saw that he was also a talented alchemist, so he patiently explained, "In fact, you were just one step away from passing, unfortunately, you failed." Junior understands. Wang Qiren smiled bitterly and jumped off the high platform with the other cultivator. Chapter 272. Once again, they were all annihilated. Even an alchemy genius like Wang Qiren had failed to pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After Wang Qiren left, the scene was silent for a long time, no one daring to step onto the stage. No one was confident they could pass Grandmaster Zhao's test, so no one dared to step onto the stage and disgrace themselves. From beginning to end, the people from Medicine King's Valley were not anxious, so no one stepped onto the stage, they simply stood there and waited. Yang Kai glanced over at Dong Qinyan and found that her two small hands were constantly clenching and opening, clearly showing her extreme nervousness. Her face showed some eagerness to try, but also some lack of confidence. Even an Earth-grade high-rank alchemist had failed. Could she, a mere common-grade mid-rank alchemist, succeed? If you miss something, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai said lightly. Dong Qinyan's tender body shook as she turned to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contemplation flashing across her eyes, but soon they became firm as she took a deep breath and said, let's go. Yang Kai smiled lightly, and together with Dong Qinyan, both stepped onto the high platform. Seeing that there was still someone who dared to step onto the stage, the crowd below suddenly burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement, causing Dong Qinyan to smile shyly. But soon after, someone discovered her rank through the embroidery on her chest. Only a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. With such a low rank, she's probably going to make a fool of herself. Poor little girl, if she makes a fool of herself here, how will she have the face to show her face in the future? Dong Qinyan listened to these words, biting her lip and not saying a word. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley actually smiled at her. A beautiful woman was always able to win good impressions wherever she went. Young lady, please. Dong Qinyan nodded gently, took a deep breath, walked over to the medicine pot, and took out a poison pill, turning back to look at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the sidelines." If Dong Qinyan really couldn't pass the test, he would definitely take her away. He definitely had to take her away. He couldn't let her embarrass herself in front of so many people. On the high platform, besides the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Dong Qinyan and Yang Kai were present. On top of that, Yang Kai's outfit made it obvious he was this woman's attendant, so the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't immediately chase them away. Dong Qinyan took a deep breath, placed the poison pill into her mouth, and swallowed it down before walking over to the side and sitting down cross-legged. He circulated his energy to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. Like a javelin, he stood in place, vigilantly observing Dong Qinyan's movements. Half a cup of tea's time passed, but she did not respond at all. 10 minutes passed. She still did not respond. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he secretly released his divine sense to sweep Dong Qinyan's body, quickly discovering that the yuan qi in her body was rapidly circulating. He was burning some of the impurities in his meridians. These miscellaneous items should be the poison contained in the poison pill. Oh, this little girl isn't bad, she managed to hold on for so long. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Of the several hundred people who had come up before, except for the alchemists from the great families, few had been able to hold on for so long. Moreover, it wasn't as if no common grade alchemist had come up before, but those people had only lasted a dozen breaths, so Dong Qinyan's performance had impressed everyone. How did she do it? She's another genius suited for alchemy. Compared to that Wang Qiren, she's not much better. I know her, she's the Dong family's young lady, Dong Qinyan. What, the Dong family's young lady? As the crowd exclaimed, a faint black qi suddenly appeared between Dong Qinyan's eyebrows. Quickly, this black qi became thicker and thicker, and then the black qi quickly moved and disappeared into her body, but Dong Qinyan suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a black qi visible to the naked eye. After exhaling this black qi, Dong Qinyan opened her big eyes in amazement. Qinze also stood up from his chair. His stiff face finally bloomed into a smile as he praised, "Good, good. Someone finally passed Marshal Uncle Zhao's test." Passed? The hundreds of people present were silent, almost unable to believe their eyes. In total, more than 300 alchemists from all over the world had taken the stage. Many of them were geniuses with outstanding aptitude, some were even Earth-grade high-rank alchemists, but all of them had somehow failed. Now, A single common grade mid-rank alchemist had actually passed unscathed. What kind of mysteries were hidden in this? Dong Qin was also dumbfounded, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Qin Zhe in amazement. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "Young lady, this senior said you have passed the Grandmaster's test." What? Dong Qin didn't seem to have recovered. Qin Zhe's cold expression suddenly changed, replaced by a kind smile. "Young lady, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are my martial uncle Zhao's disciple." This Qin should also call you junior sister. Dong Qin was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she jumped up and burst into tears of joy, covering her face with both hands, her eyes immediately becoming red. Happiness had come too suddenly. The little girl was obviously not mentally prepared. She was at a loss for words for a long time, not knowing what to say. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. After a long time, Dong Qin turned to Qin Zhe and said, "Greets big brother Qin." Qin Zhe laughed. "Junior sister is too polite. Martial uncle Xiao accepting you as a disciple is my Medicine King's Valley's blessing." After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere immediately became much more harmonious, causing the group of people below to stare dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe act so friendly? Every time they asked him to perform alchemy, he would always put on a straight face, as if everyone in the world owed him money. But now, he was smiling so widely that his molars could be seen. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smile, but rather that they couldn't enter his discerning eyes. "Since junior sister has passed martial uncle Zhao's test, you are now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley. If there is nothing else, you can come with us to Medicine King's Valley. If there is something you need, please handle it as soon as possible." Qin Zhe said with a smile. Dong Qin nodded. If she wanted to enter Medicine King's Valley, she would need to inform the Dong family first. However, since things had reached this point, she believed that her big brother would definitely not stop her. Being able to enter Medicine King's Valley was also a matter of pride for the Dong family. Think about it, no matter which great force in the world wanted to have a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley, the Dong family's young lady was already the direct disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Grandmaster Xiao. This was a unique advantage. No one could compare to him. Big brother, also wants to try. Dong Qin glanced over at Yang Kai and said. "Guard." Qin Zhe frowned, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly. Although he didn't show much disgust, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. "Yen has been protecting me since I was a child, so," Qin Zhe gave her a meaningful look, apparently misunderstanding that she had developed feelings for him over time. Not wanting to delve deeper, he just nodded and said, "Since he wants to try. It's fine. In any case, martial uncle Xiao has refined a large number of poison pills." Saying so, he casually asked, "What grade of alchemist is he?" Dong Qin blushed and said, "He doesn't know alchemy." Qin Zhe's expression suddenly became ugly. "If you don't know alchemy, then what's the point of trying? Do you really think alchemy is a child's play? My Medicine King's Valley is not so easy to enter, if you don't have a heart for alchemy. If you want to pass this test, then don't try." Yang Kai looked at him faintly and said, "Dare I ask, when Senior Xiao set up this test, did he say that those without alchemy experience would not be able to participate?" Qin Zhe sneered, "Martial uncle never said such a thing. But since you have never studied alchemy before, you naturally won't be able to go far on this road in the future. If you don't intend to devote your life to alchemy, then don't come here to make trouble. This is not a place for you to play around." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he said lightly, "As far as this junior knows. Grandmaster Xiao himself was only 26 or 27 years old when he first started learning alchemy. This junior is only 17 this year, 10 years younger than Grandmaster Xiao." All of this information was what he had just heard from others. Qin Zai's brow furrowed as his expression became quite unpleasant. Suddenly, someone from the crowd cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Grandmaster Xiao is a genius, born for alchemy. Not to mention that he only started learning alchemy at the age of 26 or 27, even if he was 40 or 50 years old, it wouldn't be too late. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao?" Silence. Qin Zai angrily shouted, immediately silencing the crowd. Qin Zai stared deeply at Yang Kai, not saying a word. After a long time, he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Since Martial Uncle did not say that only alchemists must participate in this test, you are qualified. Go and take a poison pill." Yang Kai nodded, and under the sneers of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, he took out a poison pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Dong Qin Yen looked at him nervously, but Yang Kai just smiled and walked over to the side and sat down. Circulating his true Yang secret art, a burning sensation spread out, causing Qin Zai's brow to wrinkle slightly, and he couldn't help secretly nodding. Although he had looked down on Yang Kai a moment ago, now that he felt his Yuan Qi, he knew that this boy was not simple. At such a young age, he had already reached the Yuan Qi boundary. This kind of aptitude was not something an average person could compare with. If he did not distract himself with alchemy and instead concentrated on the martial Tao, he would surely achieve great things in the future. A trivial guard is so powerful. The Dong family's heritage was not shallow. Qin Zai was really surprised. As soon as the poison pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai felt it completely dissolve and float directly into his meridians. Worthy of being personally refined by a grandmaster, this kind of medicinal efficacies were simply too fast. Not to mention that Yang Kai was now at the second stage of Yuan Qi. Even if a cultivator had just reached the initial element boundary, as long as they circulated their Yuan Qi, they would be able to effortlessly absorb the medicinal efficacies. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, but after being tempered and burned by his true Yang Yuan Qi, they were not able to harm him in the slightest. After a few circulations, Yang Kai felt that the poison had completely lost its effect, and instead continued to flow up to the top of his head, converging into a turbid gas in his mouth. Gawking for a moment, Yang Kai secretly cursed. Dong Qin Yen had just spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to pass the test, which had already caused Qin Zai to lose his composure. Now, after just a few circulations he had passed the test, who knew what kind of disturbance would arise? This speed is too fast. Thinking so, Yang Kai swallowed the turbid gas in his mouth, not spitting it out, while continuing to circulate his secret art as if nothing had happened. Chapter 273. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai quietly began circulating his Yuan Qi, guiding the turbid Qi from his mouth to his forehead. From an outsider's point of view, Yang Kai's forehead was now filled with a faint black Qi. Qin Zai was suddenly surprised. This was clearly a sign that would only appear at the final juncture of the test. Of the hundreds of alchemists who had taken the stage before, only Wang Qiren and Dong Qin Yen had reached this point, but the former had failed while the latter had succeeded. How could a mere guard do this? Could it be that he was another genius suited for alchemy? Qin Zai was quite nervous as he stared at Yang Kai deeply, his heart almost jumping into his throat. His martial uncle Xiao had personally told him that as long as he could find a suitable successor for this trial, he would be satisfied. Now that Dong Qin Yen had passed, if another one passed, wouldn't his martial uncle laugh his head off? Not only would Hidden Cloud Peak have a successor in the future, but it would also be able to carry forward its legacy. Just as Qin Zai's heart was filled with nervousness, the black Qi between Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. Qin Zai held his breath on the spot, his eyes widening. Success or failure would all depend on the next moment. As he anxiously waited, Yang Kai didn't respond, but after a long time, Qin Zai's eyes began to ache, only to see a wisp of black qi appear between Yang Kai's eyebrows. What's going on? Qin Zhe was really confused. The reaction of this young man in front of him wasn't like Wang Qiren who spat out a mouthful of black blood, nor was he like Dong Qin Yen who successfully forced out the black smoke, so how could this black gas appear back and forth between his eyebrows? This situation was inconsistent with what his martial uncle had told him before. Just as he was feeling anxious and confused, the black qi disappeared. But before he could calm down, the black qi reappeared. Qin Zhe's heart began to beat erratically as the black qi continued to rise and fall. This kind of waiting without knowing the result was really too torturous, especially since the other party's performance was constantly fluctuating between success and failure, making him feel even more tormented. The black qi fluctuated at least a dozen times before the boy in front of him suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick turbid qi. As this turbid qi was expelled, the boy's entire body seemed to become sluggish, his head drooping down. He had lost his spirit. F***K. You finally spat it out. Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. If you keep tormenting me a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. But, how could something like this happen? Qin Zhe furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. Could it be that this youth's aptitude had barely reached the standard set by his martial uncle, and that was why he had passed the test with such difficulty? Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Brother Qin. Dong Qin Yen looked at Qin Zhe and hesitantly asked, "How is he?" Qin Zhe regained his senses and laughed heartily, Not bad, not bad. Although his aptitude is slightly worse than yours, but, he barely passed. Passed again? Everyone below the stage was stunned by this sentence. So many people had gone on stage before, but none of them had succeeded. Even Wang Qiren had spat out a mouthful of black blood, but now, a common-grade mid-rank alchemist had passed. Even though her rank as an alchemist was very low, she was still the daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family was quite powerful, so it was acceptable that they could cultivate such a talent. But what about the guards? They were just young Lady Dong's followers. How could such a person pass? Senior Qin, that little brat shouldn't have cheated, right? Someone below shouted. That's right, Senior, this person doesn't even know alchemy. How could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test without an alchemist's rank? He must have used some dirty tricks to achieve this. I refuse to accept this. The smile on Qin Zhe's face immediately froze, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd, coldly snorting, "This is a poison pill personally refined by my martial uncle Xiao, no one can cheat. Even if an immortal ascension boundary cultivator takes this pill, those without alchemy aptitude will not be able to bear it. If there is anyone who disagrees, come up and give it a try, but if there is anyone who dares to question it, then that is an insult to my Medicine King's Valley, an insult to my martial uncle Xiao." As soon as this big accusation was made, the crowd immediately quieted down. Damn, a little guard who can't even perform alchemy can pass. I don't believe it. An alchemist grit his teeth and fiercely rushed up the stage. Many people quickly followed. A moment later, a large group of people were poisoned, a whole pot of poison pills, at least 500 to 600 of them. By noon, all the poison pills had been taken, but from start to finish, only Dong Qin Yen and Yang Kai had safely passed the test. There were also many people who suffered the same fate as Wang Qiren, reaching the final step but failing at the final step, causing many people to sigh with regret. Only now did everyone realize that Grandmaster Xiao had not set out to recruit disciples, but had set up such a difficult test in order to find a suitable successor. After the test ended, Qin Zhe walked over with a smile, "Junior brother and junior sister, when will you come with me to Hidden Cloud Peak? If Martial Uncle knows that 2 people have passed this time, he will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai's face remained expressionless, not saying a word, his expression cold. His current status was that of a bodyguard, so naturally he could not overstep his boundaries. Dong Qingyan smiled and said, "I'm going to say goodbye to my big brother." "Oh, let's go together, quickly say goodbye and we'll go to Hidden Cloud Peak." He couldn't wait to take them to Medicine King's Valley. On the third floor of the Dong family medicine store, Dong Qinghan's fat face wore a wry smile. The news that Dong Qingyan had passed Grandmaster Zhao's test had reached his ears early on. Although he knew that his little sister had been obsessed with alchemy since childhood, he had never expected her to be able to accomplish such a feat worshipping Xiao Fusheng as a disciple. This was a good thing no one could refuse. But in the end, she was a girl who had been pampered since childhood, now suddenly changing to an unfamiliar environment. He didn't know if she could handle it. But now, what was done, unless the Dong family was willing to break off all ties with Medicine King's Valley, it would be impossible to poach someone from Medicine King's Valley. The Dong family naturally could not break off relations with Medicine King's Valley, the stakes were too high. Just as Dong Qinghan was smiling bitterly, the Wind and Cloud dual guard's expression suddenly changed and whispered, "Young lady and young Master Yang are coming, and there is another person with them, he should be the steward of Medicine King's Valley." Dong Qinghan was startled and quickly got up, "Come with me to greet them." Before they reached the door, the sound of someone running up the stairs could be heard. Opening the door, Yang Kai saw Dong Qingyan running up the stairs at a brisk pace. Big brother, I succeeded." Dong Qingyan couldn't wait to tell Dong Qinghan the good news. Dong Qinghan's face immediately stiffened as he reached out and knocked her head, scolding, "Nonsense. Such a big thing, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance?" Dong Qingyan rubbed her small head, still grinning, not showing the slightest annoyance. Just as Dong Qinghan finished reprimanding her, Qin Zhe, who had followed closely behind, lightly coughed. Dong Qingyan's expression immediately became serious as he quickly bowed, "Junior greets Senior Qin." N. Qin Zhe nodded lightly, frowning slightly, "Young Master Dong, since your little sister has passed the test, she is now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley, the disciple of my martial uncle Xiao, and also this Qin's junior sister. Although she is still a member of your Dong family, you can't hit her at will." Dong Qinghan was stunned. Qin Zhe continued to casually scold him, "Alchemist is a noble profession, different from you spear-wielding barbarians. What you need is brains. Do you understand brains? What if you break her head? Junior sister is a genius in alchemy. If you really break her head, can you afford the loss? Can you afford the wrath of my martial uncle Xiao? Can your Dong family afford the wrath of my Medicine King's Valley?" Spear and stick scolding, Dong Qinghan's young master Dong was left speechless. Qin Zhe snorted and continued, "You call me senior, but Yan is now this Qin's junior sister. In terms of seniority, she is higher than you. How can you hit her? Do you not understand this simple truth?" N. Dong Qinghan was dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. "I just greeted you, I didn't say anything. I know your Medicine King's Valley is overbearing, but she is my little sister, can't I even teach her a lesson? I've never seen anyone so overprotective. You haven't even entered Medicine King's Valley yet and you're already acting like this. Once you really enter Medicine King's Valley, what kind of trouble will you cause?" However, although Dong Qinghan was extremely depressed, in his heart he was also quite happy. Qin Zhe being so protective of his little sister, after entering Medicine King's Valley, she wouldn't suffer any hardships. Junior knows he was wrong. Dong Qinghan cleverly admitted his mistake. Qin Zhe nodded lightly, "Good, young Master Dong doesn't look like an uneducated person, knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing." Dong Qinghan's fat face squeezed out a forced smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. Qin Zhe turned around and looked at Dong Qingyan, "Junior sister, if you and young Master Dong have anything to say, make it short, I'll wait for you downstairs." Saying so, he floated down the stairs. He had come up here to support Dong Qingyan. After Qin Zhe left, Dong Qing Han ground his teeth and glared at his little sister. You've got the ability, should I call you Senior Dong? He he. Dong Qing Yen giggled, stepping forward and shaking her brother's arm, softly saying, Father. Dong Qing Han helplessly shook his head. I'll tell him, I believe he won't try to stop me. Father will be proud of me. Dong Qing Yen nodded quickly, suddenly feeling like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Dong Qing Han whispered, once you enter Medicine King's Valley, be careful, if anything happens, don't involve Yen. He was naturally referring to the Pill Saint's Peak. I know what to do. Yang Kai nodded. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yen came downstairs. Qin Zhe and the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples had long since become impatient, so when they saw them come down, they immediately rushed back. Of the 12 peaks of Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak was located in the middle, only 2 mountains away from the Pill Saint's Peak. Arriving at the foot of the peak, looking up, there was only a vague rugged mountain road leading to the top, both sides of which were lush greenery, creating a beautiful scenery. At the foot of the mountain was a stone tablet with 3 large characters engraved on it, Hidden Cloud Peak. At the bottom right corner of the stone tablet was a line of small blood-red characters. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that the line of small characters was actually, Trespassers will die. Chapter 274. This line of bright red characters demonstrated the overbearing and extraordinary spirit of Medicine King's Valley. Only people from Medicine King's Valley would dare to erect such a majestic stone monument in front of their own home. There was no one guarding the foot of the mountain, so Qin Zhe led the group up the mountain. Dong Qing Yen and Qin Zhe walked side by side, followed by the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. When the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples looked at Dong Qing Yen, their faces were filled with envy, worship, and even love. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai, they were still disdainful, not even bothering to say a word to him. Alchemists were a group of people who were not good at communicating with others and had eyes above their heads. The alchemists of Medicine King's Valley were even more so. Dong Qing Yan's background was extraordinary and her natural beauty naturally attracted their attention. Although Yang Kai had also passed the test set by Grandmaster Shao and was qualified to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, in essence, he was just a small attendant with a low status. How could they lower themselves to interact with him? Since they didn't speak, Yang Kai was like a taciturn gourd, secretly observing as they walked. On the other hand, Dong Qing Yen was like a sparrow. From the moment she set foot on the rugged mountain road, she had been constantly asking questions. She was about to enter the Holy Land in her heart and see the senior she worshipped, so Dong Qing Yen was both nervous and looking forward to it. Qin Zhe didn't speak much, most of the time he was silent, but when faced with Dong Qing Yan's questions, he carefully answered one by one, not showing the slightest impatience. Listening to the conversation between the 2 of them, Yang Kai also learned a few things. Hidden Cloud Peak had only had 1 alchemist, Xiao Fu Sheng, since several decades ago. Besides the 2 maidservants who served him, there was no one else. Moreover, these 2 maidservants were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Xiao Fu Sheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life and had never accepted a disciple until this year when he changed his mind and decided to pass on his life's knowledge. That was why today's test had occurred. Why did Master suddenly change his mind? Dong Qing Yen asked curiously. Qin Zhe's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Martial Uncle's thoughts, I dare not speculate. You should ask him yourself one day." Oh. The first half of Hidden Cloud Peak was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as the eye could see, there were only rugged rocks and forests. From time to time, there would be some wild animals roaming about. However, they were all small animals such as rabbits and roe deer. There was nothing dangerous about them. But in the second half. Instead, it was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many exotic flowers and herbs in the mountains. Just like that, they grew there openly, swaying in the wind. There were many types of them. It was a dazzling sight. There are so many herbs here, why didn't anyone secretly come up here to pick them? Dong Qin couldn't help feeling curious when she saw no one guarding the mountain forest. Who dares? Qin Zhe coldly snorted, whoever dares touch Medicine King's Valley's herbs will have their entire family annihilated. Hearing these murderous words, Dong Qin quickly spat out her tongue. The herbs that were planted in the mountains were definitely not too valuable, so it was not worthwhile to offend Medicine King Valley for these things. An hour later, the group arrived at the top of the mountain where there was a row of houses. There weren't many of them, only about 7 or 8, most of which were newly built. These should be the residences that Xiao Fusheng had prepared for his disciples. Arriving here, Qin Zhe stopped and turned to the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples and said, "You wait here." The 3 of them listened. Quickly putting on a bashful face, they smiled and said, "Martial uncle, we also want to go in." "What are you going to do?" Qin Zhe asked unhappily. One of them wore a look of yearning. "Since we entered Medicine King's Valley until now, we've only seen Martial Uncle Xiao once, but now we're here, heh heh." Qin Zhe frowned and pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Good, then don't speak. Martial Uncle doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes, we promise we won't speak." The 3 immediately cheered up. Yang Kai observed from the side and found that these 3 people's expressions were filled with awe. Even Qin Zhe's expression became serious. It seemed that Xiao Fusheng's reputation in the hearts of alchemists was far beyond what he had imagined. Even these disciples of Medicine King's Valley were proud to see him. Under the leadership of Qin Zhe, the group of people walked straight towards the row of houses. Before they had even arrived, 2 beautiful women appeared in front of them. These 2 beautiful women were both plump and gorgeous, with a hint of charm between their brows, a faint dignified air, and a light smile. At first glance, these 2 beautiful women appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. In fact, both of them were over 40 years old. Because as early as 25 years ago, they had come to Hidden Cloud Peak to serve Xiao Fusheng. 25 years ago, they were only 16 or 17 years old. These 2 beautiful women were ordinary people who had never cultivated, but they were still able to maintain their youth and beauty. Compared to many other cultivators, they were even able to maintain their looks. All of this was thanks to Xiao Fusheng's methods. Seeing the 2 beautiful women come over, Qin Zhe quickly cupped his fists, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, respectfully saying, "Ladies, please report to Martial Uncle that we have brought the people he wants." These 2. One of the beautiful women wearing a moon-white dress looked at Dong Qin and Yang Kai with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Dong Qin also understood etiquette and quickly bowed with Yang Kai. The beautiful woman chuckled, "Call me Aunt Xiang, this is Aunt Lan." Dong Qin giggled and obediently bowed again. Aunt Xiang then said, "You don't need to be so formal here, just treat this place as your own home. In the future, the 2 of you will be living here for a long time. If you are too formal, you will feel uncomfortable, and we will also feel uncomfortable." The other beautiful woman, Aunt Lan, smiled and said, "When we first came to Hidden Cloud Peak, we were about the same age as you. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed." Dong Qin saw the 2 of them acting so cordially and her tension gradually relaxed. "Ladies, Martial Uncle is." Qin Zhe waited for them to finish their small talk before respectfully asking for instructions. "Grandmaster is currently performing alchemy, news from the bottom of the mountain has already been sent back. You can go back first, when Grandmaster finishes refining that furnace of pills, he will meet with them." Hearing this, not only did the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples look sad, even Qin Zhe was slightly disappointed. "Many thanks." Qin Zhe quickly adjusted his expression, cupped his fists, and led the 3 Medicine King's valley disciples away. After they left, the 2 beautiful women waved to Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, smiling as they arranged a place for them to live. Hidden Cloud Peak had only been inhabited by the 3 of them and Xiao Fusheng. Xiao Fusheng would often retreat to perform alchemy and would not appear for more than 10 days. The 2 of them had been companions for so many years, so now that Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan had arrived, they were naturally happy. Hidden Cloud Peak was not like any of the other peaks, there was nothing to pay attention to, nor were there so many restrictions, everything was very free. After arranging a place for Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan to live, the 2 women left. They stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 3 days, but Xiao Fusheng still did not show up. Only the 2 beautiful women came to see Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan from time to time, inquiring about their well-being. 3 days later, just as Dong Qingyan was muttering to herself about when Xiao Fusheng would come out, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from nearby. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, exchanging a glance with Dong Qingyan before quickly rushing out of the house. The 2 beautiful women had also walked out and were staring at a room in a daze. This was Xiao Fusheng's residence. Not long after, the door opened, and an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard walked out. The old man had a peaceful face, but at this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was holding a golden pill in his hand, and while walking, he frowned and observed it. Dong Qingyan suddenly became nervous. The man she had always worshipped had appeared in front of her, her mood could be imagined. Yang Kai was also looking at this legendary figure in the alchemy world and was surprised to find that this person didn't have the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. He was like an ordinary old man, bland and plain. However, Xiao Fusheng was not an ordinary person, he was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai couldn't help but become solemn. Being able to restrain his aura to such an extent, this Xiao Fusheng was not simple. No pill veins, no pill veins, without pill veins, what use is there for me? Xiao Fusheng muttered a few times with a pained expression before letting out a long sigh. Yang Kai glanced over at the pill in his hand and found that this pill was full of world energy. Even from a few dozen meters away, he could smell its pill fragrance. On top of that, it was round and full, clearly a heaven grade or above pill. But now, this pill had been degraded by Xiao Fusheng to be worthless. Grandmaster. Auntie Xiang, one of the 2 beautiful women, called out softly, "He's here." Only now did Xiao Fusheng recover from his contemplation, tossing the pill he had been holding to one of the beautiful women before turning his eyes towards Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan with great interest. And, not bad, not bad. Circling around Dong Qingyan a few times, Xiao Fusheng repeatedly praised. At this time, Dong Qingyan's small face suddenly became serious, not daring to move at all. After circling around Yang Kai a few more times, Xiao Fusheng suddenly frowned, "Not bad, but the murderous aura is too heavy." Yang Kai's heart went cold. Xiao Fusheng, on the other hand, casually said, "You too, stretch out your hands." Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both stretched out their hands. Xiao Fusheng flicked his finger and placed it on their wrists. After examining them for a long time, his old face filled with a smile and his eyes flashed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You cheated during the test." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before immediately letting out a laugh. "Senior's eyes are sharp." Dong Qingyan was stunned on the spot and quickly defended Yang Kai. "He didn't cheat, he took that poison pill and forced the poison out of his body, how could he cheat?" Xiao Fusheng smiled and said, "I'm not saying that his aptitude isn't good, on the contrary, his aptitude is probably better than yours. It's just that he deliberately delayed forcing out the poison, obviously he didn't want to show off too much." Ah! Dong Qingyan was stunned. The 2 beautiful women's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, how did Senior see through it? Xiao Fuxing chuckled and patted the dust off his clothes. I set this test myself, how could I not know? Chapter 275. After Xiao Fuxing's simple explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was hidden in his poison pills. The pot of poison pills was not complicated to refine, and the materials required were not expensive, otherwise there would not have been so many of them. However, the biggest function of these poison pills was to test the purity of a person's yuan qi. An alchemist was also a cultivator, and all of them had yuan qi in their bodies, but this group of people regarded alchemy as their main occupation. Increasing their cultivation and strength was all for the sake of alchemy. When a poison pill was taken, if one's yuan qi was pure enough, it could completely expel the poison from the body, otherwise, it would not work. The purity of yuan qi was related to many things, such as a cultivator's secret art, martial skills, the pills they had taken, their physique, and various other factors could all affect it. Although these alchemists regarded alchemy as their life's occupation, because of various experiences, their yuan qi was impure, so they failed Xiao Fuxing's test. Yang Kai had only practiced the true Yang secret art since he began cultivating, and had constantly tempered his yuan qi, so it was not surprising that the purity of his yuan qi could meet Xiao Fuxing's requirements. Dong Qingyan's situation was similar, she cultivated a fire attribute secret art. The Dong family was a big family, and when she was at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, in order to help her break through to the yuan qi boundary, the family had spent a lot of precious treasures to help her condense her yuan qi, so naturally her yuan qi would not be impure. Xiao Fuxing smiled wryly. In fact, this old master's pot of poison pills, if an alchemist were to take them, 90% of them would fail the test. Because they don't take the purity of their yuan qi too seriously. When refining pills, many alchemists have to personally test the properties of the pills themselves. The various medicinal efficacies in their bodies would clash and condense, so how could there be any pure yuan qi? But if it were to be taken by those who cultivate a fire or yang attribute secret art, I'm afraid it would be a different story. Yang Kai suddenly realized why the time it took him to resolve the poison was shorter than Dong Qingyan's, so there was such a reason. However, of those who came to participate in Xiao Fuxing's test, which one of them was not an alchemist? Only a cultivator with a special purpose like Yang Kai would try it. Wanting to find such a successor among the alchemists was indeed somewhat difficult. Dong Qingyan being able to pass this test smoothly was also thanks to the Dong family not supporting her in alchemy all these years. If she had started studying alchemy from an early age, this test would likely have ended with regret. Many people have taken the wrong path as an alchemist. This old master was wrong. Xiao Fuxing let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness and regret. Yang Kai frowned and said thoughtfully, Master, according to what you said, wouldn't it be better to find a child with excellent aptitude and train him from a young age? A child. Xiao Fuxing shook his head and smiled bitterly, this old master can't wait that long. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Staring at Xiao Fuxing in surprise. The two beautiful women were also dejected. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but gasp, Grandmaster, you, Xiao Fuxing chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said, it doesn't matter, I can still live for a few more years. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the mysterious grade top rank. I really want to see what the spirit rank is like. His words were full of yearning and regret. His expression suddenly brightened and he said, I can't, but I want to train a spirit-grade alchemist. Breaking through the shackles of the spirit rank will depend on the two of you. It was for this reason that Xiao Fuxing wanted to accept a disciple. He had devoted his entire life to alchemy, but had never been able to break through to the spirit rank, how could he not regret it? He had unparalleled alchemy knowledge and his own personal experience on the alchemy path, so he firmly believed that he could cultivate a disciple who surpassed himself. Perceiving Xiao Fuxing's determination, Yang Kai struggled for a moment before quickly saying, "Senior, please forgive this junior, the reason why I came to Hidden Cloud Peak was not to study alchemy." Xiao Fuxing's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "I want to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If I study alchemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to," Yang Kai said sincerely. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak this time just to take advantage of its geographical advantage to get close to the Pill Saints Peak. Xiao Fuxing had confided in him, so Yang Kai didn't want to deceive him too much. He definitely couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Pill Saints Peak, but he also couldn't learn alchemy, otherwise he would be unable to escape. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the two beautiful women suddenly frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with a slightly unhappy expression. On the other hand, Xiao Fuxing just chuckled, who said that alchemy can't help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's expression shook as he thought about it. The first time he had met Xiao Fuxing, this old man had left a deep impression on Yang Kai. Although he was already half buried in the ground, the kind of high-spirited spirit he displayed and the kind of mentality he had to compete with the heavens was something that many young people didn't possess. The Grand Master didn't ask him to become Dong Qin Yan's disciple and instead just stayed here. A few days later, Xiao Fuxing didn't show up much. Dong Qin Yan insisted on calling him master and disciple, while Yang Kai only called him Old Xiao. Although the two beautiful women were somewhat displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and tone that day, their self-restraint was excellent and they didn't embarrass him. Every day they still greeted him with a smile and took care of the daily life of the entire Hidden Cloud Peak, silently contributing. On this day, Xiao Fuxing called Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yan into his room. The two of them stood in front of Old Xiao, Yang Kai's expression indifferent while Dong Qin Yan was somewhat restrained. Xiao Fuxing smiled faintly and nodded, "I haven't taught you anything these past few days, but I've been observing your character. Although time will reveal a person's heart, this old master has lived for many years, so his eyesight is still somewhat profound. Yan, you have a kind heart and come from a great family, but you don't have the spoiled temperament of those young ladies. Even if you inherit this old master's mantle, I believe you won't do anything evil in the future. If you are willing, this old master can accept you as a disciple." "Disciple is willing," Dong Qin Yan quickly replied, her face filled with joy. Xiao Fuxing nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Yang Kai, "You are different, although you are young, you have experienced many hardships and your temperament is much more mature than your peers. Your Yuan Qi is like a sword, sharp and fierce, so you should have killed many people. But although your methods are ruthless, you will not kill the innocent." Yang Kai nodded silently and did not refute this. As one grew older, their eyesight was generally quite sharp. "Your pursuit is different from Yan-er's, so even if your aptitude is better than Yan-er's, I will not force you. You have your own path to walk, so I will not accept you as a disciple, nor will I teach you alchemy." "Master!" Dong Qin Yan exclaimed, thinking he was going to drive her away. Xiao Fuxing waved his hand and smiled, "But, since you have passed this old master's test, it can be considered fate, so I can teach you something else. For the time being, you and Yan-er can live together on Hidden Cloud Peak." "Many thanks, old man Xiao." Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fuxing really wanted to drive him away from the mountain, he would have no choice, but now hearing him say he could stay on Hidden Cloud Peak, he naturally relaxed. With this, he no longer had any psychological burden to bear. "This is a set of secret arts, the two of you can take them to cultivate, but remember, you only need to cultivate for an hour a day at most." Xiao Fuxing handed over a booklet and closed his eyes. Yang Kai reached out and took the booklet before leaving the house with Dong Qin Yan. Half a day later, the two of them had familiarized themselves with the secret arts on the booklet and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret art this was as it didn't have a name and its circulation route was quite strange. It actually required one to circulate all 108 meridians in the body at the same time, a staggering number. Yang Kai and the old demon studied this secret art together for a long time, but even with the old demon's profound knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what it was, only that it didn't cause any harm. Xiao Fuxing didn't have much time left, and now that he had finally accepted Dong Qin as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't harm her. Thinking so, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusted his breathing, and began to cultivate this unknown secret art. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Kai Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Every morning, he would wake up early in the morning and face the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. Then, he would spend an hour practicing an unknown secret art. After this, it was time for him to cultivate. The days passed quickly, and they were very fulfilling. Yang Kai repeatedly went to inquire about the situation of the Pill Saint's Peak, but without a proper reason or excuse, he would often be driven away before he could even approach, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak also treated Yang Kai very well. Every day they would cook some medicinal cuisine for him and Dong Qin to eat. The two women's cooking skills were very high, using only simple ingredients to create exquisite food. Dong Qin's feelings with the two beautiful women also greatly increased during this time. After all, they were all women, so it was much easier for them to interact with one another. After a month of hard work, Yang Kai's own strength didn't increase much, and the unknown secret art didn't increase his yuan qi, so it didn't have any magical effects. However, as old Xiao had said, this secret art could only be cultivated for an hour a day, any longer and Yang Kai's yuan qi would begin to boil like boiling water, causing him unbearable pain. One day after a month, after Yang Kai and Dong Qin finished their breakfast, the two beautiful women smiled and handed over 2 medicine baskets. "Auntie Xiang, what are these for?" Dong Qin took the medicine baskets with a puzzled expression and handed one to Yang Kai. Auntie Xiang smiled and said, "Grandmaster has a task for the two of you." "Really?" Dong Qin was very happy. During this time, she had only been cultivating, and Xiao Fuxing hadn't taught her a single thing about alchemy, which made her quite depressed. She had joined Hidden Cloud Peak in order to learn alchemy, but until now she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pill, so how could she not be anxious? Now that she heard that her grandmaster had a task for her, naturally she couldn't wait to perform well in order to win the favor of her grandmaster, then take the opportunity to put forward her own requirements for learning alchemy. "What task?" Yang Kai asked faintly. "Grandmaster has asked you to collect some herbs." Auntie Xiang smiled and listed the names of the herbs she was going to collect, then explained in detail the habits and shapes of these herbs. Yang Kai and Dong Qin both secretly remembered this and set off with their medicine baskets. Chapter 276. Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai and Dong Qin were carrying medicine baskets as they searched for herbs in the jungle. The task old Xiao had given them this time wasn't difficult to complete. The herbs they were looking for weren't precious, nor were they rare, they could all be found on this mountain peak. The only problem was that the age requirement was a bit harsh. They needed to be at least 30 years old or above. The two of them trekked through the mountains and rivers, carefully searching for herbs until late afternoon, before finally collecting most of them. "We're still missing an iron bone grass," Auntie Xiang said. "We need 10 stalks of it." Dong Qin counted with her fingers, her brow wrinkling slightly. "Cousin, we haven't found a single one yet." Yang Kai looked around and suddenly thought of something. "I'm afraid Hidden Cloud Peak doesn't have this kind of herb, let's go somewhere else." Dong Qin's eyes darted around for a moment before she giggled. "You mean, somewhere like Pill Saint's Peak?" Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qin tacitly agreed, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them headed towards Pill Saint's Peak. Pill Saint's Peak was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. From the top of the mountain, ordinary disciples were not allowed to approach it. But below 3,000 feet, one could freely enter and exit. With a clear goal in mind, the two of them walked all the way to Pill Saint's Peak. Let's split up and search. Yang Kai lightly coughed. N. Dong Qingyan smiled and nodded. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, but she didn't point it out, instead just saying, "Be careful." "I know." Carrying the medicine basket on his back, Yang Kai casually approached the top of Pill Saint's Peak, casually searching for iron bone grasses while secretly remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Half an hour later, as Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally approached, he was now only 1,000 feet away from the peak. Quietly looking up, Yang Kai suddenly found a stone statue standing on top of Pill Saint's Peak. This stone statue was the Pill Saint's portrait. The stone statue was at least 300 feet tall and had a magnificent aura. Yang Kai was still able to see the statue's chest from 1,000 feet away. The stone statue was modeled. It was unknown how many years the flowing time great emperor had stood here. Wind and rain battered it, but it still stood firm. Yang Kai wanted to release his divine sense to investigate, but he was somewhat afraid. Although he couldn't see anyone, there was definitely an expert guarding the place. "Old demon, can you sneak in and take a look?" Yang Kai asked. "If there is an immortal ascension boundary master up there, old servant has nowhere to hide," the old demon replied. His current strength wasn't too high, so he couldn't hide his demonic chi. Furthermore, his characteristics were too obvious. He was wrapped in a black aura with the soul breaker all. There was no way to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. Was there no way at all? It had been more than a month since they arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. He hadn't even figured out what was hidden there. "Who's there?" Just as Yang Kai was frowning, an angry shout came from above. A figure flew down from above and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. He looked at him coldly. This person was definitely an immortal ascension boundary master, and his strength wasn't low. Although most of the disciples in Medicine King's Valley were alchemists, there were always some who were responsible for combat and defense. "Which peak are you from? Don't you know that 3,000 meters below Pill Saint's Peak is a restricted area?" The man coldly shouted. His expression was unfriendly. Yang Kai frowned, his mind racing. "I'm asking you a question. Who is your master? Didn't he tell you the consequences of trespassing on Pill Saint's Peak?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior, this junior is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak's Old Man Zhao. Under Old Man Zhao's orders, this junior came down the mountain today to collect some herbs." "Grandmaster Zhao." The man was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, "You're the young man who joined Hidden Cloud Peak a month ago." "It is indeed this junior." The man vigilantly and cautiously looked Yang Kai up and down, sending out his divine sense but retracting it a moment later. The cold expression on his face gradually eased. Yang Kai then said, "This junior was only focused on finding herbs. I didn't expect to find myself here, please forgive me, senior." The man nodded and said, "If it were any other disciple, today's death sentence could be spared, but punishment would still be unavoidable. But since you've only been here for a short time, today's mistake can be forgiven. Leave quickly, and don't commit such a crime again. If you do, you will be severely punished." Yang Kai helplessly withdrew. After Yang Kai left, the man's figure flickered and returned to the top of Pill Saint's Peak, continuing to watch over it. From a distance, Yang Kai glanced back again. Sure enough, there was an immortal ascension boundary master guarding that place. What should he do? If there was a way to get close to the myriad drug pond, he might have been able to get a glimpse of its mysteries, but now he couldn't even get close, let alone anything else. Walking back with a gloomy expression, Yang Kai could hear Dong Qingyan arguing with someone from afar, so he couldn't help quickening his pace. A moment later, a clear voice entered his ears. "This iron bone grass was obviously found by me first, how can you be like this?" Dong Qingyan's tone was somewhat aggrieved. Another voice called out, "Junior sister must be joking, this herb is the shared property of my Medicine King's Valley, naturally it belongs to whoever picks it first. What's more, according to what Junior Sister said, we were the first to discover all the herbs in this mountain. We've lived here since we were young. Who's your junior sister? Dong Qin angrily said, I am Grandmaster Zhao's disciple, according to seniority, all of you should call me Martial Ant. Ahem ahem. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples who were confronting Dong Qin couldn't help feeling embarrassed, unable to refute. Xiao Fu Sheng had accepted a disciple in his later years, so although Dong Qin was very young, her seniority in Medicine King's Valley was much higher than the average person, the same generation as Qin Zhe, so naturally these young men were lower than her. What's wrong? Do several martial nephews want to snatch what Martial Ant wants, Dong Qin proudly snorted. What Martial Ant? The leader muttered discontentedly, I was lucky enough to be able to worship Martial Uncle Xiao as my master. If Martial Uncle Xiao was willing to let me try that poison pill, I could have also passed the test. Humph. Dong Qin wrinkled her delicate nose, it's useless to say such things now, obediently hand over the herbs your Martial Ant has taken a fancy to, otherwise, I'll go tell your master, and say you, offended your superiors, disrespecting your elders. As she finished speaking, her voice suddenly became louder. The faces of the several young Medicine King's Valley disciples all changed, this big accusation was something they couldn't bear. Inside Medicine King's Valley, only Hidden Cloud Peak's rules were a bit lax. In other words, only Hidden Cloud Peak had no rules and was completely free. Unlike the other peaks, where there were many rules and regulations, it was not a joke to offend one's superiors and disrespect their elders. However, these young men were all older than Dong Qin, and they were all men. How could they be willing to admit defeat in front of this little girl? The leader of the group thought for a moment. He quickly came up with a plan. Grinning meaningfully, he ground his teeth and said, since Martial Ant is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak, you must be an alchemy genius. Naturally. Dong Qin said proudly. This little girl was also obsessed with alchemy. Instead of praising her for her beauty, it was better to praise her for her exquisite alchemy skills. As soon as she heard this, she immediately became arrogant. Martial Ant is looking for iron bone grass. The man asked again. There isn't much iron bone grass left in Medicine King's Valley right now. How much iron bone grass does Martial Ant need? 10, I only found 2, that's really a coincidence. We also have a lot of iron bone grass here, it should be enough for Martial Ant's needs. You're willing to give it to me? Dong Qin smiled happily, suddenly feeling that her martial nephews were quite handsome. The man chuckled, naturally it's impossible to give it away for free, but Martial Nephew wants to use these iron bone grasses as a bet and compare notes with Martial Ant. If Martial Ant can win, not only will we offer these iron bone grasses, but if Martial Ant takes a fancy to the other herbs, then we will give them to Martial Ant. Martial Ant is free to take them. What does Martial Ant think? Hearing this, Dong Qin wrinkled her brow and pursed her lips. Just as she was wondering what to do, Yang Kai's voice suddenly called out, who wants to compare notes? I'll accompany you. Guard Yang. Dong Qin smiled happily and waved towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived in front of Dong Qin, faintly looking at the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples in front of him. You want to compare notes? It's him. He's the other disciple who passed the test and joined Hidden Cloud Peak. One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples grit his teeth and said, his face filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take his place. Bullying a woman isn't a skill, if you have something to say then come at me. Yang Kai glanced over at the 3. Yang Kai's arrogance. Immediately arousing the competitive spirit of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, the leader of the group said, good. Since you have such intentions, I'll let you see my skills. Wait a minute. Yang Kai raised his hand, you just said that iron bone grass would be the stake, does that still count? Of course. Good. Yang Kai nodded, you three come at me together. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other. Please enlighten us. Before Yang Kai's voice had even fallen, he had already stepped forward. The three Medicine King's Valley alchemists only saw an afterimage fly towards them, and with a few loud bangs, the three Medicine King's Valley alchemists were all thrown off their feet, all of them screaming miserably. So weak? Yang Kai frowned, a look of suspicion filling his face. He had thought that since these people were so arrogant, they would certainly have some skill, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Those attacks just now were just probing attacks, he had only used 50% of his full strength. How could you hit us? The alchemist who had just spoken fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai, his face filled with resentment and sadness. Nonsense. Yang Kai sneered, this was a competition, if not a fight, what else could he do? Without wasting any more words, Yang Kai stepped forward and rummaged through the three Medicine King's baskets, collecting all the iron bone grasses. Guard Yang, let's hurry up and leave. Dong Qin Yan's pretty face flushed red as she pulled Yang Kai towards Hidden Cloud Peak. You've gone too far. A cry of grievance and sadness came from behind, I'm going to tell Marshal Uncle Xiao and have him punish you. Why are they acting like this? Yang Kai frowned, didn't they want to exchange pointers? After losing, they're still clamoring, too weak. Cuckoo. Dong Qin Yan's face became even redder. Why are we running? Those iron bone grasses were what they said they would use as a stake, it's only natural they won, we didn't rob them. Don't talk, you're embarrassing yourself. Chapter 277. It wasn't until they reached Hidden Cloud Peak that the two of them slowed down. Yang Kai looked at Dong Qin Yan suspiciously, his face filled with confusion, not knowing why she was blushing. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Dong Qin Yan glared at him for a moment before taking a deep breath and helplessly explaining, cousin, when alchemists compare notes, it's a competition of alchemy skills. Everyone takes the same materials and then refine a pill. The number and quality of the pills they refine, as well as the time it takes to refine them, the winner is decided by the number and quality of the pills they refine, not like you. Saying so, she waved her small fists a few times, it's not like that. Yang Kai was stunned, his face couldn't help turning red as he awkwardly said, they didn't explain it clearly, how could I know? Dong Qin Yan smiled bitterly, it's common sense. Fortunately, you didn't use too much force and didn't hurt them. If you had really injured them, the consequences would have been serious. Saying so, she patted her forehead and said weakly, sure enough, cultivators are a bunch of brutes who only know how to use their fists. Yang Kai was also extremely embarrassed, thinking to himself that no wonder those three had been so excited when they heard he agreed to a competition, as if they didn't know how to write the word death. It turned out they thought he was going to compete with them in alchemy, that beating was really a waste. Aware that he was in the wrong, Yang Kai remained silent on the way back, but Dong Qin Yan couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing every time she recalled what had just happened. After returning to the top of the mountain, Yang Kai handed over the herbs he had collected today to the two beautiful women. After eating the medicinal cuisine they had prepared, Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yan returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Yang Kai hadn't yet left his house when he smelled a fragrant scent from outside, one that made him feel very comfortable. Curious, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, following the scent to the outside of his room. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in each of the two rooms not far away, there was a large steaming vat, each of which was filled with a variety of strange herbs. The two beautiful women were each responsible for one of the rooms, fanning the flames below, sweat dripping down their faces. What kind of pill is Master refining? Dong Qin Yan also came out and looked around curiously, her two big eyes flashing with excitement. Yang Kai watched for a while, then walked up and asked, do you need our help? Aunt Xiang stood up when she heard this and looked at them with a smile. He nodded and said, yes. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and said, what should we do? Aunt Xiang pursed her lips and smiled. You don't need to do anything for now. These 2 cauldrons of medicinal decoctions are for the 2 of you. I boiled them all night long, so they will be ready soon. For us? Yang Kai was stunned. Aunt Lan nodded, that's right. For the past month, Old Xiao has been concocting all kinds of herbs. The herbs you collected yesterday are all inside. I have a share too. Yang Kai was a little touched. If it was said that Old Xiao had worked hard to prepare something for Dong Qin Yen, Yang Kai could naturally understand. After all, Dong Qin Yen had worshipped him as her master and was his successor, but now he also had a share. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Aunt Xiang nodded lightly and said, naturally, since you have entered Hidden Cloud Peak, you are one of its people. The 2 of you go eat something first and prepare yourselves, come back in an hour. Yang Kai opened his mouth, a touch of emotion flashing across his eyes. Breakfast had been prepared in the kitchen, and it was also steaming hot, so it should have just been finished not long ago. As she ate, she watched Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan work in full swing. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After an hour, Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yen each entered a room. Yang Kai's room was Aunt Xiang's responsibility, so under her instructions, Yang Kai took off his shirt and wore only a pair of thin trousers. Then, he jumped into the medicinal soup. Yang Kai had always respected these 2 beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak. They had silently devoted themselves to Hidden Cloud Peak for more than 20 years. They had spent the best years of their lives, but the world only knew of Xiao Fuxing on Hidden Cloud Peak. No one had ever known that there were 2 unknown women here. Even Yang Kai, who had been on Hidden Cloud Peak for a month now and had been taken care of by these 2 women, only called them Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan and didn't know their full names. So even though he was topless at the moment, his expression didn't seem the slightest bit unnatural. Aunt Xiang, what should I do now? Yang Kai felt the warmth around him and felt comfortable both physically and mentally, so he couldn't help asking. Circulate the secret art that Old Xiao taught you. That secret art was prepared to absorb the medicinal efficacies of this medicinal soup. It has no other use. It's not easy to gather these herbs. Old Xiao also spent a lot of effort to gather all of them, and there are only 2 furnaces, so you have to be careful, don't waste the medicinal efficacy and let down Old Xiao's good intentions. I know. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, closed his eyes, and began circulating the secret art. As he circulated the secret art, Yang Kai felt hundreds of millions of pores on his body open up, the medicinal efficacies contained in the medicinal soup seemingly turning into sharp needles. They were everywhere, everywhere. Penetrating his pores, they pierced into his body. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan, his body trembling slightly. On the other hand, Dong Qin Yen next door let out a pitiful cry. Dong Qin Yen was a woman after all, one who had been pampered since childhood. How could she bear this kind of pain? Aunt Lan's comforting voice came from next door. Aunt Xiang stared closely at Yang Kai's reaction, her beautiful eyes flashing a dignified light as she couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Old Xiao had said before that the effect of using this medicinal soup to cleanse the body was remarkable, but the pain was also inhumane. Before, she had been worried about whether Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yen could bear it, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't have any problems at all. The pain seemed to be increasing little by little, and after a moment, not only did he feel pain all over his body, even his meridians and 5 viscera and 6 bowels were filled with pain. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. Large drops of sweat dripped from his forehead as Yang Kai's skin became as red as blood, but the secret art didn't stop, continuing to circulate. This kind of boundless pain lasted for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, this kind of pain lessened by a lot. As if it had reached a limit, this slowdown became more and more obvious, and a moment later, the the pain all over his body disappeared. What replaced it was a hearty feeling. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly open his eyes, his pupils shining brightly. Aunt Xiang looked at Yang Kai with satisfaction, a smile on her face as she listened for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao underestimated the endurance of the two of you, it seems that the other side has also endured." As she spoke, she tossed the various herbs in her hand into the medicinal soup, then turned around and continued to fan the fire below. The magical secret art no longer needed to be deliberately circulated, and under the influence of the medicinal soup, it began to circulate on its own. With each cycle, Yang Kai could feel his physique becoming stronger, his meridians becoming wider and tougher, and the yuan qi in his body becoming more and more pure. "Aunt Xiang, I should have left this medicinal soup for young Lady Dong." Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak for another purpose and had clearly stated that his ambition was not alchemy, but Old Xiao still didn't treat him as an outsider. Aunt Xiang chuckled, "Old Xiao's medicinal soup is too overbearing, a person can only use it once in their life. If your young lady uses it a second time, her meridians won't be able to withstand it." After a pause, Aunt Xiang continued, "You don't need to feel burdened. Old Xiao is actually quite optimistic about you, but the path you pursue is different from that of an alchemist." "What is the effect of this medicinal soup?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Aunt Xiang pondered for a moment before patiently explaining, "According to Old Xiao, it can improve a person's meridians, so when you cultivate in the future, it will be easier to temper your yuan qi and purify your yuan qi." "This is related to alchemy?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering the first time he had met Old Xiao, the latter had said something to him. The path of an alchemist, many people have taken the wrong path, this old master was also wrong. Yang Kai still remembered the loneliness and regret in Old Xiao's words. Aunt Xiang nodded, "Naturally it's related." Old Xiao had only managed to comprehend it a few years ago, but it was too late for him to realize it. An alchemist is the same as a cultivator, they need pure yuan qi as a foundation in order to refine good pills. That's why he used such a test to select a disciple. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Aunt Xiang fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao once said that if he accepted a disciple, he would definitely teach them a certain principle." "What principle?" "Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." Aunt Xiang smiled bitterly, "Perhaps this is not the truth, nor is it necessarily correct, but this is Old Xiao's alchemy insight. Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." No wonder he hadn't taught Dong Qing Yan any alchemy skills until now, instead he had been quite concerned about her growth this past month. If you have the heart to learn alchemy, you are actually a talent that Old Xiao desires. Aunt Xiang smiled bitterly. Before Old Xiao trained an alchemist, he would first train an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, which required his disciple to have a certain level of pursuit of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's yearning for the martial Tao obviously met this condition. Old Xiao is too kind. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Before his strength grew to a certain level, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to be distracted by other things. Alchemists were indeed respected by the world, but this was not Yang Kai's pursuit. "Right, I heard that yesterday you beat up 3 of Cloud Gathering Peak's Elder Duan's disciples." Aunt Xiang changed the subject, fearing that Yang Kai would be too embarrassed. Yang Kai blushed and scratched his head, muttering, "I didn't know they were talking about a competition of alchemy." Aunt Xiang pursed her lips and giggled, her shoulders trembling slightly as she took a moment to calm down. "Now there are rumors going around that Hidden Cloud Peak has a new disciple whose alchemy skills aren't very good but who is very good at fighting. I didn't cause any trouble for Old Xiao, did I?" Yang Kai asked guiltily. Aunt Xiang shook her head, "No, you didn't hurt them, it was just that someone came over this morning to inform you. But next time be careful, don't fight without reason." Of course, of course." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. What he had done was simply too improper, every time he thought about it it made him blush. Chapter 278. Throughout the day, Auntie Xiang busied herself in front of the fire, occasionally adding herbs to the medicinal soup. It wasn't until late in the evening that she came out, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. She told Yang Kai that he could come out after absorbing the medicinal efficacies before leaving the room to rest. Yang Kai soaked in the medicinal soup all night, absorbing every last drop of its medicinal efficacies. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, feeling the changes in his body. His cultivation had improved a little, and the yuan qi in his body had also become purer, but the most significant improvement was in his meridians and physique. Auntie Xiang had said during the day that the main effect of the medicinal soup was to fundamentally improve a person's meridians. It would make it easier to refine one's energy when cultivating in the future. It would make it easier to condense and purify one's energy. This kind of benefit was not obvious for the time being, but it was enough to affect a person's entire life. Trying to circulate his true yang secret art, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his true yang secret art's circulation speed was faster than before, and the world energy he absorbed was indeed a little purer than before. This kind of change was very subtle, but as the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone, and sand can build a tower. After accumulating for a long time, the effect would definitely be extraordinary. A single medicinal soup and a set of mysterious secret arts were able to achieve this. Xiao Fuxing's methods were truly heaven-defying. Xiao Fuxing's combat effectiveness may not be ranked high in this world, but he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world, and his mastery of alchemy had reached the pinnacle. The various magical methods he had discovered while performing alchemy could be described as a great achievement. At dawn, Xiao Fuxing called Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan together. He did not teach them alchemy, but instead taught them a set of methods to control yuan qi. This had a lot to do with alchemy, because when an alchemist refined a pill, they needed to control their yuan qi to the point of perfection. There was a saying that a slight difference could lead to 1,000 miles of difference, and if one wanted to refine a good pill, a subtle yuan qi control was essential. This method of controlling yuan qi was also closely related to any cultivator, especially in battle. Yuan qi's control was closely related to the execution of martial arts techniques. Any expert would carefully calculate their yuan qi. If they could use one portion of yuan qi to release a martial skill, they would definitely not waste 1.5 portions. This kind of careful planning would allow yuan qi to exert the greatest effect and allow a cultivator to sustain the longest battle. So whether it was Yang Kai or Dong Qinyan, both of them studied seriously. This set of methods had been developed by Xiao Fuxing himself when he was practicing alchemy and could be said to be one of his most valuable experiences. All of them were bestowed upon him. After this teaching, several days passed. Learning from time to time, Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan were both familiar with the method, all that was left was to put it into practice. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something else Xiao Fuxing had said that day. Who said that alchemy could not allow one to reach the peak of martial arts? When old Xiao said this, his face was brimming with confidence. Just this method of controlling yuan qi, if practiced to the extreme, it was possible to peek into the mysteries of the peak. Yang Kai was in awe. Every word old Xiao said had a deep meaning behind them. It was thought-provoking and could be said to be a gem. Over the next few days, Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan both practiced the subtle control of yuan qi. As time passed, Yang Kai found that this kind of practice not only allowed him to better control each portion of yuan qi, but also allowed his yuan qi to slowly fuse and purify. Yuan qi's second stage had faintly reached the peak, only a small step away from breaking through to the third stage. On this day, just as Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan were practicing their yuan qi control outside the house, they were surprised to find that the surrounding peaks were bustling with activity. Many people were walking back and forth on the rugged mountain roads of these peaks, many of them were disciples of Medicine King's Valley, but there were also many outsiders. What's going on? Dong Qin stopped and looked around curiously. Why are there so many outsiders in Medicine King's Valley? Yan Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The Alchemy Summit will begin in a few days. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan walked over and softly explained. Medicine King's Valley usually does not allow outsiders to enter. But after all, this place is inextricably linked to the world's great forces, so whenever this time comes, many people will come to visit the various elders. Yan Kai and Dong Qin suddenly realized that ever since they entered Hidden Cloud Peak until now, the two of them had lived a carefree life, rarely venturing out. The days passed very quickly, and neither of them noticed that the Alchemy Summit was about to begin. Auntie Xiang chuckled, all the peaks are very lively, except for the Forbidden Pill Saints Peak and our Hidden Cloud Peak. And, our place is still the most peaceful. Auntie Lan also smiled. Dong Qin giggled, if Master opens the mountain gate, I guarantee that everyone will rush in like a flock of ducks. I'm afraid the peaks will soon become peaceful. Auntie Xiang glanced at her and said, then your Auntie Lan and I will be exhausted. With so many guests coming and going, how can we possibly keep up with all of them? After getting along with each other for some time, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan also became very fond of Dong Qin. The two beautiful women also had no children, so they only regarded Dong Qin as their own daughter and took great care of her. The little girl's mouth was also very sweet, and she did not despise them because they were just ordinary people or maidservants. As soon as Auntie Xiang's voice fell, Xiao Fu Xing's door suddenly opened and a loud laugh rang out, it seems that my Hidden Cloud Peak will also be peaceful today. Master! Old Xiao! Yang Kai and Dong Qin quickly bowed, only to see Xiao Fu Xing grinning from ear to ear as he walked out of his room with a majestic gait. Master, why are you so happy? Dong Qin stepped forward and asked softly. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a prickle run down his arm. His little cousin was always mischievous in front of him, but in front of Xiao Fu Xing, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan, she was extremely well behaved. A friend has come from afar, of course I'm happy. Xiao Fu Xing laughed. Dong Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, I thought Master didn't like people coming to visit, so that's not the case. Xiao Fu Xing chuckled, that depends on who it is. Those who come to ask me for help naturally won't be welcome, but the one who is about to arrive is different. Ha! Old man Xiao, this time this old master came to ask you to do something, are you also going to drive people away? With a burst of laughter, a figure quickly approached from the bottom of the mountain road. Hearing this voice, Yan Kai couldn't help but frown, his expression suddenly becoming strange. This voice, why, does it sound like? When Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan heard this visitor daring to call Old Man Xiao, they couldn't help feeling surprised, obviously they didn't know who this visitor was. In this world, even if the patriarchs of the central capital's 8 great families came, they would still have to respectfully address him as Grandmaster Xiao. No one dared to call him Old Man Xiao so unscrupulously. But when Old Man Xiao heard this, not only did he not become annoyed, he instead joked, how could this old master dare drive you away? This old master still owes you his life. After a few words, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan suddenly realized that this visitor was actually one of Old Man Xiao's saviors, their pretty faces immediately becoming solemn as they respectfully greeted him. The figure below suddenly flickered, and the person who had been a few thousand meters away suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but two. The one in the lead was an old man about the same age as old Xiao. His face was full of wrinkles, but he had a sincere smile on his face. Following behind him was a pretty girl. This girl had a pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright and pure as the stars. She wore a light green dress, and her bright and clean forehead was adorned with a sky blue gem. With the gauze covering her face, it was impossible to see her face clearly. The wind blew, causing her veil and dress to flutter, making her look like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust and dirt. Yang Kai's expression shook, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he stared at this masked woman. The woman felt this aggressive and unscrupulous gaze and couldn't help but frown slightly as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Immediately, her star-like beautiful eyes flashed with a strong sense of surprise. Her fan-like eyelashes trembled slightly as she blinked her eyes in disbelief. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly while the woman's eyes also curved into crescents. This woman was none other than Xia Ningchang, and the old man who had arrived first was actually Meng Wuya. "Brother Meng, long time no see." Old man Xiao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Meng Wuya smiled and hurriedly cupped his fists in return. "Xiao, ku. He only had time to spit out a single word before he suddenly felt as if his bones were stuck in his throat and he began coughing loudly, causing him to feel dizzy. "Master." Xia Ningchang was startled and quickly patted Meng Wuya's back. "Is Brother Meng injured?" Xiao Fusheng's expression became dignified as he hurriedly stepped forward to check Meng Wuya's pulse. Meng Wuya quickly waved his hand and coughed for a long time before he finally managed to catch his breath. His expression was one of shock as he stared at Yang Kai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Smelly brat, why are you here?" "Damn! This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road." More than a year ago, this little brat had been sent by Ling Tai Su to Nether Mountain for life experience and had not seen him for more than a year. Although at first his precious apprentice had been absent-minded and sighing all day long, with the passage of time and his earnest teachings, his precious apprentice had finally emerged from the shadow of lovesickness and her strength had become even more refined. Originally, Meng Wuya had thought that his apprentice must have forgotten about Yang Kai, but he had not expected to see him again in this broken place today. Looking at the deep emotions in his precious apprentice's eyes, how could Meng Wuya not know that she had never forgotten about Yang Kai and had simply suppressed her longing for him in the bottom of her heart? Perhaps, when no one was around, she would take out her memories and relive the pain of lovesickness. At this moment, Meng Wuya understood what it meant to say that love was like wine, the longer it was hidden, the more mellow it would be. At this moment, Meng Wuya wanted to turn around and leave, but it was obviously too late. At this moment, Meng Wuya wished he could slap his own mouth a dozen times. He had also noticed that Xia Ningchang had been somewhat depressed these days, and it just so happened that Medicine King's Valley was holding some kind of alchemy summit, so he had deliberately brought her out to relax. How could he have imagined that he would run into this little bastard here? "Damn it, who told you to meddle, who told you to meddle?" Meng Wuya even had thoughts of hanging himself. Chapter 279. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Meng Wuya's face was filled with grief and indignation while Xia Ningchang was supporting her master, smiling lightly. Xiao Fusheng's expression became strange as he looked at Xia Ningchang and then at Yang Kai, a light of understanding flashing across his eyes. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan felt as if they had fallen into the clouds and were completely confused. Dong Qin Yen quietly approached Yang Kai and poked him with her finger. "Hey, don't stare at him like that, he's blushing. Do you know each other?" Xiao Fusheng looked at the crowd with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly, smiled, and bowed in the manner of a disciple. "Treasurer Meng," turning his head, he gently called out, "Little senior sister." Xia Ningchang's delicate earlobes blushed as she lowered her head slightly and softly replied, "Junior brother." Her voice trembled slightly, obviously her heart was not calm. "Ahem ahem." Meng Wuya quickly coughed twice, interrupting the tender and sweet atmosphere, not even bothering to greet Yang Kai as he rolled his eyes. "Old man Xiao, you're a guest from afar, are you really going to block this old master's way?" Xiao Fusheng laughed. "Brother Meng, please come inside and talk." Although he was full of doubts, Xiao Fusheng was a wise old man. How could he not see that Meng Wuya's apprentice had some feelings for Yang Kai? When they first met, this little girl was only about 12 years old and Meng Wuya had treated her like a treasure. Now that this young girl was experiencing her first awakening of love, Meng Wuya was probably worried about this. This was understandable. Such a beautiful and pure little girl, if she worshipped him as her master, he would definitely be worried that she would misjudge him and suffer a loss. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fu Sheng walked together while Xia Ning Chang nodded lightly to Yang Kai and followed closely behind. Gently, Meng Wuya's voice drifted over with the wind, "Disciple, look at this little bastard, he's really romantic. Wherever he goes, there are beauties accompanying him. He's a complete pervert, you need to open your eyes carefully." Xia Ning Chang nodded meekly. This old man. Dong Qing Yen suddenly pursed her lips, a look of dissatisfaction. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan chuckled. She glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and then followed him to pour tea for him. "Cousin, who is that?" After everyone entered the house, Dong Qing Yen asked curiously. "A senior sister of High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Kai lightly replied. "Just a simple senior sister." Dong Qing Yen grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her and walked back to his room. Dong Qing Yen stood in place, lightly tapping her red lips, her eyes darting back and forth for a moment before muttering, "You really think I can't see through you? I'm not a child." He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he began to chuckle non-stop. Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Chang coming to Medicine King's Valley was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Although the Alchemy Summit was just around the corner, and Yang Kai had thought that someone from High Heaven Pavilion would come to participate, his little senior sister's physique was special. Her alchemy skills were not something the younger generation of alchemists could compare to, so if she participated, there would be no need to hold this Alchemy Summit. First place would definitely be hers. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stood up, and opened the door, only to see Xia Ning Chang standing there. "Junior brother." Xia Ning Chang's starry eyes flashed with the joy and happiness of reuniting after such a long time as she softly called out. "Come in first." Yang Kai stepped aside. Xia Ning Chang nodded gently and walked in, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Yang Kai closed the door behind her. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked as he poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Master said that there was the best alchemist in the world here and told me to ask for some advice." Xia Ning Chang sat there quietly. After not seeing each other for more than a year, at this moment she was obviously a little nervous, but more than that she was happy. Old Xiao is indeed the best alchemist in the world," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Junior brother, why are you here?" Xia Ning Chang looked up and asked, "Didn't you go to Nether Mountain?" "It's a long story," Yang Kai smiled bitterly and didn't go into detail, simply saying, "I came here to do something." "What is it? Can I be of any help?" Yang Kai didn't want to hide it from her, but there was an ethereal divine sense floating around the room, so he didn't need to think to know that it was Meng Wuya monitoring them. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and beckoned to Xia Ning Chang, moving his mouth closer to hers. Quietly moving closer to her ear. Xia Ning Chang's heart trembled and her body suddenly tensed up. Her pretty face blushed and she didn't dare to move, even holding her breath. Yang Kai ignored her and still moved closer to her delicate red ear and whispered, "I'm going to Pill Saint's Peak to see the myriad drug pond." "Oh, oh." Xia Ning Chang responded unconsciously, her 10 fingers gripping the teacup tightly, not even hearing what Yang Kai was saying. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Meng Wuya's violent coughs came from a nearby room. "Brother Meng." Opposite Meng Wuya, Xiao Fu Sheng looked at him helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he tried to persuade him, some things are best left to their own devices. "Yes, yes," Meng Wuya looked embarrassed and nodded repeatedly, taking back his divine sense with a red face. Although he cared about his apprentice, he couldn't always spy on her all the time. But when he thought about how just a few dozen meters away, his precious apprentice was alone in a room with that little bastard boy, the two of them so intimate, Meng Wuya couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Sigh, out of sight, out of mind. Inside the room, Xia Ningchang's body stiffened for a long time, but she could still feel the hot breath in her ear, causing her heart to beat violently. After a long time, she suddenly reacted, "Ah. Junior brother, you want to go?" Shu. Xia Ningchang quickly shut up and suddenly said, "I also want to go there." "You want to go too?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. Master said that there are many mysteries hidden there and that there may really be the insights of a generation's alchemy grandmaster, so he wanted me to go and have a look. I just don't know if the owner of this place will be willing to accommodate. If it was little senior sister, perhaps old Xiao would agree. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He still didn't know what was hidden in the myriad drug pond, but if he borrowed Xia Ningchang's hand to investigate it first, it would be much more convenient. If he could go there himself, that would naturally be the best, but even if old Xiao treated him well, it was impossible for him to open the myriad drug pond so casually. Meng Wuya had saved his life, and Xia Ningchang had the sacred spirit medicine body. Opening the myriad drug pond to him was already his bottom line. Little senior sister is really my savior. Coming at the right time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel happy. Just as he was feeling happy, Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the door, snorted lightly, and sent out a burst of energy. With a bang, the closed door opened. Aya. Dong Qin, who had been listening to the conversation inside the room, was momentarily distracted and fell headfirst into the room. She fell to the ground. "What are you sneaking around for?" Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qin quickly got up from the ground. Patting the dust off her clothes, she giggled and stared at Xia Ningchang with great interest. "This is..." Xia Ningchang slowly got up. She asked curiously. "My cousin, the Dong family's young lady." Yang Kai whispered. "Dong family?" Last time there was a Dong family member who went to High Heaven Pavilion. It's that Dong family, the one who went to High Heaven Pavilion last time was her brother. So it's young lady Dong. You're too polite, don't be an outsider. Dong Qin didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Walking up to Xia Ningchang, she carefully stared at her until Xia Ningchang's face turned red, then smiled and said, "You're my sister-in-law, right?" Xia Ningchang was stunned, her heart in chaos, secretly glancing at Yang Kai and quickly waving her hand. No, your sister-in-law is someone else, I think so, sooner or later." Dong Qin nodded slightly and said in a firm tone. Straightening up. She pretended to cough lightly, then walked over to the side and pulled out a chair, sitting down in front of Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai, her pair of watery eyes widening as she giggled. "Just pretend I don't exist and do what you need to do." This little girl was also experiencing her first awakening of love, so she was very curious about love between men and women. Now that she had finally caught a pair of golden boy and jade girl, she naturally wanted to study them carefully. Xia Ningchang was at a loss for what to do, so she hurriedly said, "Master is calling me, I'll go first." Saying so, she hurriedly left. Dong Qin was stunned. Her face filled with disappointment and annoyance. She frowned. "It shouldn't be like this." "Then what do you think it should be?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. "You reunite after such a long separation. Should it be a series of loving words, then the heavenly thunder ignites the earth's fire, and then..." As she spoke, Dong Qin couldn't bear it anymore, her face blushing as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai sighed faintly. "It should have been like this, but since you came, it's not like this, do you understand?" Dong Qin's tender body trembled, suddenly feeling extremely guilty. "Cousin, I was wrong, the next time you two are together, I won't bother you again." "Good, it's good you know you're wrong, now scram." Yang Kai nodded lightly. In another room, Meng Wuya and Xiao Fusheng were drinking. After drinking several cups of tea, Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully and said, "Old man Xiao, what this old master's purpose for coming here this time, you should know, right?" Xiao Fuxing chuckled, put down his teacup, and nodded, "Of course I know, this old master is duty-bound to learn alchemy from me. But there's another matter." "What? Is it inconvenient?" "It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I don't know if your disciple has the qualifications. If she doesn't have the qualifications, opening the myriad drug pond will be useless. The cost of opening the myriad drug pond is also very high." Hearing this, Meng Wuya laughed, "How could my disciple not have the qualifications? If she can't, no one in this world is qualified." "Are you so confident?" Xiao Fuxing frowned. Meng Wuya smiled lightly, "It's not that I'm confident, it's that I have confidence in her. If you don't believe me, you can test her now." Xiao Fuxing's expression shook, quickly nodding, "Good. This old master is also a bit impatient." "Disciple?" Meng Wuya called out. "Yes." Xia Ningchang quickly responded. "Old man Xiao wants to test your alchemy skills, perform well, don't disappoint him." Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. "Yes." Chapter 280. While Xiao Fusheng was testing Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan also sat to the side and listened quietly. Old Xiao obviously wanted his apprentice to learn some alchemy knowledge from this test. As for Yang Kai, he was probably just a foil. This test lasted for an entire day, with Old Xiao asking questions about various aspects of the alchemic way, starting from simple to deep, step by step, going from easy to difficult. Xia Ningchang answered one by one, her attitude serious and meticulous. Half a day later, Old Xiao's expression changed to one of pleasant surprise, and a day later, to one of horror. The way he looked at Xia Ningchang had also changed. As if he had discovered a peerless treasure, his two eyes flashed with a green light, full of greed. Meng Wuya grinned from the side. Dong Qingyan also looked at Xia Ningchang with admiration and worship, only Yang Kai's expression remained the same. A day later, Old Xiao let out a long breath. "How is it?" Meng Wuya squinted towards Xiao Fusheng, a smug look on his face. Xiao Fusheng's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before replying, "Your basic skills and theoretical knowledge are very solid, and your experience is not inferior to this old man's." In the process of testing Xia Ningchang, Old Xiao had also benefited a lot from her various answers. This was not so much a test as a mutual exchange of pointers, it was just Xiao Fuxing asking questions while Xia Ningchang answered. "Naturally," Meng Wuya said lightly. But the pride and smugness on his face could not be hidden, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. Xiao Fuxing chuckled and glanced over at him meaningfully. Theory is theory. Sometimes, no matter how good one's theory is, when it comes to actual action, it's not the same. Meng Wuya was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Old Xiao, you only care about the questions. If my disciple can't convince you, I'll change my surname to yours and call you my father." Dong Qingyan couldn't help laughing. She couldn't help laughing, her hands clutching her stomach as her shoulders shook. Xiao Fuxing also smiled bitterly and sighed. Looking at Xia Ningchang, he asked, "So far, what is the highest grade of pill you have refined?" "Mysterious grade low rank." Xia Ningchang replied softly. Xiao Fuxing's body shook as his old face immediately changed. He stared at her incredulously, as if he wanted to see the slightest trace of a joke, but those pure stars like stars without any impurities, how could there be any trace of a lie? Mysterious grade low rank, didn't that mean that at such a young age was mysterious grade low rank alchemist? Medicine King's Valley's #1 genius, Qin Zhe, was already 35 years old this year, but he was only a heaven grade high grade. In terms of Sheng's age, Qing's SSSS, he's as to her. How could such a by the Ningchang, by the by her, to Qin Yen by asking, to ask by. I've only refined it once, and it was rather strenuous. Oh. Xiao Fuxing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this was quite reasonable. It seemed that he had only been lucky enough to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill last time. Impossible. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, what about heaven grade? I have never failed. What? Xiao Fuxing was shocked, never failed. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. Impossible. Xiao Fuxing's brow furrowed, even if this old master personally refined a pill, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Alchemy was always accompanied by a certain amount of risk, although Xiao Fuxing had reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Even though Xiao Fuxing was an alchemist, he could not completely avoid this. It could only be said that his chances of failure were very small. Meng Wuya laughed strangely, there is nothing impossible in this world, if Brother Xiao is skeptical, just try. Xiao Fuxing's face was gloomy, but after a moment he stood up and beckoned to everyone, come with me. He took the lead and left. Everyone hurriedly followed. Following him into the house where he usually lived, there was a secret passage that led directly to the ground. Obviously, the underground of Hidden Cloud Peak was also quite famous. The group of people were all martial artists, so they landed lightly. After making a few turns at the bottom, they suddenly arrived at a huge stone chamber. This stone room was the size of a dozen houses and was filled with a variety of furnaces. There were also many medicine shelves filled with a variety of herbs. The number of herbs stored here was astonishing. You have a lot of things here. As soon as Meng Wuya came in, he looked around, picking up a few things and touching them, unwilling to let go. Xiao Fuxing didn't care at all and just lightly snorted, this is the result of this old master's lifetime of hard work. Anyone who asked Xiao Fuxing to perform alchemy would always give him a lot of precious treasures as a reward, slowly accumulating them over the years. This was how this magnificent scene had come to be. Standing in the middle of the stone room, Xiao Fuxing looked at Xia Ningchang and said, Martial nephew, you can use everything here. Choose the pill you are best at and let this old master take a good look at your methods. Yes. Xia Ningchang nodded and then began wandering around the stone room. Dong Qinyan and Yang Kai also quickly went up to help. Whatever herbs Xia Ningchang found, the two of them carried them for her. After a short while, the group returned. Xiao Fuxing stepped forward to inspect the herbs and couldn't help frowning, these materials are all for refining heaven-grade mid-rank pills. Martial nephew, are you sure you can use them? Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. Then let's begin, use whichever pill furnace you like, this old master has a lot of pill furnaces here. Xiao Fuxing smiled lightly. There's no need. Xia Ningchang said softly. There's no need for a pill furnace. Xiao Fuxing hadn't finished his sentence when Xia Ningchang's yuan qi suddenly surged. Her small hand picked up one of the medicinal herbs. Her true essence transformed into strands of translucent silk, penetrating into the medicinal herb in her hand. The medicinal efficacy quickly condensed from this medicinal herb, floating in the air. A drop of translucent crystal rain, a fragrant medicinal liquid was quickly formed. With a flick of her finger, this drop of medicinal liquid was transferred to her other hand, where it floated in the palm of her hand. Xia Ningchang picked up another herb and did the same thing, soon another drop of crystal clear medicinal liquid appeared. All the herbs whose medicinal efficacies had been extracted. All of them lost their spirituality and became like dead wood. Heavens! Dong Qinyan's eyes filled with amazement, her face also filled with shock. This was simply not alchemy, all kinds of magical methods were simply too shocking. Xiao Fuxing also looked shocked, muttering under his breath, medicinal liquids can be refined like this, how is this possible, how is this possible? Less than a quarter of an hour later. All the herbs had been condensed into medicinal liquid and gathered in Xia Ningchang's small hand. Waving her hands, she sent one drop of yuan qi after another into the medicinal liquid. A moment later, she suddenly clenched her hand and the surrounding world energy quickly gathered. It was unknown what kind of transformation had occurred, but when she opened her hand again, a green pill had taken shape. This pill was round and smooth, without the slightest impurities. On its surface, there were lines that made the whole pill look full of spirituality and mystery. Pill veins. Xiao Fusheng's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He still remembered the first time he had seen Xiao Fusheng, the latter had just finished refining a pill. At that time, when he had come out with that pill, he had muttered something related to pill veins. "Martial uncle, please examine it." Xia Ning Chang picked up the pill and handed it over to Xiao Fusheng. "Softer, softer, my little grandaunt. Don't ruin the pill veins with your fingernails." Xiao Fusheng's hands trembled as he received the pill, as if he was on a pilgrimage, his face filled with piety. "Good for nothing." Meng Wuya timely ridiculed. "Layman, what do you know?" Xiao Fusheng angrily scolded before gently picking up the pill. Placing it in front of his eyes, he examined it closely. "It really is pill veins, it really is pill veins." At this moment, Xiao Fusheng no longer had any trace of the demeanor of a grandmaster. Instead, he looked like a country bumpkin who had suddenly walked into a big city, completely losing all sense of elegance. "Master, what are pill veins?" Dong Qin Yen asked softly. "Pill veins." Xiao Fusheng gently exhaled. Pill veins are the highest manifestation of an alchemist's attainments. They are the lines on a pill, just like the meridians in our bodies. Pill veins are the meridians of a pill. Pills are divided into mysterious, heaven, earth, and mortal, but for pills of the same grade, there is a big difference between having pill veins and not having pill veins. A pill that has pill veins is equivalent to stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth, and its medicinal efficacy is more than twice that of a pill without pill veins. Moreover, the existence of these pill veins can prevent the loss of a pill's world energy, so no matter how many years it has been stored, its medicinal efficacies will not be lost. Xiao Fusheng sighed. "This old master has been performing alchemy for many years, and in the last few years I have been studying pill veins, but I have only been able to occasionally refine a few common grade pills with pill veins. Earth grade pills basically never appear, as for heaven grade pills, not even once." Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Xia Ning Chang with a burning gaze. "Martial nephew, what is the probability that a heaven grade pill you refine will form pill veins?" Xia Ning Chang bit her lip and timidly glanced over at Meng Wuya, not knowing how to answer. Grandmaster Xiao had suffered too many shocks today, so she really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully. "Just tell me. About 50 to 60%. See." Xiao Fusheng sucked in a breath of cold air. If 50 to 60% pills could form pill veins, each pill with pill veins would have twice the medicinal efficacies of the others. This kind of method, it was simply amazing. Looking shocked, Xiao Fusheng asked again, "What about pill clouds? Have you ever seen pill clouds above pill veins?" Xia Ning Chang slowly shook her head. It should be because your strength is not enough. If you can reach the immortal ascension boundary, you should be able to refine pill clouds." Xiao Fusheng nodded repeatedly, his hands trembling as he paced around the stone room. After a while, he suddenly said, "All of you go out, I have something to say to Brother Meng." The expressions of the three youngsters became serious, and they hurriedly saluted and took their leave. A moment later, Meng Wuya's angry shout came from below, "In your dreams. This old master only has this one disciple in his life, how could I give her to you? If I had known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I wouldn't have saved your life and let you die at the hands of those sixth-order monster beasts." Xiao Fusheng retorted, "That's one thing, you don't know alchemy, what can you teach her? Such a good piece of jade in your hands is simply a waste, worshipping this old master is the right thing to do." Meng Wuya laughed strangely. I can't teach her, but you can. I can teach her everything I've learned in my life. I can help her become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist in the shortest time possible. Mysterious grade top rank is nothing, you look down on my disciple too much. Chapter 281. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fuxing quarreled for half a day before finally reaching some kind of agreement. The two old men walked out with smiles on their faces. Xiao Fuxing immediately went to prepare to open the myriad drug pond so that Xia Ning Chang could study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue. Opening the myriad drug pond was a very expensive matter because every time it was opened, a large number of pills had to be poured into it in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to contain immeasurable mysteries. Each time, at least 100 pills were poured into it. The more pills and the more valuable they were, the longer the energy inside the Pill Saint statue could be maintained. Because of this high cost of materials, even Medicine King's Valley was not able to open it more than a few times a year. Every time it was opened, it was either for the elders of the various peaks or for the elite disciples of the various peaks. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, other alchemists who wanted to study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue could only do so through the Alchemist Summit. The Alchemist Summit was held every 5 years, and every time it was held, countless alchemists would flock to it. The pills these alchemists refined at the summit, regardless of their quality or quantity, would all be thrown into the myriad drug pond to open the restricted area, and the top 50 of the Alchemist Summit would share the Pill Saint's legacy. Over the past thousands of years, the myriad drug pond had swallowed countless pills. This was why it was called the myriad drug pond. The connection and mystery between the myriad drug pond and the Pill Saint statue had been repeatedly investigated by Medicine King's Valley for many generations, but they had never been able to discover anything. This place had become a sacred land in the hearts of all alchemists. The Pill Saint statue was a treasure that all alchemists dreamed of seeing. Many people worked hard their entire lives just to sit in front of the Pill Saint statue for a moment. After learning that the myriad drug pond was about to open to Xia Ning Chang, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became active. Although he could not personally accompany Xia Ning Chang to the myriad drug pond, he could send the old demon to investigate the situation. After making some preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Kai found Xia Ning Chang and handed over the Soul Breaker All and the old demon to her, as well as Dong Qin Yan's aura shielding ancient jade. If not for this ancient jade, the old demon's demon chi would not be able to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. 2 days later, after everything was settled, Xiao Fuxing personally led Xia Ning Chang to the Pill Saint's peak and headed towards the myriad drug pond. Meng Wuya's request, shamelessly said he would be able to enter the drug palace could, but he was ruthlessly refused. This heaven's palace's palace. On the day that Xia Ning Chang went to the myriad drug pond, Meng Wuya was bored to death, so he took the opportunity to find Yang Kai to talk. Fuya, s. He hisses and sues days. Of su, s. He's of hers. Yang Tian, tease Yang could of ss. Yang Kai chuckled, Treasurer Meng, let's not beat around the bush. Are you worried that I'll do something to little senior sister? Meng Wuya's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's skin to be so thick. Forcing a smile, he said, Little Yang Kai, this old master watched you grow up, I know you aren't such a beast, right? Ning Chang wasn't old, and she was innocent. She's easily deceived. Ahem, I'm not talking about you, I just don't want her to be hurt by love. Su Yan is a proud daughter of heaven, being able to win her favor is a dream come true for many people. If she likes you, what more could one ask for? You can't just eat what's in the bowl. What's in the pot? This was the first time Meng Wuya had spoken so openly with Yang Kai about Xia Ning Chang, so naturally he was honest. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, Treasurer Meng, I just want to ask you one question. Will little senior sister marry and have children in the future? Or do you want her to be alone for the rest of her life? How could I want her to be alone for the rest of her life? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes. She's my precious disciple, so I naturally want her to be happy for the rest of her life. She's free of worries. Then Treasurer Meng, who in this world do you think is worthy of little senior sister? Meng Wuya shook his head. With a proud expression, he said, no one is worthy of her. This old master's disciple is like a pearl, and no one worthy of her has yet to be born. What about Su Yan? How does she compare to little senior sister? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Meng Wuya's expression turned serious. Su Yan is indeed extraordinary, but this old master isn't bragging, she's still a bit lacking compared to Ning Chang. Even if she obtained the Heaven's Cave inheritance, it's still the same. Yang Kai's voice lowered. Meng Wuya's expression changed. She really obtained it. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya's expression changed a few times as he recalled the Dragon Phoenix seal. If that's really the case, then her future achievements will be limitless, and she'll be on par with Ning Chang. Heh heh. Yang Kai chuckled. Meng Wuya looked at him suspiciously, suddenly understanding why he was beating around the bush for so long. Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang were on par with each other, and since Su Yan was willing to be with him, why couldn't Xia Ning Chang be? That's why, this bowl must be eaten, and what's in the pot must not be left out. A man must dare to love and dare to hate. If he hesitates, that will only hurt little senior sister's heart, Yang Kai said lightly. Meng Wuya opened his mouth, but couldn't find a way to refute, so he stood up and cursed, you little bastard, I already knew you were up to no good, you pervert. Fuck, this world is so big, how could this old master have chosen to stay in High Heaven Pavilion all those years ago? I'm just asking for trouble. But now it was too late to regret. His precious disciple was completely devoted to Yang Kai, and this little rascal was clearly a bastard who didn't refuse anyone, so there was no way to end this matter. Gritting his teeth, Meng Wuya shouted, little brat, if you dare hurt Ning Chang, this old master will go to the central capital and destroy your young family. Saying so, he angrily stormed off. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and didn't seem to care. Meng Wuya's divine technique was quite profound, so it wasn't surprising that he knew his identity. He should have inquired about it from the sect master, and since the shopkeeper dared to tell him, he must have trusted him. So there was no need to worry about him betraying him. One day later, Xia Ning Chang and Xiao Fu Xing returned together. After secretly handing the Soul Breaker All and the ancient jade to Yang Kai, little senior sister hurriedly entered retreat. After meditating for an entire day in front of the Pill Saint statue, she had also gained a lot and needed to spend some time sorting out the knowledge she had gained. Returning the Soul Breaker All to his body, Yang Kai asked about the details. What's the situation there? The security is very tight. In addition to the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters guarding the 300-meter radius, there are also more than a dozen Yuan Qi Boundary Masters patrolling the area. The old demon hurriedly responded. Did you manage to sneak in? Old servant could only walk around the bottom of the myriad drug pool and didn't find much, but there seems to be a very mysterious spirit array at the bottom that I can't open. What kind of spirit array? The old demon quickly condensed his divine sense and transmitted what he saw to Yang Kai's mind. What he saw was also very vague, but fortunately, his eyesight was good enough to see some traces of this spirit array. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible to find any clues. This spirit array. Yang Kai stared at it for a long time before suddenly realizing that this spirit array was similar to the one on the 5th page of the wordless black book. There must be some kind of connection between the two. If his guess was correct, the pattern on the 5th page of the wordless black book should be the key to opening this spirit array. I'll have to go there myself. But with such tight security, how am I supposed to enter? Young master, this old servant heard the whispers of the guards. Once the alchemy conference starts, the guards there will be less vigilant. Because there aren't many people in Medicine King's Valley, the Alchemy Summit is always very lively, so many people need to go to the foot of the mountain to maintain order. At that time, there will only be 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters left. That should be an opportunity. The old demon reminded him. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Yang Kai frowned. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were still Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even with the ancient jade concealing his aura and Yuan Qi, it would be difficult to escape their detection. Moreover, in addition to these 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, there must be others. If only someone could take his place and lead them away. The old demon should be able to lead a group of them away. As long as he was fast enough, he could escape back to Hidden Cloud Peak and return to his little senior sister's side. It wouldn't be too late for Yang Kai to deal with him after he finished his task. The key was that he definitely wouldn't be able to lead all the guards away by himself, so he would need a helper. Yang Kai frowned as he thought. The Alchemy Summit was held as scheduled, and all the world's alchemists had gathered in Medicine King's Valley, all of them preparing to show off their skills and win a good ranking. Everyone on Hidden Cloud Peak didn't care much about the Alchemy Summit, only Dong Qin wanted to go and watch the fun. In this regard, Xiao Fuxing didn't stop her, allowing her to often go and broaden her horizons. Xia Ningchang and Meng Wuya also temporarily lived on Hidden Cloud Peak, studying alchemy theory with Dong Qin from old Xiao every day. After she finished her studies, she would accompany Kai Yang. Sometimes she would just sit there, not saying a word, and sometimes she would talk to Kai Yang. Every day she was very happy, as if she felt that if she could continue like this in the future, she would be satisfied. The Alchemy Summit was held for 10 days, and tomorrow was the finals of the Alchemy Summit. After the summit, the top 50 alchemists would be selected and all the pills refined during the summit would be used to open the myriad drug pond for these 50 alchemists so they could comprehend the Pill Saint statue. This was a grand event that only happened once every 5 years, and it was the focus of everyone's attention. Late at night, Yang Kai floated out of his room like a ghost. Tomorrow was the finals, so tonight should be the busiest time for Medicine King's Valley. After waiting for so many days, planning and preparing, it was finally time to act. Holding the ancient jade he had borrowed from Dong Qin in the palm of his hand, Yang Kai continued to pour his Yuan Qi into it, shielding his aura and all traces of Yuan Qi. The moon was bright and the stars were few, so Yang Kai flew through the forest like the wind, quickly approaching the Pill Saint's peak. After half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at a position 3,000 meters below the Pill Saint's peak. If he continued to go up, he would enter the restricted area. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai leaned forward and continued to approach. Only when he was 1,000 meters or so away did he stop. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai waited for the passage of time. Chapter 282. A dark cloud slowly drifted over, obscuring the moonlight. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai once again pushed forward 500 meters. Still not being discovered, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dong Qin had this magical ancient jade, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to approach this place. Old demon, it's time for you to act. Yang Kai sent out a message. Old servant understands. The old demon quickly responded. Wrapping the soul breaker all around his body, the old demon swiftly flew out, his movements similarly cautious. After waiting for less than a dozen breaths of time, from the top of Pill Saint's peak, an angry roar suddenly rang out, "Who goes there?" As soon as this voice rang out, a dozen or so people rushed out in pursuit. A series of strange laughter rang out from the distance, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, causing anyone who heard it to shiver. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters guarding the edge of the myriad drug pond originally did not pursue, but after hearing this voice, their expressions couldn't help changing, one of them shouting, "Demon Lord!" The 2 of them leapt up at the same time and chased after the old demon. Midair, the two men exchanged a glance before one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hurriedly returned to the edge of the myriad drug pond, allowing the other to pursue. In this short period of time, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to push forward another 200 meters. Not having time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly took out something hidden in his sleeve. This was a gray rabbit. Although there was no monster beast in Medicine King's Valley, there were many small animals like rabbits, so this gray rabbit was quite easy to capture. After being struck by the beast slave seal, this little thing had to obey Yang Kai's orders at this moment. Skillfully tossing the rabbit 300 meters away, Yang Kai landed it firmly on the ground. The little thing then began to crawl forward unhurriedly. After crawling a few dozen meters, it began to run as fast as the wind under Yang Kai's command. The movement it made was quickly investigated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had been left behind to guard this place coldly flashed and sent out a palm strike towards the source of the movement, his whole body like a giant bird spreading its wings. He flew in that direction. Right at this moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath and used his self-created footwork. His figure only swayed twice before he arrived at the edge of the pool of all medicines. He didn't have time to see what the forbidden area looked like before he plunged into the pool without even making a splash. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator who had been left behind only managed to chase a few hundred meters before catching the gray rabbit. He pinched the struggling little thing. He secretly shook his head, thinking that he was being overly paranoid. He casually threw the rabbit on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of clothes flapping could be heard. The dozen or so people who had gone out to chase after them had returned. How is it? I lost him. That evil fiend is very fast, and he gives me a very strange feeling. There's no sign of life. The expert who had chased after them replied. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" I heard some commotion and came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a rabbit. The two of them looked at each other and their expressions suddenly changed. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, he hurried back to the myriad drug pool and carefully examined it. The myriad drug pool was fine. The Pill Saint statue was also fine. Everything was calm. The group of people glanced at each other, not knowing what that evil fiend wanted to do. But fortunately, nothing had happened. This was the foundation of Medicine King's Valley. If something had really happened, not only would it be a loss to Medicine King's Valley, but it would also be a loss to all the alchemists in the world. This kind of crime was not something two Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators could bear. The myriad drug pool was not deep, only about a dozen meters or so. Yang Kai fell into the pool of water and quickly dove down, during the process. While diving, the wordless black book was already in his hand, directly flipping to the 5th page. When he reached the bottom of the pool, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the 5th page, wrapping him up. At the bottom of the pool, a series of hidden lines appeared and Yang Kai's body directly passed through the pool. He fell even deeper. His vision blurred, and when Yang Kai recovered, there was no longer any pool of water around him. This was a sealed space, but although it was sealed, it was not stuffy, and the energy here was rich, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The brilliant light wrapping around his body quickly disappeared into his body. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was filled with a few new things. He didn't investigate immediately. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. This place should be at the bottom of the myriad drug pool. Because of the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of the pool, he was able to enter. Even if an ordinary person was stronger, they would not be able to discover this place. No wonder Medicine King's Valley had not been able to discover the mysteries of the myriad drug pool for thousands of years. It turned out that the mysteries were hidden here. What he saw caused Kai Yang's eyes to shine brightly, a brilliant light flashing in all directions. He found that not far away, there was something like a deep well. The mouth of this well was only about the size of a wash basin. Walking closer, Yang Kai saw that the well was filled with a crystal-clear milky white liquid. The surroundings of this well were covered with mysterious patterns and characters. It should be a profound spirit array. Under the effect of this spirit array, there was a column of energy visible to the naked eye that continuously poured into the well like moonlight. The source of this energy was at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, and the end of this energy was this well. Taking a sniff of the well, Yang Kai could smell the fragrance coming from the liquid in the well. Carefully stretching out a finger, Yang Kai dipped it into the liquid and placed it in his mouth. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue, and the liquid instantly turned into a warm energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the bottleneck of the second layer of Yuan Qi had been broken in an instant, and he had stepped into the third layer of Yuan Qi in one fell swoop. An invisible aura spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, for fear of disturbing the guards above the myriad drug pool. But what surprised him was that this sealed space completely blocked the movement of his advancement, and it did not spread to the outside at all. Secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Yang Kai thought to himself, that was close. Good stuff. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. What exactly was this liquid in this well? The effect was remarkable. Although as early as half a month ago, Yang Kai had faintly felt that he was about to reach the peak of the second layer of Yuan Qi, and had been cultivating for such a long time, it was thanks to this liquid that he was able to break through at this moment. Yang Kai believed that the additional information in his mind should be able to solve the doubts in his heart. Calming his mind, Yang Kai carefully examined the well. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes in surprise. After a while, he had obtained the answer he was looking for. The milky white liquid in the well was something called myriad drug liquid. Every year, hundreds of thousands of pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. The energy contained in these pills did not disappear, but rather, under the effect of the spirit array at the bottom of the pool, all of it converged into this well. Then, under the effect of the spirit array in this well, it was transformed into myriad drug liquid. This wasn't something that could be formed overnight. Instead, it required many years and months of continuous use of medicinal pills before it could be formed. The Medicine King's Valley had a heritage of 5,000 to 6,000 years. Every year, hundreds, thousands, or even more pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. After so many years of accumulation, the number of pills collected in the myriad drug pool was at least a few million. Several million pills. This was a number that would make anyone's heart tremble. Even if the grade of these pills was low, and the quality was poor, when so many of them gathered together, it was enough to create a destructive energy that could change the color of the world. What's more, many times Medicine King's Valley would throw in heaven-grade or earth-grade pills in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to last longer. Every year, during the ancestral worship ceremony, there would even be mysterious grade pills thrown in. Now, all of this energy had converged into this well and transformed into myriad drug liquid. It was easy to imagine how precious and rare this myriad drug liquid was. This was a miraculous liquid that took thousands of years and millions of pills to condense. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but long-term consumption could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's body. Even if one was mediocre, as long as they continuously took this myriad drug liquid, they could become a genius. Moreover, it could also assist in alchemy. When refining any pill, if a drop of myriad drug liquid was added, it could increase the quality of the finished pill by half a grade. Don't underestimate half a grade. If a mysterious grade top-rank spirit pill could be upgraded by half a grade, it would cross the threshold of spirit grade pills. This was something Xiao Fusheng had pursued his entire life, but had never been able to achieve. It could also heal injuries, increase one's lifespan. There were all kinds of benefits. Although myriad drug liquid was derived from a variety of pills, its effects far exceeded the effects of those pills. It was a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change. What's more, the strange spirit array around this well was constantly absorbing the energy of the heaven-devouring great emperor. What kind of changes this spirit array had undergone after thousands of years of operation, no one could say for sure. This well was the most precious treasure in the world. Anyone who obtained such a well would be able to achieve great things. They might even be able to establish an enormous force that could look down on the world and sweep through the universe. Medicine King's Valley sat on a mountain of treasures, but only used it to stimulate the Pill Saint's portrait, not even 1/10,000th of its original function. However, it was precisely because of the existence of the Pill Saint's portrait that Medicine King's Valley and the world's alchemists had continuously poured pills into the myriad drug pond over the past thousands of years, creating the current myriad drug liquid. If there was no Pill Saint's portrait, there would be no medicinal liquid in this well. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. He wondered what kind of expression Medicine King's Valley would have if they learned that their sect had spent thousands of years only to pave the way for someone else. Yang Kai and Medicine King's Valley had no grievances, and this time he had only come here to follow the Black Book's guidance, not to steal their treasures. Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai held the wordless Black Book in his hand and quickly sat down cross-legged. This large well of myriad drug liquid could not be taken away without a suitable item. Even if Yang Kai had the universe bag given to him by Ling Tai Su, he would not be able to hold it all. However, he had already made a plan. Turning another page, Yang Kai arrived at the 6th page of the Black Book. As early as when he broke through to the Yuan Qi realm, Yang Kai had discovered that the 6th page could be opened, but although he knew the mysteries contained within the 6th page, he had not immediately acted upon them. Because the spirit array pattern on the 5th page might still be useful. Now that he thought about it, his scruples at the time were correct. Chapter 283. The first 5 pages of the Black Book were empty except for an incense burner. Taking out the incense burner, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into the 6th page. Suddenly, some lines began to appear on the dark page. These lines were obviously a kind of spirit array, but it was completely different from the one on the 5th page. As the Yuan Qi poured in, these lines began to wriggle, like a whale swallowing water, crazily sucking in Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. The lines of the spirit array also began to flicker. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was quickly consumed. Yang Kai directly ignited a drop of Yang liquid in the dantian, filling up his dried-up meridians and continuing to pour it in. After consuming a total of 10 drops of precious Yang liquid, the 6th page seemed to be saturated, and as the lines on the 6th page began to change, the first 6 pages suddenly merged into one, becoming a whole. Using his divine sense to explore it, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. It has been 2 or 3 years since he obtained the wordless Black Book, and although he already knew that it was made from soul-suppressing stone, it was only now that he was able to display its most basic function. Soul-suppressing stone was a treasure that could be used to make storage items. Storage artifacts, this was something that only existed in legends. When Yang Kai obtained the wordless Black Book, he had always been looking forward to when he would be able to use it to store things. Especially when he went to that isolated world a year ago, Ling Tai Su had given him a universe bag, which allowed him to see the convenience and speed of storage artifacts. Having a decent storage artifact could save him a lot of trouble. And now, his wish had finally come true. What the 6th page of the Black Book gave him was the ability to unlock the wordless Black Book storage ability. The first 6 pages merged into one, forming an independent space. Unlike the universe bag, which could only hold one thing, this space was extremely large, the size of several dozen houses. Except for living things, anything in the world could be stored inside. Moreover, in the future, if he unsealed the back pages of the wordless Black Book, he could integrate those useless pages into it, thus expanding the size of this space. Using his divine sense to wander around this huge space, Yang Kai was amazed. With such a large space, there was no need to worry about not being able to fit everything in the well. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness. He held the wordless black book in one hand and controlled the yuan qi in the other, taking the myriad drug liquid out of the well with great precision. Then, he put it into the black book. Every drop of myriad drug liquid was extremely precious, so Yang Kai's movements were extremely careful and meticulous, for fear of spilling a single drop. Fortunately, during this time, Yang Kai had learned how to control his yuan qi from Xiao Fu Sheng, so his control over his yuan qi was much better than before. This kind of thing was naturally easy to do. In the beginning, Yang Kai was very cautious, but as time passed, his movements gradually became faster. In the end, he took out the myriad drug liquid and directly threw it into the wordless black book space. He didn't even bother to look at them. This process took a total of 12 to 14 hours. Yang Kai was so busy that his waist and back were aching. His hands were completely mechanized. The amount of myriad drug liquid he had taken out was more than 1,000 kilograms. Looking down into the well, Yang Kai saw that half a meter down there was a layer of something richer than the myriad drug liquid. It was still milky white, but it was in a semi-solidified state. Myriad drug liquid. Compared to the myriad drug liquid, this was a grade higher. After all, this well had existed for many years. For thousands of years, the people of Medicine King's Valley had constantly thrown all kinds of pills into the myriad drug pool. The energy of those pills had sunk into the well, and the more essential the pills were, the more ancient they were and the better their effects were. Looking down at the myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and continued to collect. After another 3 to 4 hours, the myriad drug liquid was completely collected. Although it wasn't as much as the myriad drug liquid, there was still at least 200 to 300 kilograms of it. The effect of the myriad drug liquid was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. In other words, with this kind of thing, Xiao Fu Sheng could truly refine spirit-grade pills. Just a little bit of this myriad drug liquid was enough to raise the grade of a pill by 1 grade. After the myriad drug liquid was collected, the bottom layer of the well was revealed. This was a thoroughly solidified material and the most precious treasure in this well. Myriad drug cream. Its effect was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. Enduring his fatigue, Yang Kai once again carefully collected it. After a long time, Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat down cross-legged on the ground, and breathed out a sigh of relief to restore his strength. The amount of myriad drug cream he had collected wasn't too much, at least compared to the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, only a few dozen kilograms. However, these few dozen kilograms were the result of the accumulation of the best essences of millions of pills over thousands of years. It wasn't until now that this well had been completely emptied, all of the thousands of years of accumulation now belonging to Yang Kai. Frowning and contemplating, Yang Kai felt that this was clearly a trap that had been set up for thousands of years. The Pill Saint statue outside was the biggest bait in this trap. If an alchemist wanted to comprehend the alchemic way from this statue, they had to throw pills into the myriad drug pond. And the energy and essence of these pills that were thrown in were all gathered here. After thousands of years, the myriad drug liquid was formed. Was this a trap set up by the creator of the wordless black book? Yang Kai didn't know. But it was undeniable that this trap was ingenious, taking advantage of the pilgrimage mentality of these alchemists, taking advantage of their generosity in order to comprehend the myriad drug liquid. As long as the Pill Saint statue still existed, as long as the myriad drug pond still existed, as long as Medicine King's Valley still existed, after a few thousand years, there would likely be another well filled with myriad drug liquid. However, the world was constantly changing, and it was a miracle that Medicine King's Valley had been able to maintain itself for thousands of years. After a few thousand years, who could say for sure whether this place would still exist? While contemplating this, there was suddenly an abnormal reaction in this sealed space. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly opened his eyes and was surprised to see that all around this small space, a variety of complex characters and patterns were flashing. These characters were ancient and obscure, making it impossible for anyone to understand them. These patterns were also strange, but Yang Kai could tell at a glance that many of them were spirit arrays and spirit arrays. These characters and patterns flashed in this secret room, and for some unknown reason, they were like fish in water, swimming quickly. Yang Kai remained calm and his brow furrowed as he deeply observed all this, trying to figure out what was going on. Before he could figure out what was going on, the secret room lit up and countless characters and patterns madly shot towards Yang Kai. Silently, all of these words and patterns drilled into his mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. As they drilled into his mind one after another, Kai Yang felt as if his mind was about to explode. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, wriggling like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight, causing anyone who saw it to feel their scalp go numb. This abnormal situation lasted for a long time until the last ray of light shot into Yang Kai's body and the entire secret room suddenly dimmed. Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind before a warm feeling washed over him and the pain disappeared. Involuntarily exhaling, Yang Kai knew that this was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. This situation was similar to what he had experienced in the white mist in that isolated world. His soul had been damaged, causing the soul-warming lotus to automatically repair itself. Faintly, Yang Kai felt a lot of information enter his mind. This kind of information was not like the information transmitted by the wordless black book, the two were not on the same level at all. When each page of the wordless black book was unsealed, it would also transmit information, but the amount of information was very small. Even if one hadn't cultivated their divine sense, they could still easily understand it. However, the amount of information this time was enormous, so much so that Yang Kai didn't know what it was. Calming his mind, Yang Kai began to carefully comprehend the information in his mind. After a while, some inexplicable information jumped out. True alchemic way. As he slowly investigated, Yang Kai discovered that this information was actually related to alchemy. It wasn't a secret art, nor was it a martial skill, but rather a guide to alchemy in how to refine good pills. The first part of the true alchemic way contained the experiences and insights of countless top alchemy grandmasters. Many of their unique alchemy methods were also recorded in this book, making it an absolute treasure. Yang Kai himself wanted to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, so he didn't want to be distracted by alchemy, but his little senior sister needed these things. If she had the help of this true alchemic way, she would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. With her physique and skills, refining higher grade and better quality pills would be a piece of cake. Considering all this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't rush out, instead carefully examining the information. However, after less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and the stabbing pain he had just calmed down once again struck his mind. Inhaling sharply, Yang Kai waited for the soul-warming lotus to take effect and slowly repair the damage to his soul, making him feel much better, but the feeling of exhaustion still lingered. The power of his spiritual energy had been completely consumed in this short period of time. There was also a limit to the power of one's divine sense. Just like the origin chi in a martial artist's body, once their origin chi was exhausted, a martial artist would not be able to fight. Once their divine sense was exhausted, they would no longer be able to use their divine sense. This was why even if an immortal ascension boundary master cultivated their spiritual energy, they wouldn't easily use it under normal circumstances. Restoring Yuan Qi was easy, but restoring one's spiritual energy was much more difficult. Any precious treasure or pill that was linked to one's spiritual energy was many times more valuable than ordinary things. Yang Kai was currently only at the Yuan Qi third stage, and although he had cultivated his spiritual energy and was no weaker than an average immortal ascension boundary fourth or fifth stage master, it was obviously not enough to pry into the true alchemic way in his mind. Frowning, Yang Kai waited for 4 or 5 hours before feeling his spiritual energy fill up again. Even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would still take him 4 or 5 hours to restore his spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master, if their spiritual energy was completely exhausted, it would take them at least 10 days or even half a month to restore their spiritual energy. I need to find some soul-restoring pills and bring them with me, Kai Yang secretly planned. Not wanting to give up, Yang Kai tried again, and after a dozen breaths, his spiritual energy was once again exhausted. This time, Yang Kai didn't wait for his spiritual energy to recover on its own, instead taking out some myriad drug liquid and swallowing it, his spiritual energy rapidly increased. In less than half an hour, his spiritual energy was back to full. Chapter 284. After trying a dozen times in a row, Yang Kai was finally able to pry into a little bit of useful information. It was a spirit array. A spirit array specifically designed to assist in alchemy. This spirit array could be engraved inside the alchemy furnace to enhance the grade of a pill, but the effect wasn't very good and it wasn't very stable. After consuming a huge amount of spiritual energy and consuming a dozen myriad drug drops of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The cost was not proportional to the gains, it was a bit of a loss. The profoundness and mystery of this true alchemic way was obviously impossible for him to see through with his current weak spiritual energy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little regretful and slowly put away his thoughts of prying into the true alchemic way, planning to wait until his soul grew stronger in the future before making any plans. Feeling his soul, after such a long time of tempering, Yang Kai found that it had grown slightly, a pleasant surprise. But, how could this true alchemic way be here? Moreover, it had poured into his mind through this method. If the creator of the Black Book wanted to master the true alchemic way, they could have sealed it into a certain page of the wordless Black Book and waited until their strength grew to a certain level before unsealing the Black Book to obtain it. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to accept such a huge amount of information. This time, if not for the help of the soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged when this information poured into his mind. Although he didn't understand this point, Yang Kai understood the mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait. It was said that one could comprehend the alchemic way from the Pill Saint's portrait, and even Meng Wuya felt that there was something special about it. Now it seemed that these rumors weren't groundless. The mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait was this true alchemic way. However, those alchemists who comprehended the true alchemy way from the Pill Saint's portrait had obtained very little, so Yang Kai had directly swept it clean this time. He didn't know if the Pill Saint's portrait could still be comprehended in the future. Yang Kai felt uneasy. Everything here had been taken away, leaving only a dry well. It was time to leave. Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few hours, adjusting his state to its peak. Only then did he look around for a way out. He originally thought that there must be a secret passage to leave this sealed space, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder how he was going to leave. Could it be that they would follow the path they came in from? There were 2 Heaven's Gate realm experts and a large number of Yuan Qi realm experts guarding outside. Once he jumped out of the myriad drug pool, he was afraid that he would be captured immediately. Yang Kai believed that there was always a way out. After searching the secret room for a long time, he still didn't find anything. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. The current situation was a bit strange. The Black Book had instructed him to come here to collect the myriad drug liquid. There was no reason not to leave a way out for himself. But why couldn't he find it? Could it be that there was something missing? Yang Kai was sure that he had already searched this place more than a dozen times, not missing a single inch. Half a day later, his patience had reached its limit. Yang Kai was certain that there was no secret passage here. If he wanted to leave, he could only jump out of the myriad drug pool. Wasn't that the same as throwing himself into a trap? The myriad drug pool was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. Even if he was now considered half a hidden Cloud Peak disciple, if he appeared at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, he probably wouldn't have a good end. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai decided to break through from the top. Although there were many guards outside, if he was fast enough, he might be able to survive. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed to the top, reached out his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, sent out a punch. This punch was just a test. The myriad drug pool had existed in Medicine King's Valley for so many years, so there must have been many masters who had come down to investigate. They wanted to see if there was any secret at the bottom. Those masters couldn't break through the bottom because of the spirit array. Yang Kai didn't think that he could break through the bottom of the pool with a single punch. But things were so strange. As soon as he sent out this punch, with a muffled bang, the entire ceiling above his head suddenly burst apart. The myriad drug pool's water poured down from above. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the surface of the pool, his yuan qi fiercely surging, ready to attack. He had already prepared himself to be besieged and quickly counterattacked. But unexpectedly, even when he was in the air, he didn't receive any attacks. Looking around, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Beside the myriad drug pool, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The 20 to 30 foot tall statue of the Pill Saint that originally stood beside the pool was now shattered into several pieces, and the ground was littered with rubble. A thick smell of blood drifted in the air, and the sound of fighting and killing could be heard everywhere. Kai Yang's face suddenly sank, and he quickly turned around and landed back on the ground. Looking around, Yang Kai found that a few thousand feet away, there were traces of people fighting everywhere. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were filled with smoke and smoke. Looking down at the city below, Yang Kai could see that at this moment, the city was also in chaos. High up in the sky, there were many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters fighting fiercely, all kinds of fierce martial skills and strange artifacts displaying their might. Someone was actually attacking Medicine King's Valley. What kind of people were so bold? And at such a sensitive time like the Alchemy Summit. Medicine King's Valley had existed for thousands of years and had never become enemies with any great force. Whether you were good or evil, strong or weak, Medicine King's Valley had always adhered to the principle of neutrality. Many evil cultivators would come to Medicine King's Valley to ask for alchemy. It was because of this principle of neutrality that it had been able to survive for thousands of years. But now, someone had actually set their sights on Medicine King's Valley, wantonly slaughtering people here, and even destroying the Pill Saint statue. This was an earth-shattering change. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to all the great forces in the world, and in the city below, there were masters from all kinds of great forces guarding it all year round. Daring to attack Medicine King's Valley, no matter how strong, was already a public enemy, not far from destruction. But at this moment, the battle in Medicine King's Valley was obviously quite tense. Moreover, Medicine King's Valley seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the Pill Saint statue had actually been destroyed. This was a great loss to the world. Yang Kai faintly felt that the destruction of the Pill Saint statue had a great deal to do with the true alchemic way pouring into his mind. After all, the true alchemic way he had previously obtained was inside the Pill Saint statue. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly reacted and quickly used his movement skill to rush towards Hidden Cloud Peak. Dong Qingyan and Xia Ning Chang were still there. Old Xiao and the two powerless women were also there. Although Meng Wuya was guarding Hidden Cloud Peak, who knew what the current situation was. Moving as fast as lightning, Yang Kai quickly approached Hidden Cloud Peak, the scenery on both sides receding as he spread out his divine sense. The situation within a dozen-kilometer radius was clear at a glance. Evil Qi and demonic Qi filled the peaks of Medicine King's Valley. Those who were currently fighting with Medicine King's Valley disciples were also covered in demonic Qi. It was actually a group of evil cultivators. Yang Kai just didn't know which evil force they belonged to. In addition to these cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path and Medicine King's Valley disciples, there were also many other cultivators from all over the world who were fighting. These people were here to help Medicine King's Valley, but there weren't many masters among them and they also lacked coordination, so they were forced to retreat in battle, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A few kilometers away, a dark green poisonous fog had enveloped a radius of a few thousand meters. Inside this poisonous fog, all the trees and flowers had withered, and the ground was littered with the corpses of many cultivators, their flesh and blood rotting away, revealing their pale white bones. High up in the sky, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were constantly being shot down or killed. Most of these people were masters from the various great forces. On the contrary, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters covered in demonic chi had the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, although he didn't know why such a big change had occurred in Medicine King's Valley. However, his footsteps didn't stop. Halfway through the journey, a brawny man covered in blood suddenly jumped out in front of him. This brawny man was holding a boning knife in his hand, and there was a piece of bloody flesh on the knife. Letting out a gloomy laugh, the burly man's pair of wolf-like eyes stared at the approaching Yang Kai, shoving the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewing, as if he was eating the most delicious food in the world, a look of satisfaction appearing on the burly man's face. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw a corpse at the feet of the burly man. This person wasn't a disciple of Medicine King's Valley and should have come from one of those sects. He had been dead for a long time and a piece of flesh had disappeared from his face. Another delicious meal delivered to my doorstep. The burly man laughed strangely, his face grim, his yuan qi violent and restless, exuding an evil aura. Yuan qi 5th stage. Yang Kai snorted, his expression cold as he suddenly sent out his divine sense, instantly invading the burly man's mind. The burly man's expression froze, his eyes becoming slightly confused. Having never cultivated a soul skill before, Yang Kai's divine sense wasn't any worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th or 5th stage masters, but he could only use it roughly and couldn't display its full power. It was enough. In the blink of an eye, the burly man recovered, but before he had time to launch an attack, Yang Kai's fist slammed into his chest. With a loud bang, the burly man's 200-kilogram body flew out like a cannonball, his chest visibly caved in. Midair, the burly man's body exploded into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to mobilize his yuan qi to resist. Without stopping, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed past like a meteor. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. Compared to the other peaks, Hidden Cloud Peak had suffered the least casualties. After all, this place was always quiet and no one came here. But now, the battle here was the fiercest. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai looked up and saw Meng Wuya fighting with a large group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Treasurer Meng's strength was unfathomable and his methods were heaven-defying, but at this moment, he was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. He was fighting a total of 6 masters, 2 of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage while the remaining 4 weren't weak either, each of them at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Compared to the masters from Blood Battle Gang, they were clearly stronger. 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were fighting fiercely on Hidden Cloud Peak. In the midst of this battle, one of them shouted, "Where did this old dog come from? How could he be so strong?" If it was an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they would have long since fallen under the attacks of these 6 masters, but Meng Wuya wasn't at a disadvantage, the power of his martial skills left everyone dumbstruck. Chapter 285. This group of people had been ordered to capture Xiao Fusheng. Originally, only 2 of them had come, but they had clearly been determined to capture him. Just as they had appeared on Hidden Cloud Peak, they had been directly killed by Meng Wuya. After the death of the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the 6 of them had learned that there was a powerful master on Hidden Cloud Peak, so they had come together to kill him. However, even with the 6 of them joining forces, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would have to avoid them, but Meng Wuya was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, yet he was able to block them all. Treasurer Meng's martial skills were extremely lethal and were all completely unheard of. The more the 6 of them fought, the more frightened they became, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Which corner did this old man jump out from? The 6 of them were confused. Wasn't Xiao Fu Sheng the only immortal Ascension Boundary Master on Hidden Cloud Peak? On top of the peak, Xiao Fu Sheng stood there with a dignified expression, quietly watching the battle in the sky. He was indeed an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but all his life he had been immersed in alchemy and was not proficient in combat. The martial skills he had cultivated were also not very useful, so he couldn't help at all. The 2 dignified beauties also stood behind him, followed by Dong Qinyan and Xia Ningchang. All 4 of these women's expressions were somewhat tense, completely different from old Zhao's calm and collected demeanor. "Young master is back," the old demon suddenly called out in surprise. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared on top of Hidden Cloud Peak. The soul breaker all flew over and Yang Kai reached out and caught it, transforming into a black gas that disappeared into his body. Xiao Fu Sheng glanced over at them faintly but didn't say anything. Dong Qinyan quickly beckoned to Yang Kai, asking him to come over quickly. What happened? Yang Kai quickly came over to the group. He asked softly. A day ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land suddenly attacked Medicine King's Valley in a menacing manner. The masters from the various great forces who had been guarding the towns and cities in the valley were either killed or injured, but they were unexpectedly driven straight in. They rushed into Medicine King's Valley's various peaks and captured countless disciples from the 12 peaks. In addition, the alchemists who had come here to participate in the Alchemist Summit were not spared. Xia Ningchang softly told him everything that had happened that day and the information that she had gathered. Through her story, Yang Kai also figured out many things. The ash-gray cloud evil land was the world's largest gathering place of evil demons. It was the place where all the cultivators of evil resided. It occupied the entire southwest territory of the Great Han Empire. The southwest region was the territory of the ash-gray cloud evil land. There were countless masters in the ash-gray cloud evil land, and the strength of their forces was comparable to any of the central capital's 8 great families. As early as a few months ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land had been planning this operation, going around to capture the direct descendants of the various great forces. The attack on Dong Qinyan outside Medicine King's Valley was also the work of the ash-gray cloud evil land. This time, he had deliberately chosen to launch an attack during the alchemy conference, using the captured direct descendants as a shield to open up a path, causing many forces in the valley towns to hesitate in taking action. He didn't dare to act rashly. This had led to the complete defeat of Medicine King's Valley. The purpose of this operation was not to destroy Medicine King's Valley, but to capture all the alchemists in the world, whether they were disciples of Medicine King's Valley or foreign alchemists participating in the alchemy conference. They had even set their sights on the Pill Saint statue, but it was simply too large. The immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Medicine King's Valley desperately tried to stop them, but failed to succeed. During the fierce battle between the two sides, the Pill Saint statue was accidentally shattered. The ash-gray cloud evil land had used all kinds of despicable means, making it impossible for Medicine King's Valley to resist. Inside Hidden Cloud Peak. If Meng Wuya hadn't happened to come here as a guest, Xiao Fu Sheng would have been captured long ago. Soon, Yang Kai understood the situation in front of him. Secretly shocked by the ash-gray cloud evil land's boldness, he also began to guess what their purpose was and why they wanted to capture so many alchemists. The battle in the sky was still extremely tense, but Meng Wuya was still fighting 1 against 6. Set up the spirit array. A black-haired old man roared. Hearing this, the 6 people suddenly moved and arranged a mysterious spirit array. As the 6 of them unleashed their full power, Meng Wuya let out a grunt as his face paled slightly. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, the 6 people glanced at each other and one of them, an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, suddenly jumped out of the battle and flew towards Hidden Cloud Peak. The remaining 5 people fiercely attacked, trying to disrupt Meng Wuya. You dare! Meng Wuya let out a roar. Huge palm prints filled the sky, causing the 5 people to lose their balance. Taking advantage of the situation, Meng Wuya sent out a palm strike towards the person who was flying down the hidden cloud peak. Dead with divine hand. Mysterious grade top-rank martial skill. An invisible palm strike suddenly struck, causing the ash-gray cloud evil land's immortal ascension boundary master to feel something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. The palm wind swept past one of his arms, numbing it instantly. As far as the eye could see, his entire arm was like an old tree that was about to wither, quickly shriveling up. The man's face was filled with shock as he quickly circulated his secret art to resist. Fortunately, he was only swept by the palm strike, so he was able to resist. Seeing his shriveled arm slowly restore its vitality, he couldn't help feeling relieved. Letting out a strange laugh, the man's speed suddenly increased, like an eagle spreading its wings, he swooped down. Yang Kai and the others were on high alert, all of them madly pushing their yuan qi, secretly preparing themselves. On the peak, only Xiao Fu Sheng was an immortal ascension boundary master, and one who couldn't fight, so even if this man was only an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master, it was more than enough to kill them all. A wave of demonic qi rushed towards the man's face as he laughed fiercely. Xiao Fu Sheng, if you don't want to die, don't resist. This old master invited you to the Holy Land as a guest, not to take your life. Old Zhao's expression remained unchanged, not showing any fear. The old man took a moment to glance over at Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan, then back at Dong Qin Yen and Xia Ning Chang, licking his lips and grinning wickedly, so many delicious beauties. Unfortunately, this old master has an important matter to attend to today. I'll come back another day to pamper you. As he spoke, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed towards Xiao Fu Sheng. Old Xiao coldly snorted, raising his hand and sending out a giant hand seal. The man sneered again and again, shattering Xiao Fu Sheng's martial skill with a flick of his finger, not slowing down at all as he quickly placed his hand on Xiao Fu Sheng's shoulder. Inhaling and exhaling, the man leapt up into the air. At that moment, Yang Kai, Xia Ning Chang, and Dong Qin Yen all attacked. Although Yang Kai was only a 3-year-old martial artist, but the full power of his martial skills had caused this expert's complexion to change slightly. Especially Kai Yang's attacks. His true qi was incomparably pure, and his moves were heavy and powerful. If he really was hit, then it would definitely not be good. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, he easily resolved the 3 attacks and shouted, "Scram, this old master doesn't have time to play with you." Before his voice had even fallen, 2 slender palms suddenly shot out to meet his attack. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic as a burst of floral fragrance filled the surrounding space. All kinds of petals flashed in the air, as if a rain of flowers was falling from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement. Xia Ning Chang and Dong Qin Yen were also stunned. Amidst the rain of petals, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's figures flickered as they flanked this ash-gray cloud evil land master from both sides. Their movements were light and nimble, their graceful figures dancing gracefully amongst the fluttering petals. You! The ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator's face was filled with shock as he inadvertently inhaled some of the floral fragrance, his body suddenly softening as he exclaimed, "You actually have such skill." Humph! Xiao Fu Sheng crossed his hands behind his back and coldly snorted, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." "I've been tricked." The man cried out in grief. Whether it was Auntie Xiang or Auntie Lan, the strength they displayed at this moment was not inferior to his. With the 2 of them joining forces and Xiao Fu Sheng glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance. The 2 beautiful women didn't say a word, their pretty faces filled with indifference. Auntie Xiang stretched out her jade white hand and gracefully picked up a flower petal that was falling from the air, flicking it out. With a puff, the seemingly light petal pierced through the man's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Auntie Lan's hands flickered as her voluptuous body danced about, the petals filling the air suddenly fluttering like butterflies, wrapping around the enemy. A series of pitiful screams rang out, and by the time the rain of flowers had disappeared, the man was already covered in wounds, his clothes in tatters and blood flowing freely. The three young men glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of horror and disbelief. In particular, Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yan, the two of them had spent more time with Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan than Xia Ning Chang, but they still hadn't found any traces of a cultivator on them. In the outside world, this was also the rumor that on Hidden Cloud Peak, besides Xiao Fu Sheng, there were only two unknown ordinary maidservants who had served him for more than 20 years. Many people didn't even know their names. But now, these two ordinary maidservants had suddenly become Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage masters. The change was so great that Dong Qin Yan couldn't even believe that these two beautiful women were the gentle, dignified, and considerate Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan from before. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, thinking to himself that no wonder old Xiao was so calm. It turned out he had these two masters guarding him. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan were fighting against the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's master, forcing him to be unable to fight back. Amidst the rain of petals, the two women shuttled back and forth, each strike leaving some damage to their opponent, completely occupying the upper hand. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the distance, one that was loud and clear. Hearing this voice, the five experts who were fighting Meng Wuya in the air looked at each other and suddenly made a feint. They all withdrew from the battle and flew away without looking back. Meng Wuya didn't chase after them and instead stood mid-air, taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his chest. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator on the peak saw that his companions had all left and knew he had no hope of escaping, but suddenly let out a strange laugh as his Yuan Qi surged fiercely, his demonic Qi becoming more and more intense. "Stop him!" Xiao Fu Sheng's complexion changed as he shouted. But it was still too late. Before Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had time to stop him, the man's Yuan Qi suddenly dissipated and his entire body withered. He had actually destroyed his own meridians. Heh heh. The man laughed strangely before he died, glancing around disdainfully and saying, "The Demon Lord has returned, none of you can resist. Surrender to my Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land as soon as possible and you may be spared from death." After saying that, he fell straight to the ground. Xiao Fu Sheng's complexion changed greatly as he muttered, "Demon Lord." Chapter 286. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley, abducting hundreds of its disciples and even capturing 3 of its elders. The alchemists who had come to Medicine King's Valley to participate in the Alchemist General Assembly had also suffered heavy losses, many of them disappearing. In addition, the disciples of the various great forces had suffered countless casualties. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were littered with corpses and blood dyed the pure land red. In the valley's towns, countless houses had collapsed. The earth was groaning. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's actions this time were a crime against the entire world, causing all the great forces to be furious. The central capital's 8 great families even sent representatives the next day to discuss how to counterattack the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land and recapture the captured alchemists. However, the news that Xiao Fu Sheng conveyed shocked everyone. The Demon Lord had returned. This was what the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had said before he died. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land covered an extremely large area with countless masters and evil demons everywhere. Because of its size, the entire Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was divided into 6 great evil kings who each ruled over an area. Although they all belonged to the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with each other and would simply mind their own business. Above the 6 great evil kings was the Supreme Demon Lord. The position of Demon Lord had been vacant for more than 100 years. The position of Demon Lord was not easy to sit on. The strength of the 6 great evil kings was not any worse than the top masters of the central capital's 8 great families. There were countless capable subordinates, and after ruling the ash-gray cloud evil land for so many years, no one dared to touch the demon lord's throne. It was clear how strict the demon lord's requirements were. 100 years ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land once had a demon lord. This person's strength was profound and profound. Countless lives were lost. In the end, the central capital's 8 great families joined forces and dispatched all of their masters to kill this person at Wolf Sobbing Cliff. In that battle, the masters of the 8 great families also suffered countless casualties. After 100 years of cultivation, they were able to restore their yuan qi. But now, another demon lord had appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. How could people not be shocked? If this news had come from someone else, no one would have believed it, but since it came from Xiao Fusheng, the situation was different. The entire world instantly became chaotic and the atmosphere became tense. Spies from the various great forces frequently entered and exited the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about reliable information. But the result was unbelievable. The ash-gray cloud evil land had really produced a mysterious demon lord. As soon as this person appeared, he used absolute strength to subdue the 6 great evil kings and took control of the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. The situation was worrying. Everyone was in a state of panic. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai bid farewell to Xiao Fusheng. His purpose in coming to Medicine King's Valley had already been achieved. He hadn't returned to High Heaven Pavilion for a long time, so naturally, it was time for him to return. Xiao Fusheng seemed to have known this would happen, but his expression didn't change much. He simply said lightly, "Although I know you have other motives for coming to Medicine King's Valley, since you have entered my Hidden Cloud Peak, you are now considered a disciple of my Hidden Cloud Peak. If you have time in the future, come back and visit more often." Yes. Yang Kai felt a little guilty in his heart. He bade farewell with a serious expression. Xia Ning Chang was a little reluctant. But knowing that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, she naturally didn't ask him to stay. What's more, Yang Kai had already told her last night and left her a drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul cleansing dew, as well as a large amount of myriad drug liquid. Xia Ning Chang had already broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th order and her strength had improved tremendously. The things he left behind would help her break through to the immortal ascension boundary. As for Dong Qin Yen, Yang Kai had given her a drop of brilliant flame liquid. She should soon be able to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This drop of brilliant flame liquid should be enough to make her Yuan Qi purer. Not only that, Yang Kai had also taught Xia Ning Chang the spirit array he had obtained from the true alchemic way, which she then passed on to Xiao Fusheng. Yang Kai believed that with the help of this spirit array, Xiao Fusheng should be able to refine a mysterious grade or above pill. Although it wouldn't be a true spirit grade pill, it should be enough to satisfy Xiao Fusheng's lifelong wish. Old Xiao, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan had all treated Yang Kai well, and he had only given them this spirit array in return. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed back to High Heaven Pavilion, not hesitating to consume his Yuan Qi. 7 or 8 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to the sect. The moment he stepped into High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai felt that something was not quite right. The entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with a faint evil qi. His expression sinking, Yang Kai's pace quickened a lot, and as he walked, he quickly found that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with traces of battle. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were in a hurry and had actually left the sect with their belongings. "Brother." Yang Kai looked around for a long time but couldn't see anything, so he quickly stopped one of them. "What are you doing?" The man's expression was somewhat impatient, but after discovering that the person who stopped him was Yang Kai, his expression suddenly changed. "Are you Yang Kai?" As he spoke, his attitude also became more cautious. A year ago, he had also heard about Yang Kai's battle with the Bai families by Yunfeng. What happened in the sect? Where are you going? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It's hard to say. The man's expression became awkward as he broke free from Yang Kai's grasp and said, You should ask the sect master and the elders yourself. Saying so, he hurriedly left. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but at that moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Looking up, he saw a white figure flying towards him. It was Su Yan. Just like before, Su Yan was still cold and beautiful. After not seeing her for a year, her strength had increased by a lot. As her strength grew, the cold aura around her also became more powerful. Her cold temperament was enough to freeze all things in the world. Only when her eyes met with Yang Kai's would a trace of gentleness appear in her eyes. Bringing along a fragrant wind, she landed in front of Yang Kai, a smile appearing on her delicate face. You're back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, anxiously asking, what happened here? Su Yan's bright eyes dimmed as she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Something happened. I'll tell you as we go. Saying so, her body soared into the air. Yang Kai also circulated his yuan qi and flew together with her. Feeling the yuan qi fluctuations, Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai in surprise. You've already broken through to the third stage of yuan qi. Yang Kai grinned, Your strength has increased so quickly. You're not slow either, you've already broken through to the 8th stage of yuan qi. Yang Kai was also surprised by Su Yan's strength increase. He had been training outside and had various opportunities to improve so quickly. As for Su Yan, she had only bitterly cultivated in the sect, but she had also grown to this point. If she had the same resources as him, her improvement would have been even greater. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, Su Yan's pretty face blushed slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she whispered, the Ice Heart's secret art focuses on the cultivation of one's mental state. This past year, my mental state has improved a lot, so my strength has also increased. Yang Kai thought about it, knowing that her mental state had improved so quickly because of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Chuckling, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Su Yan couldn't help but glare at him, but she didn't say anything. Where are we going? Kai Yang asked as he adjusted his direction. Narrowing his eyes, he frowned, Are we going to Sect Master's retreat? Su Yan nodded slightly, her expression suddenly becoming gloomy as she smiled bitterly. Sect Master said that if you came back, he would immediately take care of you. I will bring you there as soon as possible. What happened to Sect Master? Yang Kai noticed that Su Yan's expression was not right and quickly asked. Su Yan pursed her red lips lightly, and after a long time said softly, He's injured, seriously injured. Who did it? Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Grand Master Ling Tai Su's strength was not much worse than Meng Wuya's. His talent was outstanding, and in this life, if not for the matter of his 2 disciples, he would have been able to cultivate for more than 10 years. He would have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary long ago. Such a master was now seriously injured, and looking at Su Yan's expression, this injury was definitely not ordinary. Who could have beaten him to this extent? Sect Master's second disciple. What? Yang Kai was shocked, but quickly reacted, he isn't, but he managed to escape from the coiling dragon stream, and his demonic arts had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The day he emerged, he fought all of High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters. Sect Master was seriously injured, 4th Elder Zhou Fei was killed on the spot, the other elders were also injured, and countless disciples died. Su Yan's brow wrinkled as she sighed, if not for Sect Master desperately defending, I'm afraid High Heaven Pavilion would have already. When did this happen? A month and a half ago. Su Yan shook her head and smiled bitterly, the aftermath of that battle still hasn't dissipated. High Heaven Pavilion is now filled with demonic qi, and the disciples have to constantly circulate their secret arts to resist. The elders have all suffered heavy losses, and some of them are afraid they will be implicated, so they have already packed up and left the sect. Yang Kai's expression sank, finally understanding why the sect had become like this. However, the fact that the second disciple was able to escape from the coiling dragon stream was something no one had ever expected. Under the coiling dragon stream, countless people had been sealed away for hundreds of years, and no one had ever been able to escape safely, but the sect master's second disciple had actually succeeded. When Ling Tai Su had captured him, it was because of their relationship as master and disciple that he hadn't killed him, only crippling his cultivation and trapping him in the coiling dragon stream. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he had sowed a seed of disaster for High Heaven Pavilion. If he had known this would happen, Ling Tai Su would never have let him live. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the sect master's retreat. Before they had even entered, they were greeted by a thick demonic qi, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. "Go in, sect master has been waiting for you," Su Yen said softly. Yang Kai nodded, opened the door, and walked in. When he saw the scene before him, his heart couldn't help clenching. A year ago, when they had parted ways in Nether Mountain, his Grand Master had still been in high spirits and had even agreed to a life-or-death battle with Ghost King Valley's Goeli. But now, seeing him again, his appearance was haggard and his body was covered in black qi. Obviously, due to his severe injuries, he was unable to suppress the demonic qi that had invaded his body. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's return, Ling Tai Su, who was lying on the bed, moved his fingers slightly and his eyes slowly opened. Yang Kai's heart tightened and he quickly stepped forward. Inside the room, in addition to Ling Tai Su, there was also a High Heaven Pavilion alchemist accompanying him. This alchemist's strength wasn't high, probably only at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th or 8th order, and was a disciple of the previous generation. "Martial uncle, how is sect master?" Yang Kai turned and asked. The martial uncle slowly shook his head, not optimistic. "I'm afraid he won't last long, ha." Chapter 287. Inside the room, Yang Kai stepped forward, placed 2 fingers on Ling Tai Su's wrist, and closed his eyes to examine him. As his divine sense spread out, Yang Kai's heart gradually sank to the bottom. Ling Tai Su's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced, and many of his bones were broken. His vitality was almost non-existent, and even his vitality was faintly discernible. The Yuan Qi in his body was faintly discernible, and his meridians were broken in countless places. The flow of Yuan Qi was not smooth, and the circulation of his secret art was hindered. Not only that, there were many evil auras all over his body that were eroding his vitality and eroding his Yuan Qi. If it weren't for the pure Yuan Qi protecting his heart, Ling Tai Su would have died long ago. Grand Master's injuries could not be described as extremely serious. Now, his life was hanging by a thread, and he could pass away at any moment. He had only preserved this last bit of Yuan Qi because he wanted to wait for Yang Kai's safe return. After all, he had sent Yang Kai into that isolated world for life experience, and until now, there had been no news of him. "Have you given him any medicine?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The martial uncle smiled bitterly. "Sect master is in such a state, how could he resist any medicine? Some time ago, I gave him a few pills, but now I don't dare give him anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Grand Master's body was currently too weak, and if he didn't have a pill that could immediately bring him back from the brink of death, taking it would only cause him to lose his last bit of Yuan Qi. At that time, there would really be nothing he could do. Fortunately, he was able to make it in time. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Martial uncle, you go out first, I have something to say to sect master." The High Heaven Pavilion alchemist hesitated for a moment before getting up and leaving. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su was. But before the sect master fell into a coma, he had ordered that once Yang Kai returned, he was to immediately bring him to see him. Since the sect master valued Yang Kai so much, the relationship between the two was obviously not ordinary. After the martial uncle left, Yang Kai hurriedly took out some myriad drug cream from the black book space. He didn't dare to take too much, only half the size of a pinky nail. He didn't know if the myriad drug cream could bring the dead back to life, but for now, he could only pin his hopes on it. After all, it took thousands of years and millions of pills to form the most essential part. There was water in the house. Yang Kai took a cup and poured the myriad drug cream into it before pouring it into hot water. Only then did he pick up the cup. Pinching open Ling Tai Su's mouth with one hand, he slowly poured the medicinal liquid inside. It took a long time for Ling Tai Su to finish half a cup of hot water. He did not dare to be negligent. Yang Kai stretched out his hands and pressed on the vital acupoints on Ling Tai Su's chest. He slowly poured Yuan Qi into Ling Tai Su's body to help him refine the medicine. At the same time, he used his divine sense to carefully observe the changes in his grandmaster's body. As the myriad drug cream began to take effect, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ling Tai Su's originally shriveled dantian had begun to show signs of vitality. Even the blood in his body began to flow faster, and his heartbeat seemed to become a little stronger than before. There's hope. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he slightly increased the output of Yuan Qi. Only the heavens knew how much he had been worried about. Ling Tai Su's body was currently too weak. If he could not bear the effects of the myriad drug cream, even if the myriad drug cream could not bring him back to life, it would be equivalent to personally ending Ling Tai Su's life. The one in front of him was the master of the fourth master Yang. This was Yang Kai's own grandmaster. How could he not be worried? Fortunately, the myriad drug cream really did play a role. A moment later, Ling Tai Su's dantian slowly began to produce Yuan Qi. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the Yuan Qi wrapped in medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, quickly repairing the broken meridians. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the entire process was clearly visible. Ling Tai Su's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also quickly returning to their original positions. Ling Tai Su's pale face gradually became rosy, and he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, his painful expression gradually relaxing. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai became even more attentive. The myriad drug cream really did have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yang Kai could not help but frown as he listened carefully. A moment later, the person arrived outside the door. Su Xianwu's voice was heard. "I heard Yang Kai has returned." Su Yan replied, "He's inside." Great Elder Wei Shitong's voice immediately followed, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to accompany the sect master at all times?" These words were directed at the alchemist. The alchemist replied, "Martial nephew Yang said he had something to say to the sect master." "Nonsense." Wei Shitong shouted, "The sect master is unconscious, how could he say anything?" The great elder did not understand why the sect master valued Yang Kai so much. The only thing he said before he fell unconscious was to ask Yang Kai to see him immediately after he returned. Although he had defeated Bai Yun Feng with his separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivation, it was not enough to make the sect master look at him with such respect. Could it be that the sect master really regarded him as the future High Heaven Pavilion master? This speculation made Wei Shitong very uncomfortable. His relationship with Yang Kai was not harmonious, so naturally he did not want to see him gain power. As he spoke, he led the other elders into the room. The scene that entered their eyes shocked the 4 elders. They saw Yang Kai's Yuan Qi surging, his hands pressing against the sect master's chest, pouring Yuan Qi into his body. Bastard! Wei Shitong was furious. The sect master was gasping for breath and could not even be touched, so how could he withstand the Yuan Qi being poured into his body? Wasn't this the same as asking for his life? Shouting angrily, he raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly, but before she could do anything, Su Xianwu also sent out a palm strike, intercepting Wei Shitong's palm strike midway. The two palms collided and disappeared. Second junior brother, what are you doing? Wei Shitong looked at Su Xianwu coldly, his face filled with anger. Su Xianwu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and frowned. I want to ask eldest brother what you're doing. Wei Shitong coldly said, what am I doing? First look at what this little bastard is doing. Bastard, why aren't you letting go? Do you want to kill the sect master? Shut up. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted with a gloomy face. Although he had never liked Great Elder Wei Shitong and had even attacked him just now, Wei Shitong was only concerned about the sect master, so Yang Kai did not pay him any mind. However, he was too self-righteous and made a lot of noise, making him feel irritated. Wei Shitong was stunned. He never thought that this little brat would dare to speak to him in such a tone. The great elder was about to use his dignity as an elder to teach Yang Kai a lesson when he heard a light cough. Immediately, Ling Tai Su, whose life was hanging by a thread, suddenly said, "Don't be noisy." The voice was weak, but it was indeed Ling Tai Su's voice. The four great elders were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their expressions were extremely strange. It seemed that they were hallucinating and had heard Ling Tai Su's voice. Sect Master. Wei Shitong called out uncertainly, half believing and half doubting. He looked over and saw that Sect Master Ling Tai Su had opened his eyes and was looking over. Sect Master is awake. Su Xianwu rushed forward in one step. Third elder He Bei Shui and fifth elder Yu Zizai also stepped forward. Sect Leader. After confirming that the sect leader was really awake, the voices of the several old men trembled, and their eyes instantly became moist. Even Wei Shitong, who was best at fighting for power, was also like this. The sect leader's awakening made them feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted, and the heavy stone in their hearts suddenly fell down. High Heaven Pavilion could lose anyone, but it couldn't lose Ling Tai Su, especially at this critical juncture. All of you leave first. The sect master lightly ordered. Yes. These people didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly withdrew. Before they left though, all of them stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of heaven-defying method he had used to save the severely injured sect master from the brink of death. After the others left, Yang Kai smiled at Ling Tai Su, Grand Master. Ling Tai Su looked at Yang Kai with relief and muttered, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." As he spoke, his expression gradually relaxed and he fell asleep again. However, this time, there was no danger to his life. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the room, the four great elders looked at each other in confusion. The same was true of the alchemist. Half an hour ago, Ling Tai Su's life was hanging by a thread, so how could he wake up in less than half an hour? Moreover, looking at his complexion, it was much better than before. Obviously, he had recovered a lot of his vitality. What kind of pill did you give the sect master during this time? Wei Shitong looked uncertain as he asked the alchemist. The latter slowly shook his head, "I didn't use any medicine. The sect master's body can no longer withstand the impact of the medicine. Using any medicine will only lead to death." The several old men's expressions became more and more surprised. Could it be that Yang Kai saved him? Yu Zizai was somewhat uncertain. They all understood the sect master's injuries. No matter how heaven-defying the sect master was, there was no way to save him, so how could he suddenly wake up? It can't be. He Bei Shui obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai had such great ability, not to mention that he doesn't have the strength. Even if he did, he would still need a pill to heal, right? Where would he get the kind of healing pill that can bring the dead back to life? Wei Shitong frowned and muttered, "It's really strange." Su Xianwu coldly snorted, "It's a good thing that the sect master woke up. Why do you all care so much? After the sect master's injuries are stabilized, we can ask him." It's useless to guess now. And, that's true. The several great elders' expressions relaxed. The sect master waking up was a joyous occasion, so why should they care about how he woke up? Forget it, I'll go back and heal first. Wei Shitong shook his head and no longer thought about it. The others also hurriedly followed. The several great elders had all been seriously injured in the previous battle, and after a period of recuperation, they had finally recovered a lot, but their injuries were still not completely healed. For several days, Yang Kai insisted on giving Ling Tai Su the myriad drug cream. His Grand Master's physical condition improved day by day, and after 4 or 5 days, his injuries were completely healed. Only the demonic qi that had invaded his body had not been resolved, causing his face to look like it was covered in a faint black qi. Chapter 288. A few days later, in Ling Tai Su's retreat. His Grand Master looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a profound look in his eyes. After a long time, he said, I won't ask what kind of medicine you gave me, and I won't ask you where you got this medicine. But remember, this time I was able to come back from the dead because of my own unfulfilled wishes. It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, I know my limits. Ling Tai Su's words sounded a bit unreasonable at first, but how could Yang Kai not know that he was trying to protect him? A peerless medicine that could bring the dead back to life was of great importance, so how could Ling Tai Su allow Yang Kai to take such a risk? Grand Master, this is your universe bag. Yang Kai took out a universe bag from his sleeve and handed it over. Ling Tai Su didn't accept it, instead just smiling and saying, what Grand Master has given out, how could he take it back? Yang Kai chuckled, I don't need it now. The wordless black book storage space had been opened, so this universe bag was indeed useless. Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head, keep it for yourself. If you really don't need it, you can give it to someone else. Grand Master thinks this thing is a good gift. Yang Kai smiled wryly and didn't insist, simply putting the universe bag back into his sleeve. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, your injuries? Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, it's nothing serious. My strength has been restored to its peak, perhaps even a little beyond. Yang Kai smiled happily and said excitedly, but Grand Master, the demonic qi in your body hasn't been completely dispelled. Ling Tai Su frowned thoughtfully, I'm also very curious about this. The thing you gave me was very strange. I think that if the demonic qi in my body was completely dispelled, I may be able to break through to the next level. Ling Tai Su had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, so breaking through to the next level would be the above immortal ascension boundary. An above immortal ascension boundary master, in an ordinary first-class sect, there were only 1 or 2 such masters. Even in those super forces, there weren't many. If Ling Tai Su could really break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it would be a blessing in disguise. Could the myriad drug cream help people comprehend the martial Tao? Yang Kai really didn't know that it had such a miraculous effect. However, it was the essence of the well, so it was very likely to have such a powerful effect. Congratulations, Grand Master. Yang Kai felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Ling Tai Su had wasted more than 10 years because of his 2 disciples. Originally, he could have reached this step long ago, but it was delayed until today. Ling Tai Su smiled and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked in a low voice, Grand Master, did your second disciple really come out of the coiling dragon stream? Hearing this, a trace of hidden sadness flashed through Ling Tai Su's eyes. He sighed softly and nodded, yes. In the past, I crippled his cultivation and trapped him in the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, he would still be able to come out? This is truly beyond this old man's expectations. As far as this old man knows, he should have had some kind of fortuitous encounter down there, allowing him to restore his strength and even achieve the grand accomplishment of his demonic art. The formation of the coiling dragon stream was caused by the High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder killing the Devil Lord. After the Devil Lord was killed, he fell to the bottom of the stream. Perhaps there was something left behind that was inadvertently obtained by Ling Tai Su's second disciple a few hundred years later. This second disciple seemed to be a person of great fortune. Not only did he escape, but he also became the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. What? Yang Kai was shocked. He's the demon lord. Ling Tai Su frowned as he looked at Yang Kai. You've seen him? I haven't, but a few days ago, Medicine King's Valley was attacked by the ash-gray cloud evil land. I heard it was his handiwork. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Ling Tai Su didn't seem to know about the changes in Medicine King's Valley and quickly asked. This wasn't because High Heaven Pavilion had sealed off information, but because Ling Tai Su had been unconscious since a month and a half ago and had suffered heavy injuries. The elders of High Heaven Pavilion hadn't had time to report to him. On the last day of the Alchemist Summit, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land launched a large-scale attack and seized many young lords and young ladies from great forces. Yang Kai briefly explained everything he knew. The more Ling Tai Su listened, the more gloomy his expression became. In the end, his expression became faintly uneasy. If that's the case, then I'm afraid he came out of the coiling dragon stream as early as half a year ago, but only began attacking my High Heaven Pavilion a month ago. Ling Tai Su's expression changed greatly. The situation is not good. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked anxiously. If outsiders learn that the Demon Lord is from my High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su's face became livid. High Heaven Pavilion was just a second-class sect, but the Demon Lord actually came from here. If those great forces learned about this, this place would definitely not be peaceful. Regardless of anything else, after the Demon Lord returned, Medicine King's Valley was attacked and the Pill Saint statue was destroyed. This was a world-shaking event. You should go see that little girl Su Yan first. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. We need to have a good chat. This old master is going into retreat for a few days. Ling Tai Su quickly said. He obviously wanted to consider how to resolve this disaster. There were no walls in this world that didn't leak wind. It wouldn't be long before the Demon Lord's origins were discovered, and when that time came, High Heaven Pavilion would definitely face a great disaster. Leaving the sect master's retreat, Yang Kai sighed faintly. In front of this sect's calamity, his personal strength was too small. Flying all the way, Yang Kai saw that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was in a bleak state. More and more disciples were leaving, but no one tried to stop them. Arriving in front of Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai jumped up. Pushing open the door, he saw Su Yan sitting cross-legged on her bed, cultivating the Ice Heart's secret art. The changes in the outside world did not disturb her in the slightest. Perceiving Yang Kai's arrival, Su Yan opened her eyes slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cold and elegant face, making her look even more alluring. Yang Kai stepped forward, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, jumped onto the bed, and sat down cross-legged in front of her. For eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes filled with aggression while Su Yan's eyes were also watery, seemingly containing infinite flirtatious feelings. He wanted to strip the jade woman in front of him naked and taste her wonderful body. That kind of taste, reaching the pinnacle of mutual indulgence, Yang Kai believed that Su Yan would not refuse. However, Yang Kai still had a strange feeling in his heart. The reason the two of them could be so intimate and Su Yan could do whatever she wanted to him was entirely because of the joyous unification art. She was not like his little senior sister, Xia Ning Chang, who had developed feelings for him over time. To put it nicely, the relationship between the two of them was congenial, but to put it bluntly, it was nothing. Every time Yang Kai came back, he would be unbridled with Su Yan a few times. This kind of feeling was not like that of a man and woman in love, where their bodies were entwined with each other. It was more like they were trying to complete a mission to cultivate the joyous unification art. It was this kind of feeling that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. The yin-yang monster ginseng had not played its role until now precisely because this kind of forced intimacy was not so natural. If he wanted the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role, he could not always maintain this kind of state. Although it was undeniable that the joyous unification art was the root cause of their feelings, Yang Kai did not want their feelings to be connected only by the joyous unification art. Heart to heart. How many men and women in this world could reach such a level? Even among those old couples who had respected each other for dozens of years, there were very few who could do it. What are you thinking about? Su Yan looked at Yang Kai strangely. She found that the light in his eyes was quickly fading, and the boiling blood in his body was slowly calming down. This was very different from the past. In the past, every time he saw her, he would find it difficult to control himself, and every time he would decisively take off his clothes, then strip her, and then, "I want you." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. Su Yan's white neck blushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm already yours. But I want your heart even more." Su Yan raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of joy slowly appearing in her eyes. "You should know what I'm talking about." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Su Yan nodded gently. Yang Kai did not understand until today what was missing between him and Su Yan, but Su Yan had long since seen through it. She had never said it out loud. A woman would always be at a disadvantage in front of a man, especially in front of the man she liked. Even if she knew his approach was somewhat inappropriate, even if she had some thoughts in her heart, before he saw through them clearly, a woman would not say it out loud. This was the approach of a smart woman. Only by letting him see and understand for himself would this man truly grow up. Work together. Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. Su Yan nodded slightly, a hazy mist appearing in her watery eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Men and women were different. Women would always have a special feeling in dependence on their first man. As early as the many times they had engaged in dual cultivation and the endless waiting for each other, Su Yan had already been willing to entrust her heart and soul to him. The only thing the two of them lacked was a trace of understanding in Yang Kai's heart. Now, Yang Kai had finally understood, naturally allowing Su Yan to see hope. It was not until this moment that the bond between the two of them that had been formed by the joyous unification art was completely severed and transformed into true feelings between a man and a woman. Even without the joyous unification art, they would not easily let go of each other. Perhaps it would not be at this time, or perhaps it would be a long time in the future, but there would come a day when they would be able to reach a level of mutual understanding. The two of them sat facing each other. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a brilliant smile as he stretched out his large hands and placed them on Su Yan's knees. Su Yan slowly placed her hands in Yang Kai's palms. Soft as if boneless, smooth and fragrant, pure as ice and jade, Su Yan's small hands felt very comfortable to touch. Gently holding each other's hands, the two of them smiled at each other before closing their eyes and circulating the joyous unification art. Cultivating the joyous unification art was divided into 3 stages. The first stage required intimate physical contact in order to allow Yuan Qi to flow between the two of them. This was the first stage and was also the most glorious stage because every time they cultivated, it would be extremely charming and the scene would be hot and humid. Just like Yang Kai's previous practice. The second stage was the current state, where their hearts and minds were connected and there was no need to be as open as before. Only a little contact was required to circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's trace of understanding had allowed the two of them to enter this stage, allowing them to circulate the joyous unification art much faster and more efficiently than before. Chapter 289. The third stage was the true connection between their hearts. At that time, even if the two were separated by hundreds or thousands of meters, the Yuan Qi in their bodies would respond to each other in an endless cycle. When the two joined forces, their combat strength would soar and they would be able to use many of the Joyous Unification Art's offensive secret skills. The Yuan Qi flowed from Yang Kai's body into Su Yan's, then back to Yang Kai. The two's Yuan Qi blended and tempered, becoming purer and purer. As time passed, not only did the two's Yuan Qi begin to blend with each other, but even their consciousnesses seemed to converge. Their incorporeal consciousnesses intertwined as they longed for this kind of magical contact. Without speaking, they could clearly feel each other's thoughts, and every time they touched, they would tremble slightly. A faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, followed by a phoenix cry from Su Yan's. Inside the room where the two were cultivating, a dense light of dragons and phoenixes appeared. If one were to take off their clothes and look closely, one would see a dragon and a phoenix rapidly swimming around Yang Kai's and Su Yan's backs. As they danced about, the two's dual cultivation was far more efficient than it had ever been before. This breakthrough in dual cultivation lasted for a full 5 days. The blending and tempering of the Yuan Qi washed away all the impurities that had accumulated during this time. Not only did Yang Kai's strength improve significantly, but Su Yan's harvest was also huge. There was no such thing as intimate intimacy, but both of them faintly felt that this kind of dual cultivation was what they had always longed for, a dual cultivation that touched each other's hearts. Until they left, Yang Kai didn't do anything superfluous. Because Su Yan had been using the longing and desire in her heart to temper herself, if at this time Yang Kai were to give her a hard time, he was afraid it would destroy the state of mind she had maintained for more than a year, causing her persistence to fall short. For her sake, Yang Kai had to be patient. Before leaving, Yang Kai gave Su Yan Ling Tai Su's universe bag, which contained several dozen kilograms of myriad drug liquid, more than a dozen kilograms of myriad drug milk, and 2 bottles of myriad drug cream. Myriad drug liquid could improve a person's physique if taken over a long period of time. This kind of good thing naturally had to be shared with his woman. It wouldn't take too long as he persisted for 1 to 2 months. Su Yan would most likely be reborn. Her aptitude had always been top-notch, and now that she was reborn, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. Other than that, as for the soul-cleansing dew and the brilliant flame liquid, Su Yan could refine the brilliant flame liquid now to help temper her Yuan Qi. As for the soul-cleansing dew, once she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she would naturally be able to use it. They were all things that would be useful in the near future. Leaving Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai flew all the way to the coiling dragon stream. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already see a black aura full of evil rising up from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, converging towards the top. In the sky several miles above the coiling dragon stream, a large mass of black qi covered the sky, and an overwhelming baleful qi rushed towards them. Ever since the second disciple of the sect leader came out of seclusion, the coiling dragon stream had become like this. The demonic qi here was so dense that it wouldn't affect them too much in the short term, but if this continued, the surrounding several hundred miles would no longer be suitable for people to live in. The disciples of the 3 sects nearby would be implicated. During this time, people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had already come to High Heaven Pavilion to denounce them. However, High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader was seriously injured and unconscious, and one of the 5 elders had died in battle. Seeing this desolate place, they could only leave it be. The old demon's mood was somewhat excited, and without waiting for Yang Kai to summon it, it took the initiative to rush out. The surrounding demonic qi began to converge towards the soul breaker all, and the old demon also opened its belly to absorb it, like a sponge, completely swallowing up this demonic qi. This demonic qi, which was difficult for ordinary people to endure, was a great supplement for the old demon. Not only did his soul need this kind of thing, but the soul breaker all also urgently needed the demonic qi. The current state of High Heaven Pavilion was the paradise that he had always wanted. Walking to the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down, only to see that in the distance, there seemed to be a black flood dragon rolling and boiling. These were all extremely rich demonic chi and demonic chi. The entire bottom of the coiling dragon stream had become the birthplace of the demonic chi. When you were absorbing the demonic chi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, did you notice anything? Yang Kai frowned and asked. I didn't notice anything, it's just that the further down I go, the stronger the demonic chi becomes. However, the demonic chi here is somewhat different from before. The old demon pondered. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Compared to before, it seems to be purer and denser. Originally, there was an energy suppressing the demonic chi here. Young master, when you were here before, you swallowed the yang attribute energy, which was suppressing the demonic chi, but now this suppression has loosened a lot. Yang Kai nodded slightly and no longer spoke. He had also noticed that the yang attribute energy here was much thinner than before. A moment later, he leaped down. While in midair, he circulated his true essence and stabilized himself. Then, with a turn of his body, he flew back into his cave. The cave mansion was still the same, without the slightest damage. All the decorations inside were built by Su Yan and Xia Ning Cheng bit by bit. The 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of the cave had already withered. These were the 2 pots Meng Wuya had placed on the contribution hall's counter, but now they were affected by the demonic chi and had completely withered. Beside the 2 pots of flowers, there was a small hole, which should have been the place where the yin-yang monster ginseng took root, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Su Yan hadn't seen it since the great change in High Heaven Pavilion. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness, so when it sensed danger, it would automatically hide. It was likely that when the demon lord appeared and the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream surged, it was alarmed. However, it shouldn't have run away. It loved the yin and yang chi, so besides the coiling dragon stream, there was no other place for it to stay. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and began searching the surrounding area. As his divine sense spread out, he faintly felt a trace of danger coming from below the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai didn't dare to go too deep and simply searched above. A moment later, Yang Kai smiled happily as he found the yin-yang monster ginseng's location. Indeed, as he expected, the yin-yang monster ginseng was just hiding in a mountain crack a few kilometers away. Using his divine sense to release his goodwill, the yin-yang monster ginseng quickly realized where this familiar aura came from and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew over. After a few dozen breaths, the red and white yin-yang monster ginseng appeared in front of Yang Kai again and directly jumped into his arms, revealing only a small part of its body, its delicate facial features filled with fear and trepidation. Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his finger, forcing a drop of yang liquid into its body. The yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed this drop of yang liquid and its expression immediately became much happier. I'll give you a new home, it's absolutely safe, no one will bother you in the future. Yang Kai whispered, not waiting for it to respond before directly putting it into the black book space. The black book space couldn't hold living things, but there was no problem with exotic flowers and plants. Although the yin-yang monster ginseng was sentient, it was still just one of the exotic flowers and plants, so there was no problem with it staying inside the black book space. Entering the huge space, the yin-yang monster ginseng curiously looked around and soon discovered the existence of the myriad drug liquid. Its figure flickered and it tried to take root near the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai immediately realized the situation wasn't good and quickly used his divine sense to construct an isolated space to hide these treasures. As soon as the yin-yang monster ginseng discovered its treasures were gone, its facial features immediately became aggrieved and it jumped up and down, turning into a stream of light as it searched around the black book space, trying to find the myriad drug liquid. I'll give you a drop every 10 days, so stay here obediently. Yang Kai helplessly transmitted this message with his divine sense. Hearing this, the yin-yang monster ginseng calmed down. After settling the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the secluded home, taking all the things he had left behind into the black book space. These things were all obtained from the Endless Sea Islands and were treasures belonging to the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands. Each one of these things was a blade that couldn't see the light of day. Walking back to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai stared down at the churning demonic chi down below and fell silent. Old Demon saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and tentatively asked, "Young master, do you want to go down?" And Yang Kai nodded. There was definitely some kind of mystery down here, otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ling Tai Tsu's second disciple to recover his strength and achieve the grand accomplishment stage of his demonic art. This was the site of the great battle between High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder and a demon lord several hundred years ago, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to go down and take a look. The churning demonic aura was a barrier that prevented most people from advancing. Even many evil spirits might not be able to withstand the evil aura and ferocious aura. However, Yang Kai had the old demon's protection in his own unyielding golden skeleton, so it wasn't completely hopeless. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart became firm and he directly jumped down from the cave entrance. Old Demon was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness and quickly raised his guard. The wind whistled past his ears as his body fell straight down, his speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a few thousand meters and directly fell into the churning demonic chi. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked and hurriedly used his yang inflammation wings to jump out from below. His expression was one of extreme pain as he looked down with lingering fear. The moment he fell into the demonic chi, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being attacked. It was a bloodthirsty and cold attack filled with despair. This attack was hidden in the demonic chi below. Invisible and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Even though Yang Kai had cultivated his divine sense at this moment, he still couldn't withstand such an attack, causing his head to hurt. Old Demon, on the other hand, was fearless and wasn't injured in the slightest. Yang Kai lightly leapt to the side of the cliff and stared down for a moment before plunging down again. The monstrous demonic chi wrapped around his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Being surrounded by this demonic chi, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. The strange attacks once again assaulted his divine soul from all directions. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his divine soul, yet it was also as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his brain. Waves of ghostly wails and howls also rang in his ears. He felt as if he had fallen into the Azura hell. Chapter 290. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared this time, so although his soul was still in pain, he wasn't as helpless as before. Closing his soul, Yang Kai focused on keeping his soul clear. The soul-warming lotus also played its role in a timely manner, causing a faint cool feeling to spread through his mind, greatly reducing the pain he felt. Pausing mid-air, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths and waited until he had adapted to the intensity of the attacks before continuing to dive down. After diving another 1,000 meters or so, he felt that the surrounding demonic chi attacks seemed to have become stronger, and the unbearable pain came again, forcing Yang Kai to stop. Continuing like this, Yang Kai continued to dive for about 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai frowned, faintly unable to bear it any longer. The damage to his soul in this place was much more severe than the white fog in that isolated world. Inside the white fog only attacked one's soul, but the evil aura here not only attacked one's soul but also penetrated deep into one's mind, drawing out the evil factor hidden deep within Yang Kai's mind. This was definitely a treasure trove for tempering one's soul and cultivating one's spiritual energy. After descending 1,000 meters, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had grown slightly stronger. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to form a knowledge sea. However, Yang Kai couldn't bear it for too long. If he stayed here for too long, his temperament would be affected and assimilated by the surrounding aura. After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly asked the old demon, "Do you know any soul skills? It would be best if they were defensive." "Yes." The old demon readily responded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai said bitterly. "The things this old servant knows, whether they are martial skills, secret arts, or soul skills, are all extremely evil. Young master has always disdained them." The old demon felt somewhat wronged. "Is this soul skill also an evil one?" Yang Kai asked. "Although it can be considered as such, if I were to cultivate here, I wouldn't need to resort to such cruel methods. The demonic chi here is very strong. The demonic chi here is the best place to cultivate soul skills. Then don't waste time, hurry up and teach me that soul skill." Oh, the old demon's memories were very chaotic. Although he had been brought out by Yang Kai from the Heaven's Cave inheritance for more than 2 years, he had always been like this. After replying to Yang Kai, he pondered for a long time before he finally recalled most of the soul skill and taught it to Yang Kai. Palace of Confusion. According to the old demon, if he wanted to cultivate this soul skill, he had to find some living people. Torture them. Making them wish they were dead. Only after experiencing fear, terror, and despair could the soul energy produced by these people after death be used to cultivate the Palace of Illusions. Cultivators collected the souls of the dead and built a maze-like existence in their minds. The tormented resentful spirits were the bricks that built this maze. The more evil the wraith was, the more powerful the maze would be. After successfully cultivating the Palace of Illusions, layers of illusions would appear around the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Twisting and turning passages. The greatest use of this martial skill was for defense. However, it was also a soul skill that could be used for both offense and defense. If an enemy dared to use their spiritual energy to attack the cultivator, once their spiritual energy fell into this maze, they would never be able to find a way out. Gradually, their spiritual energy would be exhausted by the resentful spirits hidden in the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions had not been fully cultivated, because the cultivator could always add bricks and tiles to this palace around the sea of consciousness, consolidating and expanding it. It protected the cultivator's sea of consciousness from being disturbed by the outside world. It was an impregnable defense. And this place was filled with dense demonic chi. Without a doubt, it was the most suitable brick for the Palace of Illusions. This soul skill suited Yang Kai's needs very well, making him very happy. He immediately hurried to cultivate it. However, before that, Yang Kai had to familiarize himself with how to use his spiritual energy to capture the demonic chi drifting around his body and use it as the cornerstone of the Palace of Illusions. This was relatively simple. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense, so all he needed to do was try to use it. For several days, Yang Kai familiarized himself with the use of his divine sense. Wisps of dark demonic chi were drawn into his mind, and according to Yang Kai's own ideas, they were transformed into bricks and tiles, gradually building a palace that protected his divine sense. Building a skyscraper from the ground was the same as building a palace in his mind, and it was a labyrinthine palace. After familiarizing himself with it, his movements became faster and faster. For an entire month, Yang Kai cultivated the Palace of Illusions in the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Wisps of demonic chi were captured by his divine sense and disappeared into his mind. The labyrinthine palace gradually began to take shape, slowly expanding and becoming more and more complex. After a month of cultivation, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had increased greatly. Now that his divine sense had spread out, he could investigate everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Increasing one's spiritual energy was very difficult. Even for an immortal ascension boundary master, wanting to achieve something with their divine sense was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's physical body. The most common method was to cultivate a soul skill or swallow a precious treasure that could increase one's spiritual energy. Yang Kai was cultivating the Palace of Illusions in such a harsh environment 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, it was natural that his spiritual energy would become much more powerful. After another 10 days or so, Yang Kai finally reached the minor accomplishment stage of the Palace of Illusions. Although he still hadn't been able to form a knowledge sea, Yang Kai could clearly feel that around his mind, there were layers of protection, guarding the most critical positions. These layers of protection were all formed by the demonic chi overflowing from the coiling dragon stream. However, none of these demonic chi could affect Yang Kai in the slightest. Because this was a soul skill that Yang Kai had cultivated, all the demonic chi had been branded with his brand. Since the Palace of Illusions had just been formed, Yang Kai naturally couldn't wait to try it out. His current position was 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream, so the demonic chi here couldn't affect him in the slightest. Jumping down, his speed became faster and faster. 2,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was impregnable. 3,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was still unshakable. Even after falling to the deepest part of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai still didn't notice that the demonic chi here had any effect on him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. This wasn't because of the palace's defensive prowess, but because this soul skill of his was forged from the demonic chi in this place. The two were of the same origin, so how could the demonic chi outside affect his spiritual energy? This soul skill isn't bad. Yang Kai grinned. He could clearly feel that the demonic chi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream was terrifyingly strong. If not for the protection of the Palace of Illusions, his spiritual energy would have been instantly obliterated. The source of the demonic chi should be here. The old demon's voice sounded. This is also the source of the yang chi. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat happy. The origin of yang on his chest was pulsating non-stop. This movement was very fierce. There was some kind of yang attribute treasure in front of him, and a very precious one at that. Hurriedly walking over, Yang Kai's pace was light. The coiling dragon stream was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see. Along the way, Yang Kai saw many white bones. Stepping on these bones, a cracking sound could be heard, giving off a thrilling sound. These bones should be the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had died after being sealed in the coiling dragon stream in the past. On both sides of the cliff, there were some trees that weren't very tall and had some dark fruits growing on them. In this kind of place, there were still plants growing. Yang Kai casually plucked one of these fruits and examined it, only to see that it was also filled with demonic chi. When he touched it, he couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. Evil spirit fruit, TSK, there's actually such a thing here. The old demon marveled, no wonder your sect master's second disciple was able to survive here. I was also wondering what he ate here for 10 years. Yang Kai smiled faintly, reaching out and plucking the few remaining fruits and throwing them into the black book space. The sect master's second disciple didn't pick all of these fruits. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mentality he had, perhaps it was because these fruits had been raised for him for 10 years and were a memento before he left. However, there weren't many left, only 2 or 3 fruits. These weren't anything good, but they contained a lot of demonic chi. Continuing to walk forward, a moment later, amidst the thick demonic chi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking as he abruptly stopped and vigilantly stared at this figure, secretly circulating his yuan chi. Here, he didn't dare use his divine sense. Once his divine sense left the area guarded by the spirit palace, it would immediately turn to ash, so he didn't know who this figure in front of him was. However, this figure gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There wasn't the slightest aura of life coming from this figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged, and around him were more than a dozen ink-black auras that resembled flood dragons. This black aura obscured his appearance. He's dead. The old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly before slowly approaching this figure. Walking closer, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a chain-like object around this figure's neck. This chain was connected to a collar around this figure's neck, the other end of which was hanging in front of this figure's chest. It wasn't very long, only about a foot in length. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. This was because he discovered that this chain and collar were all made from Yang attribute treasures, and the aura coming from them was of the purest Yang attribute. Compared to the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body, it was several grades higher. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that his Yuan Qi was somewhat close to this collar. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. He had cultivated in the coiling dragon stream for a while, and the Yang Qi he absorbed was also released by this collar, so it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. This person's clothes had long been reduced to dust, and his flesh was almost completely dried up, but this seemingly weak body contained an explosive power that made one's heart palpitate. All the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream was actually released by this person's body. There was a huge wound on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. Chapter 291. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly sucking in a cold breath and exclaiming, "I know who this person is." "Who?" "The devil who was killed by my sect's ancestral founder several hundred years ago." The old demon was not clear about the origins of High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai simply explained. Hearing that the coiling dragon stream was created by a devil lord, the old demon was very excited, his voice filled with excitement. "Hundreds of years of immortality, this devil lord has a bit of this old master's style." Yang Kai was also secretly shocked. A person who had died several hundred years ago, and although his flesh and blood had almost dried up, his body had not yet been destroyed. Moreover, such a rich demonic aura had filled the entire coiling dragon stream. Just how strong was this person when he was alive? Just how strong was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to be able to kill him? This was not a level that the current Yang Kai could hope to reach, at least not in the short term. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai found a deep imprint not far away. Squatting down and carefully examining it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This should be the place where the second disciple of the sect leader had meditated and cultivated for more than 10 years. He had sat here for many years and left behind these traces. In other words, the sect master's second disciple should have seen something mysterious from this dead devil lord, or obtained something that allowed him to restore his strength and escape after more than 10 years. The sect master had sealed him in the coiling dragon stream, which had allowed him to achieve so much. This world was truly fickle, no one could say for sure. "Young master." The old demon suddenly called out. There was a trace of excitement and expectation in his voice. "Can you take the artifact around this demon lord's neck?" Of course. Yang Kai had long seen through the extraordinariness of this necklace. This thing contained the most Yang attribute and was a Yang attribute artifact that could restrain demonic qi. Yang Kai himself cultivated the true Yang secret art, so this artifact was very compatible with him, so how could he let it go? This artifact should have been left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder to suppress the demonic qi in this demon lord. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the second disciple of the sect leader had done something to this place. The demonic qi could no longer be suppressed. This artifact wouldn't be of any use here anyway. But what does it have to do with you whether I accept it or not? Yang Kai was suspicious. He had a feeling that the old demon was planning something. He. The old demon chuckled. "Young master, if you can take this artifact, old servant can try to enter this devil's body." "Possession?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. No. The old demon hurriedly explained, "His soul has long since ceased to exist. All that's left is a body of flesh and blood. My soul has taken over his body, so it can't be considered possession." "Are you confident?" "Yes, a little. He was also a demon lord when he was alive, so his aura is somewhat similar to old servant's, so old servant wants to try and see if he can control this body. The old demon smiled bitterly. In fact, whether it is possession or soul taking over someone else's body, it is not as simple as young master thinks. A person's body is like a special container. In principle, this container can only hold a certain type of soul. It is very difficult for other souls to survive in this container. Then when you first saw me, why did you try to possess my body without any explanation? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he recalled the events of his childhood. The old demon laughed dryly. I had no choice but to do so. I was sealed away for many years. Not long after I woke up, I encountered you, but even if you didn't resist at that time, I most likely wouldn't have succeeded in possessing your body. What would have happened then? Your soul would have been obliterated by me, and then I would have taken control of your body. At most, you would have been able to survive for half a month before rotting away. At that time, old servant will once again become a wandering soul in this world. Old demon casually explained the consequences of failing to seize Yang Kai's body. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went pale. Fortunately, the unyielding golden skeleton had played a role, otherwise he would have died in vain. Moreover, regardless of whether the possession was successful or not, old servant's own soul would have been greatly consumed, so even if it was the soul of a powerhouse, it would not casually attempt to possess someone's body. Only when it is very suitable for old servant would they make a move. The old demon patiently explained. This person's body in front of you meets your requirements. Yes. I hope young master will agree. If old servant can control this person's body, he will be able to play a much greater role than he is now. When the time comes, old servant will be able to truly help you. The old demon also felt ashamed of himself. For the past 2 years he had followed Yang Kai, he had not been able to play the role a 10,000-year-old demon should have. Now that he had seen such a suitable body, he was naturally quite tempted. Good, I am also looking forward to it. Yang Kai grinned and agreed to the old demon's request. Walking up to the old demon's body, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the chain, pouring yuan qi into it. In less than half a day, the chain suddenly turned into a golden stream of light and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. He had thought that refining and obtaining such an artifact would take a lot of time. He had even been prepared to stay here for a month or two, but he had not expected the process to be so simple and easy. As soon as the chain disappeared, the black flood dragon rolling around the old demon's body seemed to have broken free of its shackles and fiercely rushed out. Not only that, but the old demon's body was also constantly emitting demonic qi, creating a terrifying scene. Yang Kai quickly stabilized his body and with a dignified expression, threw out the soul breaker all. The old demon hid inside and drilled into the old demon's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The churning demonic qi suddenly slowed down a lot, probably because the old demon was controlling it. Yang Kai called out a few times but did not receive any response. However, from the reaction of the demonic qi flowing out of the old demon's body, the old demon should be in the process of taking over this body, but he did not know how long it would take. This was the old demon's own battle, so Yang Kai could not help at all. Helplessly, he could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. In this kind of demonic land, Yang Kai could not even open his cultivation palace. Once his divine sense left his mind, it would definitely be obliterated. Unable to use his divine sense, he naturally had no way to capture the demonic qi. Bored to death, Yang Kai took out the chain he had just put into his body. This chain was quite famous. Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of, but since it was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to suppress the old demon, its grade was certainly not low. The chain was only about a foot long and had a collar at the top that could be tied around a person's neck. There was a small line of text inside the collar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai muttered, "Demon sealing chain." This thing was probably useless to ordinary people, it was an artifact meant to deal with demonic chi. Looking at this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. Since the sect master's second disciple was able to pry into the old demon's body and recover his strength, he must have discovered the existence of the demon sealing chain. However, he had still not been able to take this artifact away, so it was easy to imagine how much the demon sealing chain restrained him. If he could find an opportunity to put this thing around his neck. Regardless of whether he was a demon lord or not, he would definitely be locked in place with his entire body's yuan qi. This was a very good thing to deal with him. Thinking of his martial uncle, who had become a demon lord but had yet to meet, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Ling Tai Su had been worried about him for more than 10 years, and because of him, the fourth master Yang had been seriously injured and had not yet fully recovered. It could even be said that Yang Kai's congenital deficiency was all thanks to this demon lord. So even though the two of them had never met, they were already enemies. Since he was an enemy, Yang Kai naturally did not want him to live a comfortable life. With a calm expression, Yang Kai put the demon sealing chain back into his body and began using his yuan qi to nourish it, waiting for a day when it could play its true role. For the next few days, the old demon continued to fuse with the demon lord's body, and no matter how Yang Kai called out, it did not respond. After the 5th day, the old demon's weak voice called out, "Young master, how is it?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "It's about time." The old demon gasped for breath, obviously using up a lot of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the demonic chi here was rich and could be replenished at any time, but old servant needs to first take back the demonic chi here, otherwise this demon lord won't be able to play much of a role. How long will it take? It's very slow, at least a few months. That long? Then I won't wait for you, Yang Kai said as he stood up. Good, young master, you go do what you need to do, old servant will come find you after he is done here. Saying so, the old demon began to swallow the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream. The rich and solid demonic chi seemed to be attracted by something and drilled into the demon lord's body. The demon lord's body was like a bottomless pit at this moment, no matter how much demonic chi was sucked in. Yang Kai watched in horror and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Using his yang inflammation wings, he directly flew out of the coiling dragon stream. High Heaven Pavilion was desolate. The original several thousand disciples had long since disappeared. Many of them had left because of the changes in the coiling dragon stream and the appearance of the demon lord. They were afraid that they would be implicated, so they left the sect on their own accord. But there were even more people who left because of Ling Tai Su's orders. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were only about 100 people left. These 100 people were the backbone of High Heaven Pavilion and were the most loyal disciples of the sect. No matter how Ling Tai Su persuaded them, these people were unwilling to leave the sect and vowed to live and die with the sect. In this regard, Ling Tai Su was helpless and could only let them be. In Su Yan's small room, Yang Kai's figure flashed. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Su Yan had successfully broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage and was now preparing to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. While sitting opposite to each other and dual cultivating, Yang Kai listened to Su Yan talk about the changes in the sect over the past 2 months. His heart was also filled with sorrow. Such a large sect was now facing the fate of disbanding. No one could accept this result, but Ling Tai Su was also helpless. The demon lord's identity would be discovered sooner or later, so if he didn't want to implicate the ordinary disciples, he could only drive them away first. Chapter 292. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Su Yan, comforting her and inquiring about Yang Kai. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened, Meng Wuya had fought 10 immortal ascension boundary masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time, High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gang Master Hu Man also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold, only they knew. If the sect is disbanded, where should I go? Su Yen sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Yang Kai also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her. Their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister are there. Yang Kai whispered. With Xiao Fu Xing's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home, so naturally he couldn't give Su Yen any guarantees. Su Yen nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, I haven't seen junior sister Xia for a long time. You two are now. Not yet. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then you have to work harder. Junior sister Xia is like a fairy. Innocent, pure and innocent, don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yen smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, a master is coming. Su Yen quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, where is it? Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message, but since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters would have sensed it. Moreover, this person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai Su and the other elders who had set out, so he jumped down together with Su Yen. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai Su's voice call out, which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence? From the other side, an old voice called out, Sect Master Ling. It's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai Su. The four great elders had also arrived. Standing behind Ling Tai Su. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yen arrive together, the expressions of the four elders suddenly became strange, especially Su Xianwu. Although he had long known that there was something going on between his granddaughter and Yang Kai, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, especially when he saw the faint blush still on Su Yan's cold face, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stare fiercely at Yang Kai, his tone full of threat. Yang Kai just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In the distance, a figure quickly came to a stop in front of everyone. After seeing this person's appearance, Ling Tai Su was surprised. Are you the Dong families? Wind Guard. The newcomer smiled and cupped his fists to the crowd. It is this old man who has taken the liberty to come here. I hope you will forgive him. Yang Kai's expression changed and quickly asked, Senior, has something happened? The Dong family's wind and cloud dual guards had always followed closely behind Dong Qing Han to ensure his safety, but this time, the wind guards had suddenly come to visit High Heaven Pavilion. Obviously, Dong Qing Han wanted to convey some kind of important message to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. The wind guard's expression became serious as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang, my young lord has asked me to inform you that you must leave High Heaven Pavilion quickly, otherwise you will be in great danger." Because of the demon lord? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought of the problem. The wind guard was surprised. "So your sect has already made preparations. No wonder this place was so deserted." When he had released his divine sense just now, he hadn't noticed many people here. It was very different from the last time he had come to High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su nodded. "Naturally we have made preparations." The wind guard continued, "Then why are you still here? You should hurry up and leave. The people who have come to High Heaven Pavilion this time are not people you can afford to provoke." "Who are they?" Su Xianwu heard him speak so seriously and his expression couldn't help sinking. "The central capital. Qiu family." The wind guard quickly said. "One of the 8 great families." Wei Shitong and the others all paled. "And, the Qiu family is the leader, the Bai family is also here, and Purple Fern Valley is also here. With these 3 forces united, not to mention your High Heaven Pavilion, even my Dong family cannot afford to provoke them." The wind guard comforted them with a sincere expression. "Everyone, please don't be reckless. Where there is life, there is hope." High Heaven Pavilion's demon lord was such a big matter, so the central capital's 8 great families would definitely participate. Yang Kai could understand. After all, this was a matter of great importance. There had to be a leader who could handle it, but the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley coming was somewhat thought-provoking. It was likely that because Yang Kai's battle with Bai Yunfeng last time had caused him to lose face, this time they had deliberately come to add insult to injury. Their speed is very fast. This old man has not been able to shake them off. I estimate that in at most half a day they will arrive here." The wind guard hurriedly said, after which he cupped his fists and said, "Since the message has been delivered, this old master will take his leave. He couldn't stay here. If the Qiu family blocked him, it would be very troublesome to explain." Finished speaking, the wind guard took his leave, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Wei Shitong hesitantly said, "The Dong family's wind guard. Why would he be so kind as to send us a message? Is there some kind of trap?" Ling Tai Su shook his head slightly. "No, Yang Kai and his young lord have some friendship. This message was sent with good intentions, there is no need to doubt it." Hearing this, the 4 great elders all stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of ability he had to make friends with a character like Dong Qing Han. "Pass down the order, everyone quickly pack up their things. After a stick of incense worth of time, gather at the coiling dragon stream." Ling Tai Su decisively said. Finished speaking. Then he said, "Yang Kai, you stay here." And the 4 great elders received the order and hurriedly left, leaving behind only Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su. "Do you remember the last time I brought you across the void?" Ling Tai Su suddenly asked. "I remember." "Good, as long as you remember, you only need to pour your Yuan Qi into it and the spirit array at that location will automatically open. You will take your people and leave from there. Presumably, they won't be able to catch up. After you leave, destroy the spirit array and find a place to settle down. Before the situation is clear, don't show yourself." "Grand Master, you're not leaving?" Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words and asked with a look of surprise. "My High Heaven Pavilion hasn't done anything to offend the heavens. It's just this old master's fault for accepting the wrong disciple. Why should I leave?" Ling Tai Su chuckled. "If this old master leaves, it will only cause High Heaven Pavilion to fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. I want to stay and talk to them. Everything has to be reasoned with. Just because the demon lord came from my sect, they want to destroy my sect. It's not like their family has never produced an evil disciple, so why haven't I seen anyone destroy them? This time, they've come prepared, how could they possibly try to reason with you? Yang Kai said anxiously. There's no need to say more, I've already made up my mind. Ling Tai Su's expression was firm, suddenly smiling confidently, what's more, even if we really fight, I'm not their opponent, haha. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he asked in amazement, Grand Master, this is all thanks to you. Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Above immortal ascension boundary. The shackles of more than 10 years had finally been broken. This may be the only happy event for High Heaven Pavilion in recent months. Learning that his Grand Master had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer tried to persuade him, quickly setting off. At the edge of the coiling dragon stream, all the remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion had gathered. Yang Kai once again saw Sassafras and the others. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sassafras had also reached the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. The speed at which his strength had progressed was astonishing. Brother Yang. Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Li Yun Tian and the others following closely behind. Long time no see. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Heh, should I call you brother, or brother-in-law? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yen. Up to you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Brother-in-law, you're like this. Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, from childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life, I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yen cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is everyone here? Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu, and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking. Where's the sect master? He Bei Shui asked. The sect master wants to stay. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The four great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. Su Xianwu smiled proudly, eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely. Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. He Bei Shui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zai, fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this. Yu Zai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him, so he pinched his nose and said, I'll also stay. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.